Yo, lesson here, baby.
The fight is far from over. In fact, it is just beginning. Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 6 Europe Grand Finals. The 8 best teams from Europe West and Middle East and Africa have progressed from regional playoffs to the final stage. And now they come up against 8 of the best sides in the region. The Grand Finals will be held over 2 weekends, from April 29th to May 1st, and from May 6th to May 8th. This is the final step. One last push to fight for the $250,000 prize pool and the PCS6 Europe title. Don't miss a second of the action. It's all live here. Every knock, every shot, every frag. Bring it on.
And SKADE, and now we have Futbolist. They are high off of that win against Heroic. They're moving into Team Rage.
Talked about the chaos in the north, and it commences one more. Gluten, finds the first nail cup, falls down immediately. Look at this road to glory coming into third party. Right in behind them, nade locked way up in the air. We'll see if that's going to find anything. Nope, make that a Molotov. Difficult to see with the trajectory colors. Lassa in the meantime, peeking around the side. His teammate falls down, and once again, it's Odin finding the damage. Flash now comes through. That's going to be good, forcing Lassa outside the building. Peek comes through, but Lassa is there to the ball. Look. In the favor of ENCE, this one, no way around it. Takes peeking on over spots. Nice. The Matt, no way he's going to be able to get back on his feet now. Second shot comes from Ruin, taken down by Squeaky as well. Just 2 players left alive. They still got utility to use, but they ain't too buzzed to use it. Frost and Ma peeks on over, third down, fourth down. Squeaky holds the angle, and ENCE get themselves a win.
Liquid, a rough game, I have to say, for the boys in blue.
Not going to work out. Example, NAVI, knowing that they have Entropiq close, want to take the fight, but you can see there in the distance, ENCE actually engaging us, but look, Rooks over the top, finds 2 instantly, QB there to find the third as well. NAVI butchered in seconds by Entropiq, so talented mechanically, and they're showing up here.
And using the floor of the car to block the bullets once again. Heroic taking a page out of our rulebook. Unfortunately, needs to get the kill before the car does there. And Double manages to take home the point. Interesting stuff here. NAVI was in a favorable position before. BBL now with the numbers advantage, and NAVI having to rotate into them too. ENCE playing the spoiler as the setup to this fight. Of course, NAVI, an extremely dangerous team, but not when the flanks are this good. Smash, unseen there, manages to get the free headshot onto Example, buying code Marco time to flank around.
EPL trying to wrap, but Example is there, ready and waiting. Chrono down, Zensen does find one, though Smash finds the second, continuing the way that they took down team.
By Lazar, and looks like he's not going to be able to get revived as well. Example looking to trade. Oh no, they're back to him there. Can NAVI turn this fight around?
Neutralius falls down, shotgun comes in, Mailman can't connect the first one, shots come through the second time around as well. Let's see, Mailman finds the second, peeks on forward, gets the first shot, does lose one in return though. Mailman falls, but so does Example. Mailman now one, but it misses it and goes down. Lazar, I don't know where that one got to. We'll hold that thought for a second, because here comes Team Rage, straight into Team Liquid. James finds two, Clip finds the other, just one left alive. Team Rage thought they had a safe rotation back towards the north. It was their compound. This is absurd. 8C up close, thrown on down. Spots one. 8C goes stuff working together. Vex peeking on over as well. Micah does find one, but will he get more? But just 1 HP left. Somehow still alive. Oh, there you have it. FAZE win.
Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It is day number 3 here for PCS6 Europe. That's right, we have already had 2 fantastic days. I was somewhere else on another chair, but now I'm back. We are ready to go. I see Toby sign in the chat. That's interesting. And it is going to be a good day today as we have had quite the shake-up already here in Europe as we figure out how everything's going to go down. My name is CARYA. I'll be your host here throughout the day. And joining me to get things rumbling, it's Team AFK. I've got myself Avenger. I've got myself Froz to talk about all the happenings that's going to go down. How you doing, Martin? We had 2 good days so far, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, we have 2 really interesting days. Honestly, excited to get here, the 3rd day started, and see where we're going to be ending up after week number 1. It's been kind of surprising with the kind of shake-up in what the standings are and so forth.
Definitely so. Froz, how have you been enjoying it so far? Watching from the sidelines, making notes?
It's been great watching from the sides, of course, and also talking a lot with the players themselves after the days. But looking at things right now, I feel like it's still so close on the leaderboard. Yeah, as Martin's saying, after today, we're going to be halfway there. And yeah, things could shake up a little bit tonight, though.
Yeah, definitely could. Definitely. There's a lot to talk about in terms of not only our, the teams that are on the field as well, but also the teams that are in our minds conceptually as we had fantasy teams brought to the table in regards to our fantasy teams as well as all the fantasy teams out there. I believe over 2,500 of you for Europe actually are participating so far, so thank you very much for that over at twire.gg, which has been excellent stuff. So we're going to be able to talk about those in a few, but I think it's fair to say, let's start things off nice and fresh here, Froz. The fact that Entropiq, #1 right now, looking fantastic up in that spot.
I think Entropiq has been one of the top teams here in the European region for quite some time, actually. We, of course, didn't see them qualify for PCS5 back when it was the most chicken dinner rule, and they sadly lost out on PCS5 because of that, even though they were dominating that qualifier. And because of them losing out on that one, they didn't make it to PGC either. Now, they're back. We saw them in G-Loot. It didn't really work out that well. But what we see from them so far here in the past 2 days, this is the Entropiq that I've always been seeing. This is the Entropiq that I'd like to see as well. I want to see them continue doing this because not only are they really good on like taking the fights themselves, but I really like the counter strategy they have around it. When they don't know where to play, they're basically going to send it to the center. But not only just sending it to the center, but they're going to take the fights there and they're going to make a good stand there and basically taking good control of it. While we see other teams trying to do the same thing, normally they would dip down, they would just go hit the ground and try to just take cover and so on. But in Entropiq, they would just stand up and just fend everyone off.
I suppose that was exemplified by when we watched them crash into SKADE's position, Avenger, which they dismantled them, took the trenches, and then from there were able to play out alongside ENCE. HOWL eventually did win that game, and that was exciting to see them step up to the plate. But yeah, Entropiq continues to impress.
I think Entropiq actually won that game where they crashed SKADE, right? The other one was further south, like the forest, further south of the bunker. Because I actually talked to Ibiza and Naleb afterwards, and Ibiza said, yeah, we basically just got completely dismantled in like 2 seconds, and we were like, what happened? Well, we were not ready because they expected no one to come in from that south side of that forest, and Entropiq just pulled up of them and just completely dismantled them. They took they got 3 knocks in less than 2 seconds, so they were not ready for that at all. And Ibiza said like they were not set up for a breach from the south side because it rarely happens, and it's pretty hard to get in from that side. But yeah, Entropiq just caught them by surprise.
All right, well, as the fights are going on the battleground, let's take a look a little bit closer at the fights going on here at the desk. Fisticuffs, guys. We'll take a look at my team first to get things rolling. I actually did that the wrong way. I pulled the Sims. Never mind.
Oh.
Yeah, no, but so far so good, I think, for my team here, Avenger. I think Ivers really has been the standout pick for me.
Yeah, Ivers has really been stepping up, obviously, not just in like a on a personal and individual skill level, but also as a team and how he's been able to kind of suppress that corrects. He had a 6-kill game and in general been looking good. But Mexi has stepped up enormously compared to that. He's only been 20k and has gotten you a lot of points. Yeah. But yeah, Ivers and Entropiq, just because obviously they are #1 right now, they are like 25 kills ahead of #2, and Ivers has gotten a fair share of those kills.
No, definitely so. Lou, of course, here, not having the most points compared to the other guys from me on my team, but it's a Northern Lights player. Of course, they're going to end up stepping things up.
It's
as
weak
we
Lou.
continue on. Exactly.
It's gonna
there you
be.
go.
Next week, week Lou. My team, of course. I also have an NLT player. You have to have that, of course. They have been a force to be reckoned with throughout. And I also have Smash. And yesterday, I saw myself move up 1,500 placements. I'm actually just, I think it's 29 points behind you, James. I'm on 180 points, and I'm 9 points behind Frost. So pretty happy with that. Correxy also a massive step up. But then again, I did put my team together considering what our usual kill leaders is. Smash coming out as the #1 from G-Loot Season 5. Corexy #4 at PGC. Spyro #4 at G-Loot. And Harusen 10,000 is an absolute bargain I could not stand back for.
I agree. Frost,
I mean, okay, so... Well, the thing is, Martin is living in the past, right? When we come to my team, we're gonna see what the future looks like and what you actually should have gone for. Of course, you can always say that I double dip, but you know, that's the whole truth. I'm just going with the future. What's gonna happen? I know what's gonna happen.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
That like, yeah.
Well,
I
if
don't
that's
know.
how you want to look at it, then let's take a look at Frost's team and see what's going on there as we take a bit of a deeper dive into this. Martin, any rebuttals to Frost's failed driving test team?
I mean,
that's your team name, not my team name.
There's multiple things to it. First, of course, we're memeing a little bit and having fun with double dipping, the so-called taking 2 team members from one team is a little bit unethical, but it is obviously it is high risk, high reward.
No.
I think we did set up 4 days before the fantasy league picks ended. We did say, or I did say, let's go for just one player per team, but. Of course, Frost could not stand back and say, all right, 20,000 from Exi, 25,000
your horses.
is too cheap. I have to go for it.
Keen.
Exactly. And I picked this team an hour after it was announced that you could actually make the teams. So I didn't wait like you did and try to like figure out, okay, what was happening in the past. I'm just looking in the future. I'm just seeing these 4 players and like, they haven't exploded that much yet, but you know, there's still 4 more days to go. And today is the day when they're gonna start popping off.
Are you accusing Avenger of copying other teams and other strategies? Is that what you're saying here?
Yeah. You should have heard him. He went around asking everybody, who should I pick? Who should I pick? No, I'm just kidding. No, of course not. But I'm just saying he had more time to think about things and so on. You know, I think I had a really good gut feeling.
I pretty much closed it in quite early, but I am in the bottom.
Okay.
Like,
hold on.
Was not lie here. I am in the bottom, but I'm only 26 points behind.
Okay, boys, calm down. All right, the fact of the matter is, you're both behind me, so it doesn't really
matter.
That
is true.
We're not done yet, though. We're just starting. We're just getting started right now.
We're only one out of 3 ways through this, James, so I'm completely fine. Frost is betting on Team Liquid winning the whole thing. They usually do well. They usually end up in the top 4 guaranteed. I will say, I will agree to Frost. 25k for VAD and 20k for Mexis is too cheap not to resist it. But double dipping is unethical, Frost, and you will feel that later.
No. Okay, this is the best team, though, so this is the ones you should have gone with if you want to be in the top right now.
Damage.
But I mean, this is gonna be a super expensive team. Anyone know how much this team would cost?
100k.
Yeah,
this is the number. This is the
number.
One.
Yeah.
Guys,
this is the number 1.
Jeez Louise, you're so keen. Oh my god. All right, this is Zibala's team. This is #1 right now. So congratulations to him. Double dipping, by the way, on Entropiq. But quite understandable considering what they've been able to put up. And this is the best value players so far here, Frost. So, I mean, I think Fenderlost, to be fair, has done so much for BBL on their side. He's not the name that I kind of sprung to mind when picking from BBL, but he looked great so far.
Yeah, he looks really great, and I mean, they've been working out a lot of stuff, playing in G-Loot and so on, and coming in here, they start to figure stuff out, how they want to actually play the games now. They said themselves just before G-Loot, they were not really sure because it was such a new team with 2 new members and a new coach added on. You basically have a mix of 2 different teams that is trying to play 2 different play styles. But right now, they've started to figure out, okay, this is how we want to do it. This is how it's going to work best. With this setup that we have on this team, this is how we want to play it out. And I mean, it's working out right now, but I still feel like they have more to show us. They not fully unlocked their full potential yet.
I think it's fair to say. Avenger, any thoughts?
I think there's so many. So first of all, I wanna be happy and kind of just replicate our passion about this. You can really hear our competitive nature about this. Like all the passion just flows into this tournament because we have something that we can individually compete on while we talk about the game we love, right? And let's take a look at the overall leaderboard though. Entropiq in a lead that is not to deny right now. I'm really questioning myself if they're going to be able to keep that for the rest of the day as well.
Absolutely. Obviously, we have talked at length now about Entropiq, but let's talk about a lot of the rest of what's going on here, Froz. There are many teams that did not have a great day one that have been able to smash back up towards the top. One, in fact, smash with BBL. FAZE, likewise, though, towards the end of yesterday, a massive game pushing them up to second place.
Yeah, I mean, more than a third of their points is just from the last game itself there. But that's also what you kind of expect from a team with that kind of experience. They just need that one game to pop it off, and hopefully they can keep on steamrolling on that one. But what we've seen from them so far is that they play much better when it comes to Aerial than Miramar itself. This is something that Martin just talked about just before we went live here, about their drop, for example, how they're dropping a little bit weird when it comes to Miramar. They go up to Torrealmada, and it's a little bit far up north. It's not really working out. Meanwhile, on Erangel, when we see them in Milta, it's working out way better for them.
All right, we got Erangels and then Miramar's after it. It's time to head over to the commentators here for game number 1 of day 3.
Thank you so much, James. Hello, everyone. Toby here, joined by Hypuck as we've got game number 11 popping off here. Simple playing path, Hypuck, not too much to worry about.
No, it shouldn't. Everything should be achievable here. Not really expecting too many overlaps from this, maybe towards the northeast and the southwest. But again, the drop for vehicles should solve that in itself. But just to come back to, I absolutely love the banter with the fantasy teams. By the way, what a fantastic segment to open it here.
It is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. Not gonna lie, it creates that rivalry within rivalries that is already going on, of course, unfolding before our eyes here. We have been, I suppose, lucky in that we haven't had a whole lot of hot dropping, a whole lot of vehicle contesting going on through the first 10 games. I would be surprised to see that change unless if we get some really obscure plane paths that forces teams to land on top of one another for vehicles, as you were talking about before as well. But this time around doesn't really seem like any of that is going to happen either. People are landing close, but again, I mean, once you've had that one game where nothing goes wrong, usually it won't happen again either.
For sure, yeah. And I mean, the big influences here are obviously plane path and maybe a little bit of leaderboard, which isn't really relevant just yet. But again, actually, Circle 1 not really going to force too many engagements either. A large cluster of teams. Actually, ENCE got buckets of space towards the north, but all the teams actually looking to come in from the west side as well. That could be a problem towards the north side of Rozhok. Not usually too favored in terms of prime real estate. You don't really want to get bogged down in Rozhok, even though it's the best spot right now.
A team that hasn't fared too well so far, but a team where I'm seeing that. Well, thank you so much, observers, for literally predicting or knowing what I was going to talk about, is actually Futbolist, because while they don't have the most success in their up-close engagements, I like the way they approach their early rotations. They oftentimes, I mean, pretty much regardless of where they drop, they know where they want to come into the circle from. And that, again, that's not based on where they land themselves. They just go, great, so this was the plane path. We know there's X amount of teams on this part of the map and on the other part of the map. This is where the circle is. What would, on paper, be the best approach to this circle? And that's normally where they come in from, regardless of whether it takes them like a full minute and a half to get to that one point, which is why they normally get off to a really good start. But I must admit that when it comes to the up-close engagements, that's where they tend to fall off.
Yeah, I mean, it's I guess a work in progress here. It's I think it's a better opportunity to take a real look at early game with a circle like this, right, where there's no real threat. Obviously there's lots of time and space to really set up accordingly, and that's when we can kind of judge decision making the best, right? It's with blank canvas, with no other teams looking to kind of heavily influence that first circle rotation.
Yeah, well, let's take a look here. Teams, we're getting some good flashbacks here from the G-Loot 5 finals. This
PTSD.
Nate here, getting 3. There are dips that are great for cover, but then there's those same dips tend to also easily become magnets for Well, destruction and a lot of utility come your way. And James, master of nades. There's a reason.
The OG.
Yeah,
the OG
there's a
nade
reason. There's a reason he's called the nade god. That's and that was shown right there. Hopefully, we haven't seen a whole lot of it this tournament so far. Maybe James is just waiting. Maybe warming up. You know, warming up the arm, getting ready for some of those throws.
Well, nearly actually. Well, Nixie will get this compound for free. There you can see actually an attempt was made to contest it, but an attempt was also made to get up the hill. But that didn't go too well either.
I feel like there were many ways you could have avoided that tree.
Oh yeah, there was lots of space.
He almost made it look like he did it on purpose, just to kind of test the airbag in the car, which clearly is not installed.
Hey, he's paying homage to Frost on the desk today. That's all it was.
What it is.
Yeah.
That's what a little bit of a tribute there. He knew the camera was going to be on
Frost.
him, and yeah, I don't mind it. Let's see now, Thunder, one of the teams that. Honestly, to me, I mean, they've surprised, and for the most part in a positive way. Didn't have too many expectations from them coming into it, but again, despite not having gone out and topped everything, they have made some pretty good decisions along the way, and I feel like this is a team that if these four opt to stick together for much longer, they could come out really well on top. Teams, well, time to get out of here. All of NAVI is up the hillside, trying to reverse down the hillside too. Not gonna be easy.
I think he still wants to get away from that, actually.
Yeah.
An attempt there to at least chase down the hill, but again, that's Potato out of bounds for the time being. Teams will have to come back to double barns here. Again, it's just an attempt really from Liquid to fan out a little bit towards the north here. Again, actually, look at it towards mini Pachinki. Actually, I mean, there aren't many options here. You don't want to be stuck in Pachinki. It's
exactly.
Well, a circle like this, but it's a key rotation path, obviously, over the top of Potato there, and NAVI already there to apply some pressure, force them to reconsider at least.
And I think this is an interesting push from NAVI. Not only is it a good push, but it's also a push made by them much earlier than they usually would. Did Squeaky just leave an M? There's got to be someone else coming to
No way.
Right?
Yeah, that's got to be.
Someone is coming. Someone is coming for it.
That is unforgivable.
You'd have to imagine. No, but I mean, for James, I think, I mean, I was equally surprised as he was obviously there in seeing a team on that hillside. Even if there's a team there, I don't think, even at this point, they would expect that to be NAVI, simply because NAVI would normally not rotate out of that southern compound this early on with these sort of circles, and if they do, they would go further east. But I think it's got to do with HOWL splitting and pushing NAVI into a smaller space over on the west side of farm there, that they then go, great, we only have so many places to play now that half the compounds we would normally be looting aren't available to us anymore.
When NAVI look the least comfortable, right? They haven't got an edge to hold on to.
Yeah,
I guess a little bit of advantage there from the high ground.
Right.
It could be an adjustment on their part, but again, at least here it's planting the seeds, right? It's now on any similar circles. It's got to be a consideration for Liquid moving forwards.
Oh yeah, most definitely, and it's a testament to, again, I mean, one thing is that you're an amazing fragging team, I mean, NAVI being that team, but when you on top of that get to only have to worry about like 180 degrees as opposed to being shot from everywhere, there's a reason why a lot of these heavy hitters tend to prefer playing on the edge, because they have less to worry about. They can focus on what they're good at, which is, well, scoping at people and killing them. And now you have NAVI in a center where they have to kind of have their head on a swivel, and
well,
that can usually catch people off.
The other thing is, it's not a compound, but it actually does kind of command a lot of space. I mean, you can see over to the north side, nobody's really going to be vying to fight for that or even want to play that unless, you know, you lose one or two in transition and try and just settle for something here. But just holding on to Potato here, you know that there's not really going to be too many threats to the south. You haven't really got to worry about vehicles pulling up because the sight lines are so open that, I mean, even potentially some of these other positions, mini Pachinki, obviously down towards even Apps itself is going to pressure a lot onto that hill. So it's actually fairly safe in that regard. And like I said, there aren't many options for any other teams to contest that early on without fully committing to, you know, an engagement.
Exactly. I mean, Potato kind of plays out like, I mean, in terms of when people tend to go for it, it kind of plays out like a city, I feel like, to some extent, where people are only really committed. Like, they only commit to it once they know, okay, this is where the end game is going to be. We might as well just
we got to crash it,
you know? Yeah, exactly. Because early on, if you aren't there, well, in the very early game, you know someone else would have beat you to it. And as you were saying, is it worth fighting for that hilltop? Even if it gets shifted away from 2, you can only really scout into Pachinki from there when you're sitting like way up on the top. So I think the answer is no, and that's why, I mean, as you're saying, NAVI, plenty of kind of elbow room on all sides really right now.
Just looking at that here, I mean, no real surprise. This is a very slow early game here most teams being able to find space. I mean, most teams already being in this circle one after it pops, but I'll be honest, more teams than I expected really kind of clustered towards the west side of this, just coming away from Everest. And ENCE continuing the trend of, like I said, having just so much space over in the north as well. And look at that spread. Look at that spread. That is kind of absurd, honestly. But I mean, they're basically playing off, 3 or 4 potential shifts here. They have information on so many different areas of the map.
They did the same thing yesterday as well, and it's essentially them creating a highway, like a complete, like fully controlled highway gap up on the north side where they know they have all the vision in the world. The issue could be, though, as we're seeing here, if you do get engaged upon, the teammates are nowhere near to help you out.
See, we'll be able to escape. Well, actually, another tag comes through there, but look, he's still down to 35 HP. I mean, this is the beauty of this setup, right? These are high traffic rotation areas, and not necessarily with this circle. Nobody's really going to be looking to settle here up on the north side, and it's just kind of this information gathering mission early on. And look, he's actually lucky to get away. Like you said, it's only one member to pull up here from Futbolist to even really pressure there. But, I mean, the knock could have come through. The sight lines were there.
They could rotating early here, expecting the eastern circle already full speed once it pops. And well, I mean, they kind of called it right. They started driving early, and now they can continue forward. Issue being James heard NAVI, or saw NAVI even, up that hillside. So do you contest this at this point? They're getting, they should be ramping underneath, right? They're going scary close, considering that they don't know that they left.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for NAVI is here they have great information to the south, so don't expect them to try and hold on to the very top of Potato. So I think that's why we're seeing them head down pretty much immediately. But it's just looking to see if actually anybody else is going to pass in rotation. You see Thunder there grabbing a knock and a confirm in the kill feed. See, that's it. I mean, this West issue is still concerning me. There's so many teams now heading towards Liquid's position. Where they've backfilled NAVI, so many teams now are going to have such a thin slice of the circle to play.
Exactly, because the way that Pachinki kind of cuts off a lot of the rotation path, you're pretty much forced to either you go Potato or you go hard south. And as you were saying earlier, because there's so many teams on that west side, it kind of funnels the teams through HOWL and BBL down to the southern side, very close to one another, should be able to avoid confrontation. But other teams here, because so many teams are coming from the north now too, could essentially be forced to take fights in phase 2 simply because they can't really get out of each other's hair.
I mean, HOWL and BBL are right on top of each other right now. You can see Hit Code Marker trying to open up, but no damage really to follow up on just yet. I'm wondering, actually, what's going on to the north side of BBL's rotation. Thendalos kind of isolated right now, but HOWL have pretty much driven a wedge right up the middle of them. Thendalos could actually get caught by Heroic here, way outside the circle.
Here we see the knock from before. Mika catching Page, thought he was safe over by the ruins to scout forward, but didn't account for the player still inside water treatment, which is on Miramar, so that's perfect.
Brilliant.
Just me, 5 years later, still getting confused which map we're on. Yep.
I mean, the golden rule, one's green, one isn't.
Oh, that's what it is. I saw some sand, and I got there was some water. And,
I panicked.
Yep, panicked. Forgot what I was saying. Squeaky, in the meantime, well, I like the fact that he's shooting, because it's one of those get away from here. I'm more dangerous than I actually am. Because again, I mean, ENCE are very far and wide split. If Futbolist that just said, wait, someone is shooting, let's kill him, it would take a while for Rust and Manuki to come back and help, and Tixo ain't even at heaven yet, so ballsy plays from Squeaky here.
So yeah, forcing them away with Nuki now sending shots from the Alamo, and Rustamar set up towards the Hall of Fame. Actually, I mean, with no damage there to once again follow up on, it's just going to force Futbolist into a bit further south. I mean, shelter's open right now. There's lots of space to play with. FAZE a little further towards the west side of that, but I'm wondering here, Futbolist now feel as if there's a little bit of space to work with. This almost could be kind of a false sense of security here. There's not much time. They could just sit on the edge here, wait to see the next circle, but I mean, they must assume that that's the same team that they saw split over to the north side of Rozhok.
You would have to imagine, because they've kind of gone side by side all the way down towards where they are now. But again, I mean, it goes to kind of show what I was talking about earlier, in that Futbolist, regardless of not having the greatest success in the tournament as a whole, their early game rotations, I mean, they rotated out of North George and are now the furthest southeast team.
Yeah, exactly.
That would normally not be the case, but they do manage to find these early entrances to the circles that are really, really well kind of coordinated. They wrapped all the way north around. They knew there was a lot of teams coming in from the west, and now they sit east with a not easy but doable transition in. Whereas to have they been on the back end of the north side of the circle, they'd be having to fight their way through half the server.
Nailab actually, this dude just can't miss it a minute.
Just continues.
Yeah, just it is outrageous, but it's Entropiq now having to make a move as well. And this is, I mean, actually now our eyes go towards the southeast side. As I said, Futbolist with this wide wrap in, maybe assuming they have a bit of space, but it actually cuts the one compound out that's going to give them some kind of foothold here. Looks like they're actually out on foot as ENCE are pulling up on the north side as well, Toby. This is going to be a three-man clash over on the east side.
This is gonna get chaotic real fast. There are only so many places you can really go to and set up a proper camp on this hillside, and pretty much no matter where you end up going, you're going to be visible to one if not multiple teams. Team Rage splitting out 1 tree on a car piece is what cover they will have to work with. I think they either heard or saw a FAZE member on the other side. Order now in the meantime finding ENCE. Oh, actually finds both of them. They got to wrap around. They heard Squeaky. I mean, obviously saw him early, and now they sat up and waited for them to come on through. Smart play from Futbolist once again, and they're making aggressive play off of this.
They should be able to push through here, get some damage to try and follow up on Tixu, but let's get the med off here. Rustamar's got to find a position here to help him out. Might actually be able to catch this Rappy. You can see he's finding the low position, Toby.
Very good flank underneath. Obviously, the knocked players will probably get that info across. Tixu finds one, Rustamar finds the other. Damage comes through in return, but Tixu finding one more. Just one more player left alive on the hilltop. Will they fall apart? What? Yes, they will. ENCE. Just 2 players up, but that's all it needed to take out Futbolist. Impressive play. Tixu, Rustamar working well together on that one.
What a swing. They find themselves in a 2v4 situation, and still, I mean, Rustamar, like I said, that was going to be a key position there. The fact that he took such a low angle on that hill, almost kind of baiting them in. It's like asking Futbolist to push them.
Also, you got to add to him. Yes, it's Rust and Tixu that gets the kills, but believe me, where Nuki and Squeaky were knocked, they were in a perfect position to literally ping that entire transition across. There was no smokes being used. There was nothing preventing Squeaky and Nuki from telling Rust and Tixu exactly where they were getting pushed from. But like even with info, winning that 2v4 like that, very impressive from the.
Hey, I mean, the importance there of making sure if you've got a couple of seconds to flush out those kills, because it's vital information ultimately that bites them in the ass. They had no opportunity there to find a comfortable way around the side of that hill. And ENCE make them pay for it. Actually, FAZE, I think, hearing this now, have collapsed a little further in circle, so should give ENCE an opportunity here to at least recover and set up and resort back to maybe. Oh, no way. It actually pulls back to Potato. I mean, no, NAVI were in a god spot before. They were in a god spot in the previous circle. Now it pulls back to their original location.
I mean, it could still end up going up in this direction, or down in this direction, I should say, towards NAVI, but this hillside looking grim. Another spot that ain't looking to be a spot that you would want to be in. It's where Sakura Zensen is currently posted up. And again, interesting that we see them fighting against Northern Lights. I like to think of those 2 teams as the most similar in play style, but once again, and we've seen it many times before, Northern Lights is usually the team that comes out on top when those 2 teams end up fighting one another.
Entropiq actually now, I mean, almost threading the needle between 2 teams here. But again, I mean, what's the end goal? I don't expect Team Rage to really be looking to pressure this rotation too much. Should allow them to pass. I mean, actually, the plateau on the south side of Potato. Nobody from.
They're going north.
I was gonna say nobody from Liquid should have sight lines on this. They're kind of prioritizing the west edge here, just to make sure nobody's wrapping on foot. Again, that's the big threat. Anybody's able to creep up onto the hillside here, but Entropiq actually make it in.
I think a big part of Entropiq making their way in there is to avoid what we're seeing here. Like, they know it might be risky, but we do not want to be part of the cluster that is when the next 6 teams are trying to rotate on in. So let's beat them to it and then make some space aside to circle for himself and nail up! Could you stop for a second? Give these people a chance, damn it!
Dude, he is literally shooting laser beams. That is crazy.
He is so
He don't miss.
good.
He don't miss.
He doesn't. He doesn't. It's insane. In the meantime, well, Vex and Snakes don't miss either. Team Rage, we saw earlier, they didn't have a whole lot of cover to utilize, and unfortunately, the smokes ain't blocking nade damage, so Team Rage in trouble as the bombardment continues from up the hillside.
Okay, Fex in the fray though is gonna flush himself out with a molly. Not sure what happened there, but Thunder also actually coming under a lot of pressure here from the north side.
Yep, REGNUM pushing forward. They saw the knocks and the kill from BBL earlier, and they thought that's their chance to make the push on forward, and a smart decision
Heads
in
up
doing
move,
so.
yeah.
Yep, only double alive right now. Might be able to get Mika up. The smoke is there, but as you can see here, BBL are pushing in from behind. Issue for BBL is they can't just fully focus on this because they have FAZE next to them too. So fights going on in multiple directions. And again, this is what Entropiq wanted to avoid by rotating early.
Yeah, and still, I mean, the remnants at least lurking on the east side. There's still, I mean, what, 4 teams now? Trying to fight their way in from the east, so you got to actually credit the decision making from FAZE early on to pull away from this, get themselves set up comfortably, even if they lose Fex in a little bit of a mishap. Actually, Double going to find at least the flush there. I think it was actually Mika that found that knock.
Get the salvage what you can, and NAVI, well, they didn't get the last circle, but this one swung straight back into the compound, so able to stay where they are, at least for now. Takes in the meantime, single player on his feet for ENCE, down to just 1 HP before, but able to stay put. Ketba over the top, took down Squeak, and Tix now realizing that he's got opponents on both sides, so gotta commit to one play, spots the rest.
Nicely done.
Very, very nice play. I mean, usually players would not be too eager to peek over hillsides like that when you're alone, but Tixu daring and rewarded.
It was actually last one standing for ENCE here. Entropiq now, actually with this next circle, do find themselves holding onto the edge on this plateau area, talking about Northern Lights to the north and Liquid still over to the west side. But you know, one trailing member actually just drifting up the hillside there will be punished. I think Lukarok's actually still knocked right now. Lou and Spyro desperately trying to get that flush, but not sure if that's going to come through. Vard actually going to open up as well, finds a knock onto Gemty.
Nice knock from him as well. Kind of the flank player,
yeah,
trying to make his way down the hillside and see if there was a potential path for them to rotate in from there.
Entropiq
Now, all of Entropiq pulling up on this. Quizzy was getting in. I mean, Ivers was pushing down alone. Didn't know Quizzy was there. Now he sees him. Quizzy with the nade and the double spray down. Takes out Entropiq. Finds the first, the second right there to follow. Already had a nade thrown. And what a way.
Was that a pre-nade?
It was. He threw it before they came in. What a way to take him down. Solo player up against the current first place team.
I mean, that's all on the back of that pressure from the Northern Lights are able to create on the north side. It forces Entropiq into desperation mode. They try and send it down to the Wizard, and Quizzy, man, stands strong. What a wipe.
That's insane. Also, I mean, they're literally playing a 3-1 split. You would not expect the Solo getting engaged on to be the one holding out Entropiq, but Quizzy, he ain't gonna give that Wizard tower up easy. Takes her in the meantime. Will go down. Corexy gets the nade on in, takes out ENCE in 10th.
Oh, actually, Northern Lights find themselves in the most space here. Double actually going to find the last kill onto REGNUM. It's going to clear a lot more of this space as well. Actually, Double should be picked up as well. You can see Heroic, at least on the minimap, sending shots this way. I mean, it's going to be Northern Lights or Heroic. No, it's not. It's Diggory. Yeah. Diggory was knocked a moment ago. He's just been rezzed, and he's the one that finds that kill.
Might as well add a third to it. Quizzy, well, he ain't done yet. He knows he's a solo player. Might as well see if you can find some more damage now that he started out by taking out the first place team. Now, in the meantime, trying to make the run forward. James ain't gonna allow for that to happen. So, Liquid now aware that they have at least some sort of space to move down from the west. Issue is, because no one's dared, I would say, to engage on the compound that Navi is in, the triple stack there, they have been allowed to spread out and take control, and that's gonna make it so difficult, if not near impossible, for Liquid to on foot make the run down from the hillside.
And the problem being, I mean, it's causing problems for HOWL as well. The fact that there's no pressure coming towards the compound, it means that they can just spread out, find these open angles, as HOWL are just desperately trying to survive in the valley. There's no option for them to really make a play on the compound at all. And look at that. An example, we'll combine. Just one left to find, as it should just be a matter of time.
Sample does go down, but they do find the kills here in NAVI. Their ability to, you know, I mean, spot something, make a decision, engage on it, and execute it, and finish that fight. It happens so fast. Like, they found 3 of those knocks, and there's no way for HOWL to respond, because by the time they hear the first bullet, they've already lost 2 players. So NAVI executing fast. They've done it 3 times this game already, and that's what's allowed for them to maintain the amount of space that they have now, because there's been no chance for other teams to third party. The fight has been over before it started.
Absolutely, and this is ahead of the circle as well. They're so proactive in terms of making sure that they're relieving all of these kind of threats that are lingering before the Liquid have to come down off Potato. FAZE force any further in. I don't think they have great knowledge of exactly what's left on Heroic, but at least they're going to know from the kill feed there are still 2, potentially 3 teams that are going to have to come this way eventually.
Yeah, this is the first time in a while we've had a 5 teams left alive, all of them the invited teams. So we'll see who's gonna come out victorious. Northern Lights now realizing, obviously, with the circle shift that they have to make an aggressive play. I think they caught Gustav out there on the rock. They want to see if they can deal with him, but Correxy from the side spots one. Gustav now falls as well to Perfectix. So FAZE, they're looking to be in a good spot here, but unfortunately, with teams coming from multiple sides, they're in trouble. Correxy pushing aggressive further forward now as well. More damage done, and Batulins is gonna be the one to find the final Faceland member.
Yeah, actually, that's pulling Mexi a little closer this way, at least to be curious. Again, I think just a little bit of a fact find from him to make sure the Northern Lights can't wrap back round to the north side. But Mexi actually relaying the information here is going to draw Clib and Vard over this direction. Going to leave James posted up looking south. Yeah. I mean, there should be a sight line here for Liquid to engage. Whether or not they can find it before the circle's going to close, though.
Be the sole players on the hilltop. In the meantime, Correxy, no clue that NAVI is over here. They wanted to take full control of the hillside, and I feel like your days are counted, T-Bone. When you close that door, we see Alia with a nade in hand. That's usually a call that you ain't gonna be living much longer. Throws the early smoke so that he knows he can get up and throw that molly without any damage done to himself. That molly's gonna hit the door. Or is it gonna go? Don't hit the roof. Alia, come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on now.
I feel like you've thrown enough mollies at... Oh, wait. I thought it was T-Bone going down there for a second. But he's thrown enough mollies at this point. That one should have been in the window.
Oh, look at this, though. With NAVI coming out of the compound, Liquid are actually... They've made a mad send downhill. They've actually got themselves close to the Wizard Tower. It's going to pull Melman and Aaliyah back towards the compound, or at least back towards Quizzy's position here. Liquid, though, they haven't found any damage on the way in.
The threat here, do they know that Example is sitting down below? I'm not sure they do. As I say that, sure they do. Clip spots one. Example falls down. Melman trying to see if he can help him in the position. Quizzy is the one up close, but Melman and Alia need to do all they can to help Quizzy out here because he's very, very alone now. I mean, again, I like to think that T-Bone stays accounted because as soon as Northern Lights clears out T-Bone, they will be able to backstab NAVI. That's the nade. That's him down, and now we're down to 3.
Actually, the knock-on effect here is that Northern Lights are going to be given the most space to work with. Mexi's still in that anchor position up on the hillside. Quizzy just escapes damage from the follow-up utility here, but James now has control of the Wizard Tower.
This end game is such a perfect example of you not being allowed to make a mistake because the other teams will punish you for it. And we're not so much talking in terms of like hitting bullets and whatnot. It's more like positioning within the circle. If you give up a spot for just a split second, the other team will punish you. Mexi did it to Northern Lights on the hill. Northern Lights does it now to NAVI, and Liquid has done it to NAVI as well.
I mean, it's fantastic awareness from Liquid to make that decision. As soon as they hear the pressure, they see in the kill feed that it's NAVI engaging onto somebody, they know that the compound's going to be the weaker side of the split. So that's ultimately what gets them in here. I mean, that Wizard Tower is the position that prevents Liquid's safe passage south.
And we always talk about how, a game of PUBG is usually just short of 30 minutes. But those decisions being made, if you don't make them within those 5 seconds, like that's the window. That's the window you have to make it. Like to see that it's an opportunity, think through whether it's worth it or not, and then commit to it and execute it. You only have those couple of seconds. And all these teams are doing it time and time and time again. It's amazing to see. Northern Lights in the meantime, wanting to try and see if they can get a more center position, playing around the rock here. They should not be within the line of sights for Melman. So they'll be right up here.
The problem being, though, I mean, I have to question how active NAVI are going to be here. If anybody from Liquid can actually find any sort of pathing back to the north, and whether or not the backside of Northern Lights setup, Lou and Betulins can even see that.
I feel like with Mexi having already gone down, they're not going to
they're not going to go back up.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. But then again, James is kind of sneaking up the hillside. They don't want to find the knock on Melman, though. Or at least just one knock in the compound, because then they know the other person in the compound is going to have to go for the rest. But now, with the circle going north, this is just a waiting game. Have fun, Navi. We're waiting for you.
But if Navi taking more casualties ahead of this circle shrink, Liquid can be proactive towards the north. They can send somebody up there. The sight lines are going to be much more favorable then. You see, it's just Vard and James now to make sure that Na'Vi can't wrap down on this edge. Vard actually hugging the blue here.
Because this is really the only way they can go, right? That's over towards Squiz to try and back him up and make their way into the circle from there. This, I mean, to me, this game has, unless if Liquid can execute on this before Na'Vi makes a play, which, Melman down to HP. This has got NLT written all over it, but they are working together and taking them out now. I hope maybe Northern Lights would allow for Na'Vi to potentially do more damage to Liquid so that they could then engage on it afterwards, but we'll see now. Quizzy spotted by Vard up close. Batulins, again, constantly looking for people, but Mexi has once again snuck up the hillside, but Perfectus has done the exact same thing.
Indeed, now, and this is the sort of pressure that I was talking about here. If Liquid are able to capitalize on that, Vard now will be engaging at clip. The nade completely bails him out. Quizzy gonna eat that one. Just Melman left to deal with. James actually finding one onto Spyro as well.
Mexi wrapping up behind Perfectix now. I don't think he has any clue that Mexi's
This is exactly what I was talking about, Toby. This is exactly what I meant.
There you go. Mexi finds one. First player to fall. Fortunately for Mexi as well, not that much damage done, so he can peek straight for the second. Nade comes through from behind, though, and Lou goes down. Mexi had Nade in hand. That should be him, if not gone fully down, then close to it. And Lou is aware of this. Batulins, Lou, their single players left alive, and now Melman from below with the bolt in hand, able to join in once more.
And of course, it's Lou, the one to kind of hold back that push or at least apply some pressure. James actually finds him as well. Now it's just Batulins. Finds himself in a 1v3. James open sight line here. The spray is good though. Batulins!
Wow. What a game. Team Liquid comes out on top. This was third partying the third party that third partied you. Everyone trying to see if they can get the backstab. And, well, they all kind of did, but Liquid, the ones to come out on top.
I mean, I just come back to that statement once again. Great awareness from Liquid, knowing that that window of opportunity is left open for, we're talking 5 to 10 seconds, like you said. It's not a huge margin for error at all, but being prepared, being in a position to make sure they have a really good understanding of exactly how Na'Vi are playing that. They read the third party onto, or I should say the push actually onto Heroic on the east side. That's when they come downhill. It's so well executed by Liquid in that game, Toby.
So many good decisions being made by so many teams in the very last moments of this one. This is one of those games where you can go back and you can watch it 15 times and still learn something new every time you watch it. Amazing game to kick things off here today. Let's throw it back to the desk and see what they have to say for that.
That's right. Thank you, lads. Excellent cast. Excellent start to the day as we have our invited teams very much so firmly at the top here for day 3. Team Liquid looking like an absolute snack as well here for Erangel to start things off. Avenger Froz joining me. Frozzy Wozzy, it's your first day here, so I'm gonna let you start. Team Liquid looking really good.
I mean, yeah, I told you we're gonna fully unleash the potential of those teams, and that's why I double dipped on them in the Fantasy League. But no, Team Liquid, of course, they played out really well. From the start, we saw them going out from Pachinki, taking the double Barnes, but also doing a 2-2 split with 2 guys on Potato, basically taking a lot of control. This is something very Liquid-ish, I'd say. You would see them normally do that. Yesterday we saw them trying out some little other stuff with 2 on the Pachinko, but today it's back to the basics and it's working out so far at least. And how they moved on further on, I feel like one of the key things is how they were taking a fight towards the end there against when it was 3 teams left. It was Liquid, Navi, and NLT. And Liquid sent 3 guys holding off Navi while Mexi was just holding it back. And basically because Mexi's holding that back, all the other 3, they can just fully focus on Navi, and they know they don't need to focus on LT at all. They'll just take care of them afterwards. If anything, they're gonna try to force Navi to go into an LT and start doing something against them instead. That didn't really happen, so, you know, Liquid just took care of everything themselves, and then they just easily picked off NLT 1 by 1 and got themselves that easy chicken dinner for the day.
Yeah, very cool to see those kind of weird, you know, kind of tense alliance situations happen. Avenger there, as you know, you just have to deal with what's going on in the south. Then we'll worry about everybody else.
Yeah, one thing that was extremely impressive to me was that once the 5th circle popped and Liquid was really far out west, I was like, and I was saying this to you guys, Entropiq's in the center now, they're gonna have teams pressuring in them, but the teams in the west, they're kind of forced to fight, but they ended up playing that extremely well. That was like super impressive, being able to get out 4. They stayed on the high ground for some time there, Liquid, but then they managed to maintain control of the west, pushing out Navi and just taking more and more control of a smaller circle. So nice peaks there, some inspiration there maybe for James. But overall, nice to see Liquid get their first chicken dinner here. I talked a bit to Mexi after their first two second places, and he was like, "This is just our curse. Like we're not able to close it out." But here they played this picture perfect. Really well executed by them.
You also saw James there towards the bottom, like how he went towards the south side, towards the end of the game, trying to get those extra angles on LNT as well, which was one of the key things. He got some of the opening knocks there.
As Team Liquid with the first place for game one, very, very masterfully controlled from the west-hand side of this circle. That being said, though, whilst we take a look at the numbers, Avenger, you know, we're harking a little bit on where Navi was as we take a look at the numbers coming in from this game, but they still did get big points from this game. A lot of kills come in their way and great control of those compounds until the circle shifts away from them.
Yeah, and that's what you obviously have to try to squeeze as much as you can out of a game. Even though like they had the circle, they played it out well, being able to get those 12 kills, being able to get as many points out from this game. 17 in general, it's just one less than our chicken dinner winner, right? So really good game for Navi, and in general, a really good game for the two gentlemen top. Nice to see Tixu actually. I didn't expect him to end up on the 4 points there, but Batulin's leading the way both in kills, but also for his team.
If I recall correctly, was it Tixu Froz on the east side that was able to take out Futbolist in that kind of situation?
Yeah, they got in some trouble against Futbolist pretty early on their ends, and basically it was Squeaky and Nuki who got themselves knocked, and then it was up to Rustama and Tixu up against 4 Futbolist guys. And they played that perfectly. Of course, Rustama got himself one knock before he went down and got knocked himself, and then Tixu just, you know, cleaned the floor and said thank you for the points, revived everyone, and they could kept on going from there.
And James will take the top spot here from game number 1 of the day. And I mean, as you alluded to earlier, Martin, those little jiggle peaks that he was able to take out from the Harry Potter tower, very nicely done.
Really quickly, he's been working a little bit on that, so it's practically impossible unless you do the exact same thing or you try to spam the same spot with the mini. It's really, really hard to do, also really hard to counter, so nice from James here.
Yeah, very, very nice. All right, well, before we actually continue moving on, let's take a cheeky look at Navi and how they were able to deal with a certain approach.
Энтропики, у них довольно-таки наглый стиль игры, они позволяют себе очень многое, и зачастую это им приносит плоды, но иногда мы наблюдаем фиаско.
Great descriptor there coming in from Melman. Audacious movement by Entropiq, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, Froz.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great hold from Quizzer, of course, but at the same time, it was kind of a little mistake from Entropiq. All 3 of them gathered in there. They already lost Luca Rooks that was knocked up on Potato before they moved down here. But Quizzer, of course, being able to hold him off by himself here is just phenomenal. But how, like, Navi played this out, like, they moved from Snake, they went up to Potato, and they scouted this compound all the time while they were in Potato, knowing that, okay, if we need to move back down, it's going to be free. And then we saw them moving back down there, of course, taking full control and just basically fragging out. But it was a little small mistake there towards the end. When they kept 2 guys in the compound, they were on the edge of the circle. If they don't get the circle on top of them, which is highly unlikely that they'll get, they need a super hard shift against them to get that. But because they didn't get it, it didn't really work out.
All right, and you guys at home can be in with all the adventures here for PCS6 as well, as you can turn in a new coupon in-game and get yourself a voting coupon in the game to continue things on here for PCS6. So make sure to turn that in. It's Java for this one, as every time I look at one of these codes, I try and see words in them and, you know, have fun with that as well. But I think one thing's for sure as well, and actually Froz mentioned it at the start of the day here, Avenger, is that we're seeing Entropiq getting away with a lot of these daring sends into the middle, and it does work out. Froz was right on the money with it.
Yeah, they got into the circle. You know, you have to make a winning play, and getting into the center of the circle, try to fight your way out from there was definitely one. But I don't think they expected such a hard shift away from the Potato down towards the compound. And then they had to make another winning play rather than try to, you know, just try to fight on the edge and try to get a few kills out of it. They went for a play that potentially could get them much higher placement. But being 3 guys in the bottom of the tower, not having smoke, not having trying to do anything about Quizzy before the 2 other guys arrived, and then going all 3 in the bottom was just a misplay from Entropiq, which lost them out on a lot of points potentially.
All right, well, we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we are going to have game at number 2 here of day 3, PCS6 Europe. That's a lot of words. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One Erangel down. We have more to come here as Team AFK on the desk, doing the things, talking about the things. And we've got plenty of teams to talk about, but not that much time. So we're going to take a look at the overall standings here and get you up to speed with what's going on so far. So far, so good for Entropiq up towards the top. But let's talk about some of the teams that we wanted to talk about. Froz, you wanted to talk about HOWL. Give it to me.
Yeah, I feel like they're a team that has very high potential when it comes to this. This is one of their first showings in a bigger tournament for them, and it is very rough when you come in here. You don't have that much experience to rely on, but they're doing a really good job so far. Despite them being a little bit of a hit or miss team, either they hit really good and they're gonna get themselves a top 3, or they're basically just gonna bomb out early on. Now, of course, still, we've seen them doing some great stuff. They got themselves 2 chicken dinners so far. Yep. But despite that, because they can just miss really hard, they're currently sitting on 9th place. But I really like their rotations. When they get hard circles against them, you should start looking at how they're rotating, because it is very interesting how they always manage to find themselves really good spots to play from. And they play that out so well. So because of those rotations itself, that will just carry them into the late game itself.
Agreed. They looked great yesterday for me. I was pleasantly surprised by how HOWL were playing. That was a hard sentence to say. Oh my days. But Avenger, one of the teams, of course, that we've not really had to talk about much the past 2 days because they've not really shown up huge amounts. But in this game, and as time has progressed, they have done. It is Northern Lights who we're looking at as a championship contender here.
Yeah, so I'm really happy that they've been able to step up here, especially in first game. Not so much because of my fantasy pick, but also because they are our champions due to previous tournaments and coming in from PCS's last year and stuff. So we're expecting big things from them, right? But they had a really slow start. They have had a really good performance so far on Miramar here in PCS6, but it's been a little bit slow on Erangel. So I'm really happy to see them step up and take a 2nd place here with the amount of kills that they were able to boot on it as well, putting themselves into 6th place. It's obviously still extremely close. Our top hand half of the leaderboard, they're literally all within a good game of each other. You can go from literally 8th place to 2nd place with a good game. They're so close still. But NLT slowly creeping up, slowly proving that they belong on the top half end of the leaderboard. So I'm expecting more good things for them today, and then next weekend they really turn on the fire.
I mean, the massive difference is the kills that they've been able to accrue, right? I mean, obviously we saw the 19 kill game that they got yesterday, and the difference compared to every other team right now is night and day.
Yeah, it is. It is, of course. They've been doing really good, and I mean, they're putting themselves up there, but at the same time, they still have a little bit to chase up to Entropiq right now, and Entropiq is looking great, right? So it's going to be a hard task, but we're not even halfway there. So what we're seeing right now, I feel like it is shaping up a little bit, but it's not really what the end will look like.
Froz, you're not allowed to say we're halfway there anymore on this desk, all right? You're triggering me and Martin. Mine actually did it just then. I can't believe. Unbelievable scenes here at PCS6. Don't you dare do any more, Martin, I swear. Anyway, we are 30 seconds out. We are getting into game number 2 here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll be coming back to the desk in a few moments after this game has concluded, and we take a look at all of these teams going head-to-head. So far, Entropiq has looked absolutely fantastic. A barn burner of a performance, some might say here. And now we move on with Hypoc and Toby to bring you game number 2.
Thank you so much, James. Game number 2 of the day, game number 12 overall, as we get closer to being at the point where we are halfway there. Hypoc.
Yeah, actually, we're going to start off with another pretty vanilla playing pass, to be honest. Everything, once again, should be achievable. So, I mean, I always hope for a hot drop. I know you guys don't really like them too much over here in the EU. Well,
we don't do this.
I don't know, man. You obviously haven't been watching the streams. They've been hype, man.
Yeah, it is pretty insane. I think the first I saw during the finals, there were 41 alive in somewhere along the lines.
I mean, it's every game is a game 6 scrims. That's basically the rule.
It gets pretty chaotic. I gotta ask him. We're talking about fair playing strat, because when I see this, I mean, on paper and on the map, it's very it is a little like 1 degree off to the left, which for any like OCD people out there is probably gonna annoy them. But I think diagonal planes are technically more fair, so to speak, than like the straight south to north ones.
Yes, I mean, if you look at maybe like a drop location map of exactly where they are, I would argue that maybe there's more options for the north and south teams. depending on where it lies diagonally. But I mean, with this, it's more about just having the option to drop for a vehicle, right? There's a little more space towards the north and the south to be able to traverse that, unless you drop Sosnovka, see that circle one, in which case you haven't got too many options.
Yeah, you're limiting yourself essentially, especially when you get a northern circle like this. I always like these circles where, again, okay, there is a chance that this bounces back south, but let's not too much go into that before it might end up happening. But I do like these circles where you have enough space on the southern side that you can sit there for a while now and wait to make the rotation north. Because when the circles hard shift north right from the get-go, everyone's trying to cram themselves in and around the shooting range area, and it gets pretty clusterous early on. Here, I feel like teams have that more time to take a breath and go, great, what are we planning on doing? And then when phase 2 happens, that's when you flip the table and everything goes crazy.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And again, it comes down to, I guess, the early game, right? Everything rides on that ability to set up kind of blank canvas.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to say here is, let me ask you, how many teams? And it's always so annoying having to guess them. I know whenever
we're
I
here
get
to
thrown
speculate,
one of those,
Toby.
it's like,
we're here
great.
to speculate, man. That's what we do.
So I can get it wrong. Amazing. But no, honestly, how many teams are you expecting to still be south of the Yass River once phase 2 pops or circle 2 pops?
I mean, for me, you look at the usual suspects that are a little more comfortable and maybe put a greater emphasis on, you know, positioning, or at least edge positioning for circle 3 more so. Circle 1 and circle 2 aren't as relevant in that regard, but in my eyes, you know, something's gone drastically wrong if it's more than 4.
Yeah, that's a good take. In the meantime, let's take a look at Road to Glory. Well, it hasn't been the most glorious path for them through the course of the tournament so far. They are currently sitting down in last place, but having said that, I mean, they have had their moments of impressive performances. In the first game of yesterday, they had themselves a solid 7-kill performance. And again, they're a team that I like to think it's got to do with the lack of experience against the top tier teams. Once they, because it's a different pace, it's a different thing to be on a server like this where you're playing against the very best. Things flow differently, and again, as we talked about, and we talked about it in the end of last game, Hybog, whenever you make a mistake, you can be damn sure the teams will punish you for it. And I feel like the teams that make those mistakes, they are also the ones in the bottom of the leaderboard.
Oh, for sure. I mean, some of these more, I guess, veteran teams is the safer way to word it in terms of experience. But, I mean, you could just see just how well considered that setup and the approach to that end game transition by Liquid was in the previous. And like I said, they still had the contingency, right? They knew as soon as NAVI at least conceded another knock there, they were less than 2 up. They knew that they then had the opportunity to then not fully focus on that. They don't want to close that fight out. They want to make sure that they're still considered for the push from Northern Lights. And Mexi's position was so pivotal in that regard.
Wait, are they salty? Salty ain't giving up on this. They see Nuki try and get away from there. They know it's a solo player. Are they still? Nah, they just want to, it's more of a farewell gift, I suppose.
A little jousting to force them away. But it's ENCE again, looking to spread wide and almost being punished for it.
Exactly, and I do like the fact that since they opt to play the style that they do, that we've also now twice seen them have that fire escape ready when all kinds of hell breaks loose. And once again, it's actually Nuki managing to get out of harm's way when getting pulled up. On this time, an entire team. Last time around, it was only Nail Cup from Futbolist who did so, but I love the fact that we see them actually manage to get away from those, because that's what you have to be able to do when you opt to play split like that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, actually, credit where credit is due for Nuki being able to, I guess, traverse this once again, like avoid the risk of conceding a knock and ultimately a flush so early on. And here, so obviously they're in a position with this much space to the north. They should be sending probes out, right? This is a very different circle to what we saw previously. They don't have, you know, a massive slice of the circle defined by that river to make sure that they're considering so many different high traffic areas. Here, it's a little more difficult to do so, right? Because there's always going to be a couple of teams that are going to go for that mad, you know, first 3 minute send and contest some of these kind of prime real estate spots.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we talked about Twire and Fantasy and how that's kind of a mini game within the bigger game. My mini game here is, how does Nuki get back to his teammates? Because currently he's traveling the shorelines of Severny, and we just saw where his team is.
The problem,
this is gonna be a challenge.
The problem being, the later it gets, the harder it becomes.
Exactly.
With more teams that are looking to, this is one that you don't really want to come late to. So yeah, there's always going to be some teams that kind of prioritize circle 2 and 3, but you still want to be in this, right?
Exactly. In before he now left Severny, that's exactly where the next circle hard shifts up to, and then he goes, guys, why didn't you just come to me? That's oftentimes how it goes. But let's see now, FaZe land late on the rotation. Again, I mean, not really in a hurry. They knew they were pretty much beat when they saw the circle pop. They weren't going to get anything early anyway, so might as well take your time, get a little more loot, and then get going from there.
FaZe, I mean, they're going to have loads of space, but ultimately on their side, this is the sort of problem, right? If you're not here early in circle 1, you have awkward things like the bridge to cross from Yasnaya. It's either that or the Rostock bridges, and then you're kind of driving into the unknown. There's not an awful lot of space to kind of cross those bridges and then set up for information. And I mean, actually, talking about setting up, BBL, yeah, looking to set up a bridge cramp here. We'll force HOWL a little further away. I mean, the other North George bridge is open right now, and there's a bit of space to the north side. They don't necessarily know that, but HOWL now are going to have to try and figure that out for themselves.
I know it's a little outdated at this point, but I remember when I first saw them at the kind of the racetrack to Miramar, and they added the jumps and all that. I always thought, would it serve a wrangle ride? Just a few, you know, a couple of ramps where you can shoot your way across the river. There's no ramp on the other side, so it's one of those full commit, like once you're over there, you have to take a bridge back again. But would it serve the map right to get just 1 or 2 ramps on a wrangle around the river where you can, even if your car might flip, it will work out? Do you think, would that play well into competitive?
I mean, I still want something that you can cross Georgia Pole Bay with a 2-seater on. I've wanted that for the longest time. Yeah. I mean, you'd never want to see it in comp, but I would.
Just to have the opportunity there is what we're saying. We want players to be allowed to make those sort of moves. But right now, of course, a little bit too risky. FaZe in the meantime, well, they're wrapping on forward. I would assume, if not already, then now that shots are being fired, they will be aware that there are players in the nearby vicinity in Northern Lights. Again, only 2 players up the split are here, so don't want to overcommit too much to try and see if they can do damage.
And FaZe actually do get themselves into, I mean, exactly the sort of position we're talking about here now, with pressure coming from both the northeast and the southwest. I mean, Northern Lights a little more split, so they're going to be too overzealous in forcing an engagement here, but they can send out a couple of warning shots at least. Entropiq actually do find a wrap all the way. I mean, they got the time here to make sure that they can get ahead of this circle, and lots of space to navigate their way into past No Lean. I mean, obviously with Crossroads being occupied already, there's fewer options to the east, but at least here they can get into a comfortable spot to set up, then look to gather a little information, maybe then make a decision based on that. FaZe now, I feel like their next move is going to be pressured regardless.
Yeah. It's keep our eyes here for a while on HOWL. I like the way that that Frost also on the desk talked about HOWL and how they, I mean, again, not in a hurry to make those early rotations because they would rather have the space on the edge. Like, they don't mind tanking blue if that means that they get a safe path into the next circle. And we see them here as well. While they could have tried to aggress further east or maybe wrap north around already, why bother? Next circle hasn't popped yet. Let's wait and see. And now you can make that northern wrap into it.
What was the number I went with? It should be never more than 4, right? It's only Thunder.
Yeah, it's only Thunder. Only Thunder. Only one team said it's gonna go south. And,
yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Thunder, that didn't happen.
You were wrong.
Can't get lucky every time.
They're just so late. That's the problem with it. But Perfectic's actually gonna get punished. This is Northern Lights trying to, I guess, collapse away from this split that they had early on. Actually, will.
And it's just
be flushed out as well. Yeah, it's
punishing players for not being Neo from Matrix, I suppose.
I mean, a little bit.
They hit everything.
A little bit split in rotation there. I mean, the lucky thing for FaZe actually is both teams to the side of them are also opting to just hop straight in vehicles, be ready to move off this circle shift. But Northern Lights now find themselves to the center as 3.
Yep, in the meantime, well, ENCE, they were just about to rotate on out, but they heard vehicles coming in from behind. And Takes now spotting one, finds Melman instantly. NAVI realizing there's a whole team in front of them, and Nate's now lopped across the ridge here. Example takes a jump for info. Shouldn't have done so because he just went down and returned.
That's it, yeah. Melman will bleed out as well. Tixu going to get the confirm for that one. So NAVI now is 3. Aaliyah's got a great off angle here. He's got to try and do some damage here for the team to follow up on, though, if he wants to have a say in this. Doesn't want to show his hand too early, though, Toby.
I like the disengage. As you can see, players being
There we
carried
go.
back to safety, but Alia's position, as you were just saying, Hyabok, very, very good, and it disallows for Squeaky to get Tixu back up and alive. They have to bail on him there. Nice position. And again, I mean, one thing is having the kind of catch the opponent off guard spot. The other thing is knowing when to pull that trigger.
Absolutely.
And I feel like Elia there, I mean, perfect timing for him.
Like I said, if he shows his hand too early there, actually pulls Entropiq back, they know that they can focus towards the other two members of NAVI. They know that that's the weaker side of the split.
Yeah.
Even with conceding the first knock doesn't really matter in that scenario. They still know that they can split back onto that.
Yeah. 100%. Rosen looking down towards the compound here. I mean, Thunder, as much as I like this valley, it's also always incredibly terrifying. Well, oh. Okay, QP, we see you. It's not just a nail-up show. QP is here as well. Just casually headshotting people off bikes with close to no vision. It's all right. It's all right.
We should just have a separate stream. Just have the Entropiq POV.
We might as well. Just a four-way split screen of Entropiq players killing everyone.
Back to the PEL days.
Yep. NAVI, they did manage to get out of there alive. Hence, of course, losing a player, not the way they would want to start things off. Same thing here for BPL. Smash gone down early, and that is... I don't want to take credit away from the rest of the BPL team. It just seems to me like every time BPL comes out of a... At least these days, comes out of a fight on top, Smash has hit at least one, if not two, of those opponents in that fight, because he is that engager. He is the person that will go up and find the first knock and draw the attention to him, allowing for Thendalos and other players to do the wraparounds and find players.
No way. No way. That's pretty clean. That's pretty clean. Great catch by the observers as well, by the way, to even have seen that happening ahead of time.
No words. That was insane.
We double check if that was that Nailup's POV, or is it just mislabeled?
No, it's just it must have been Nailup, right? It must have been Nailup. He's Nail Cop. I mean, close enough. There, maybe it's something to do with, as long as you have Nail in your name, then you get those plus 10 aim. Maybe that's what it is. Solid shots come through, and it just goes to show, I mean, Futbolist, the team that is currently struggling, like third from last on the leaderboard, they have players that can do something like that. It just goes to show the depth of the competition we have.
Absolutely. Is BBO now on the mad send. Yep, code marker will be punished. Thendalos down to about 10 HP as well. Should be just a matter of time, actually. It's a little bit of tussling, actually, in rotation here from HOWL. They're going to be punished for that as well. Northern Lights, so we know they came here as 3 early. They're looking to scrap this out now.
Exactly. As I was saying before, this Valley, I mean, you can play it, sure, but you got to play it very, very late or maintain full control. As soon as teams get in here, it becomes very difficult, and that's why you've seen Batulans go full speed forward. That nade, though, unfortunately, not finding his way in. Molly does, though, on the receiving end of things, goes forward. Now he's getting tacked up by his own Molly. Batulans, you got to watch out here. Can't play with fire for too long. Down to low HP, but able to stay alive.
And actually, Kepler going to get the med off inside here. No way he sticks this res. He's actually sticking it. Batulans is under pressure now.
Who just tagged Batulans? Is that Futbolist can't see that? Oh wait, they know they do have an angle. They do have an angle. Never mind. But now they come back 2 players. It's just 1 bullet per player. Though Spiro's vehicle explosion takes out one. Ketpa under fire as well. Spiro doing everything he can to make sure that his in-game leader stays safe. And Gluttony in the end is going to be the one to find him. Now in the meantime, back to Road to Glory we go. They've already found teams. They've taken down Clip as well. Road to Glory catching Liquid in their split and punishing them for not sitting together.
Actually, Liquid now trying to make use of some of the space that they do have here. Only down to 2, but not much pressure over here on the west side of the circle. As you see, Vard actually just looking to reposition once again. I mean, look for them to just try and find a third-party opportunity, put some points up here. Ooh! Correctly going to eat that one. Yeah, difficult to confirm that one, and actually pressure coming through from elsewhere. And things now looking to get really, really scrappy, especially down to this southwest side.
Yep, there's so many teams down. Everyone going, oh, but it's going to shift away from water soon, right? Anyway, right? Sure, but you're still going to have 20 teams around you, which is probably going to mean you're going to go out early. And Fortunately, for Heroic down to 3, he have to make the push on forward on foot. Beamy trying to see what he can find with the bolt in hand. He heard the arm further forward, and I mean, if there's a direction you don't want to be going, that's straight into the arm.
And Vard still active here. Like I said, he's so mobile right now. He's just finding these opportunities to still do damage, still find a kill point here or there. Even as the duo, Mexi still off to the west as well.
Beamy does end up going down to blue. Of course, a lot of damage coming through from Road to Glory before that ended up happening. Now Page trying to full speed send it across here. Correction still hasn't really made landfall inside the circle. And Page is just full on dipped and said, you know what, I'm sorry, buddy, but you are on your own. Let's see if he's going to be able to stay alive here, or if Mexi, one of 2 last liquid players, will be able to find it.
Got himself in now. You can see actually Vard immediately looking back towards the north here. Again, they deal with this. I mean, potential here, I guess, for Sakura Zensen to wrap around to the north side. Again, identify that they do have some space to work with. Looks as if at least half of them will do that. As elsewhere back in the valley, NAVI actually, well, Quizzy gonna concede a knock here. Just outside, but some of these fights have to conclude themselves ahead of the circle shrink.
An issue is for Thunder, right? Because so many teams have been allowed to get close to this valley, they can't do anything to push now. Even though they got the knock and they probably wanted to deal with them and get within nade distance, they simply can't make that run on up because they know they're going to be visible to so many different teams. So even though damage was done, NAVI does get back up to 3 alive. Page, in the meantime, I see in the picture down there, in trouble as Sakura Zensen has made for a wide split in trying to take full control. He found Mexi early, Vard is on his own, but Page clearly in trouble as a solo player.
Indeed. I mean, Mexi will get confirmed as well. Like I said, that was Nixie over on that north side wrap. And elsewhere, actually, loads of damage coming through onto Page here. Last man standing for Heroic. Can he find anything? He actually going to post one in. It's going to do damage. Yes, ticking away on Vard.
Goes into the guard, jumps out on the other side. Page, though, ready and waiting. Still far from placement, boys. And Nixie says, you know what, buddy? I'll take that one. Thank you so much. So the northern side of the circle is all but cleared out. Quizzy, attacks coming through, but no more knocks for him. They've been taking damage all the way through. Aldia now out of the car. Lou, so much damage coming in and finds the double.
Both of NAVI will fall out in 13th place for them. Northern Lights still maintaining as 3, Toby. That's the crazy thing.
Yep.
Oh, can he get, you know...
They've kind of lived through this. In the meantime now, Fex, it was close, but EB denies it.
We'll find that one flexing out a little bit from the shooting range here. Again, actually, FaZe don't have an awful lot of options, and none of them are good at this point. You see here down just on the edge here, Entropiq over to the north side. SKADE now actually moving into the terrain just outside, and ENCE actually still a throw over to the south.
I gotta say, I mean, while they're struggling tournament-wise in the bottom of the leaderboard, this game I've seen Road to Glory names in the kill feed pretty much all game long. They're doing everything they can to stay alive on that side of the circle. Dead now finding double aggressive as well. They're doing everything they can despite being just 2 players up. They're fending off as best as possible. 7 kills already. Instinct gets the nade on Salty as well.
Actually, yeah, this is actually Sakura Zensen wrapping all the way from the north side down to the west now. Tech is going to respond onto Dead here, so just Instinct left here for Road to Glory. But look at that, he responds with a double nade. Oh
my lord, Instinct, if there's a time for pulling off a 1v2, now would be it. Spots Nixie mid-jump, can't quite connect the shot, though an issue is, as we're seeing here, as soon as he starts running forward, Team Rage on the opposite hillside prevents him from doing anything. Do you commit to the rest here, though? It's gonna be dangerous. No, I think that's not gonna be possible. Nope, not gonna happen. Team Rage finds him from across. You can see Platoons as well with an angle. There's just no way the Road to Glory gets out of here alive.
No.
Nope, that's them out. 12th place for them again. I mean,
went down swinging. He went down
for sure.
swinging.
Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt. But they got way more kills than I would have expected them to be able to. And I guess that's what I both love about PUBG, but it also oftentimes is frustrating, is that you can make so many right decisions over the course of a game, but one bad one, and that's game over, right? And I feel like Road to Glory did everything they could to fend off there, but I mean, we just reach a point where there's nothing else you can do because of the decisions that have been made there.
Like I said, this is Sakura Zensen going over and above really in terms of that wrap to make sure that they're looking to clear the west side as well. So can't really take anything away from there. FaZe actually, well, Diggory and Gustav still alive and kicking here, looking to try and pressure their way in. Diggory trying to find his way into nade range. Gustav goes down though. And that's you both get found, yep.
So unfortunate. The second he starts sprinting forward, the person who was essentially tasked to defend him from above goes down right after, leaving him out in the open.
Like I said, they had so few options and none of them were good options, so...
Yeah. Not a whole lot to do on that one. Nailcup tries to hit, doesn't connect. Lou, in the meantime, continuing with the SKS in hand, finds one. Takas goes down as well, but now Himan has a response to this one. Unfortunately, it's not really the team that his teammates are fighting right now. Nailcup, the one to go down, and there's Spiro. Shot on the back, out on the edge of blue. Out goes Sakura Zensen.
Now, now that we're thinning out the lobby a little bit, Northern Lights still as 3, by the way. Lost one so early on. But they've remained active. Batunu's got himself a Groza from somewhere. 8 kills on the board from them as well. Great conversion of almost, I don't want to say a write-off round, but they almost went into, you know, kind of salvage mode very early on. Batunu's actually going to open up here. We'll find a knock onto Mithralius.
And he needs to find more because you can see on the minimap in the bottom right corner, Spiro and Lou are very much occupied elsewhere. So all he can do here
he dips back
try
out
and fend off and force them away. Exactly, gets the flush onto Mitraillez as well. Lou finds Laron as well. 10 kills for Northern Lights already. And that's as you were saying, I mean, without perfecting, because he went down first rotation when Entropiq took him out. So it's been a very, very solid performance from NLT in a position where 9 out of 10 times the team that plays that valley early do not come out alive.
Well, yeah, they have no compound cover. It's a shack, and then they're playing open terrain. Yep. Other than that, they have the vehicles. That's about it. Spyro now with a great complementary angle here to find some more damage uphill. But look at the third party comes in. Look at that damage from Futbolist.
Oh, the nade coming under the car, almost taking Spiro up, but able to stay alive at least for now. Odin jumping for info from the backside of that crate. Petulins, nade lob forward, plenty of damage done. Spot Schofield second time around takes him down as well. Mert forced to prone down, simply can't stay on his feet to fend off here. Not sure if Schofield was hit by that molly. Yes, indeed he was. So Res probably not going to be coming in. Patulin still only a rock for cover. Tries to go for the first aid. Should be able to get it off because I didn't see any lethal utility on the side of Team Rage. Nah, simply too little, too late. Mert finds him. Headshot connected. 11 kills for Northern Lights. And again, I mean, in a position that could be a salvage game from a pretty early stage. The fact that they've come out 11 kills, potentially 12 now is pretty damn insane.
I mean, the problem being, Spyro actually falls there. If he still had that complementary angle, he can help Batulins there with the push downhill. But I think elsewhere, it's Futbolist dialing up the pressure, I think. We'll see now, actually. Yeah, this reposition. I was gonna say, as long as they don't get punished for this, actually, Apocalypse, if he can regroup, it's actually a pretty strong position considering what this is gonna look like once this circle closes, Toby.
Right now, it's ENCE, the only team yet to make their way inside the next circle, realizing now as well that, okay, I was just gonna say, they need headshots if they want to make it there. Squeaky doing exactly that. Mert falls down, and they know that's their time to make the run forward.
And Nookie looking to get within nade range here. Actually, on the backside, Entropiq also looking to punish. Well, he's capitalized, I should say, on this third-party opportunity. And the nade's going to be a little short, though. Entropiq, actually, look at that from the backside. Squeaky actually going to get knocked.
When it's holding off, I mean, this is duos galore right now. The entire east side, 4 sets of duos, that being a trio now for REGNUM, as they do manage to get the knock player back on his feet. But everyone is playing, kind of fending off one another. And I guess it's great for Reg that as long as ENCE and Entropiq to some extent fend off one another, they can stay all right. The issue is they aren't right now, and that's allowing for Nuki to get those nades in and get them real close. One fell down just before. And now Nuki with a push on over Ivers to find the first, Nuki to find the second, working together to take down the team in the dip.
And REGNUM were the only ones that were 3 up. They were the strongest team in terms of numbers here, so actually makes it really interesting here. I mean, Lou has so much space, there shouldn't be anybody actually comfortably in a position to pressure him unless Lazo and Mert opt to wrap all the way down the west side, but I just don't think they have the information to act upon.
I love the way that HOWL used the time here to wrap up behind
Nuki.
I mean, seeing and realizing that they were essentially forced to make the play down the hillside, now taking the hilltop that they had control of just before. I like their proactiveness and again, I mean, just not allowing for anyone to take control when you have an opportunity to. In the meantime, though, there is one more contender to be the king of the hill. Mert up here looking for info. Did he spot Ruin?
I don't think so, no. I think we're a little bit deceived by the X-ray there. It looked like he was wide out in the open.
Yep.
But this is important, though. I mean, the stars almost aligned for Lou here, at least to see another circle. Entropiq drifting back towards at least the north, so the eastern edge of this. Nuki, I mean, he's in a tough spot, whether or not he's going to be able to have a say in either of these teams' position. But Laza and Mert drifting back towards the south side. I mean, they're prioritizing high ground, rightfully so. If Lou gets another favorable shift here, I mean, he could potentially outlive 2, maybe even 3 of these remaining teams.
Everyone's hoping to be the third party engager.
Exactly,
in this case.
exactly.
The fifth party engager once help breaks loose. Nuki going, guys, could you please just go to the west side of the circle and fight over there, and then I can backfill and just kill all of you? That'd be perfect. But I mean, obviously, Entropiq having heard Nuki take part in the cleansing of REGNUM down there earlier, they know that there's at least one ENCE player lurking around. And now Matt spots Nuki, falls back down to cover. 51 HP. You can see Lucarooks instantly runs back to check if he's coming their way.
I was going to say, immediately Entropiq are on red alert here. They want to make sure that if Nuki gets forced back this direction, they're in a position to greet him. Yep.
Oh, Nuki, if you just knew there's a player on the other side, but it doesn't matter.
Good
He was
cleanup.
actually looking in the right direction. The Matt, though, taking that kill away from what probably would have been a pretty guaranteed kill for Entropiq. 4 teams left alive. Duos on 3 of them. And Lou playing on his own.
And here's the problem here. HOWL actually drifting back towards the south. And whilst those shots were going off, Laza and Mert actually closed the distance here. Mert actually going to find the knock. Should open things up here. Find themselves in a 2v1 against the Mad.
I mean, Rage is essentially backfilling on HOWL the same exact way that HOWL just backfilled an ENCE before. 5 bullets in the chamber, Mert. Do you need to reload? Oh, maybe you should have. Fortunate that the smoke is there. Grants him the cover that he needs to get the reload in. That flash is going to keep Matt blind for at least the next 5-6 seconds. And you can see Entropiq hearing the fight on the hilltop. They want a third party, but is Team Rage ready for it? And also, honestly, I mean, the Matt staying alive for much longer than what he should be able to. It's actually going to be Lucarooks to find the kill. Unfortunately for Team Rage, they use that info to get off of it, but it's also allowed for Lou to leave the shack.
Absolutely. I mean, HOWL actually surviving long enough there to create an opportunity for Entropiq to wrap, and actually Lou's doing the same thing. He's come out, he's all the way out in the open here.
Tries to prone down, unfortunately. Rage already had the info, but again, I mean, this is 3 teams at the exact same time making the right decision.
Yeah, absolutely.
Issue is that the right decision
not
from
this one.
Rage led them to get the angle onto it, and what a vault up on that rock side. Laza, not expecting it at all. Lucarooks finding kills once more, and we might just be looking, and yet another win for Entropiq.
Yeah, Mert has a downhill angle now, but again, if he gets spotted, it's a similar situation to how Lou felt. They can spread out here in Entropiq if they want to, but I think they're going to stack up and just make sure they can play a trade.
And this is RIP info. As soon as Laza falls up there, no more audible cues, at least not for a while. Fortunately, as you can see there, Mert just exactly out of visible, like the angle, even from the rock there, not allowing for them to spot him. But I feel like this, Mert could pull it off, not gonna lie, but the way that Entropiq's been playing this tournament so far, even if it does get the knock, there should be an instant trade coming in. The way they're approaching this right now is exactly how you want to go about it when you're 2v1.
Yeah, I don't think Mert's gonna get the free opener here, but we might find it, Toby.
Oh, he saw that. He knows exactly where they're coming in from, too.
This could be deadly.
Spots one, takes him down, gets the second, doesn't get it. Lucarooks is there, but there were enough bullets on the side of Mert to potentially get it. Valid effort, but Entropiq weren't going to let him have it.
Absolutely, and well played. I mean, Entropiq, one of the teams to ultimately ride the wave of all that pressure over on the east side. They're in a good position, I guess, on the north side of the road there to make sure that they're not necessarily, you know, in the fray. They're not really involved too much in these close quarter engagements. They definitely had nobody contesting that spot towards the end of Circle 4, at least. But again, execute the end game very, very well. All teams. We were talking about actually the timing on some of these pushes, the timing on some of these wraps. Everybody playing that textbook, to be honest with you.
Absolutely phenomenal end game. And to think that it's Entropiq that comes out on top, the team that from phase 2 were forced to sit 2 split in shacks. They had nothing to play around, and yet they come out victorious. What an absolutely amazing game. Let's hop on over to the desk and see what they have to say about that.
That's right. Yeah, another big performance from Entropiq. And thank you to the Facial Hair Brothers for that commentary as we continue things on here for the day. We've got ourselves Avenger and Froz joining me back. And guys, we've got to address the Entropiq in the room because they are now probably, what, something like 50 points ahead for us. They are dink-donk-deading this lobby at the moment.
I mean, it looks like nobody's going to be able to stop them, right? And also one thing to take in mind here when it comes to this game is they were the last team to rotate into the first circle, actually. So once again, they had a hard task in front of them with the circle just creeping away from them. Coming in from the east side, they just still managed to break their way in, but also slowly but steadily move it as the circle was moving. And this is something we don't see too much from them. Normally they would do, like I talked about earlier, how they just send it to the center and just hold that down. But this time they were working step by step and just taking out people as they were going in, and it looks great. Them being able to play it in with different playstyles just means that they can adapt to different situations, and this is why we see them towards the top right now.
Martin, your thoughts?
Yeah, so a game like this where you have the circle go this far north, you will have a lot of pressure from the south side, and it's actually it's kind of entertaining to see how the teams, they acknowledge that. You saw Team Liquid go early on the northern side, but that south shift then happened in phase 5, right? And it shifted super hard south, and only a sliver of the compound that Futbolist had was in, so they had to move as well as Windy. So all the teams that was actually kind of fighting to be on the edge and be ready for those northern side shifts and ready to be on the other side or the lesser populated side. That was a dominating shot there by Medibay. A back-to-back, absolutely insane 8x bolt action. Love to see that, but that's actually, that southern circle opened up a lot of really interesting fights where all the teams were like, okay, we actually shouldn't be fighting as much here because we might be able to win this. And this is why we saw so many teams ending up being only 1 or 2 players alive in the very end. Like we saw Entropiq obviously lost 2. We saw Team Rage. We saw so many teams towards the very end here. NLT as well also going down to just being 1 or 2 players because they lost their players on the northern side or in the valley side, right? So really interesting dynamics of this game because of this really far one hard south shift where all the other teams actually expected it to be really close to the Futbolist compound.
And I mean, talking about NLT though, there's one thing to take a look at how they were playing out in the late game. They already lost Perfectix. They were in the center of the zone towards the mid game, but then towards the end game there, when they had the western part of the circle they were playing at, they basically had to do a 1-1-1 split to hold off the other team. So Spyro was on the north side, fighting on Futbolist by himself, a full team. And then you had Batulins on the south side, fighting Team Rage by himself as well. While Lou was in the center and trying to back up both of them. And this is something they do so great, right? They're able to make sure that they prioritize which fight do we need to focus on right now and take care of the imminent threat first and then keep on moving to the next one.
I mean, if it wasn't for NLT putting the boot in against Team Rage, maybe Team Rage would have had more against Entropiq towards the end, but it is not the case. Entropiq manages to get themselves the victory here for game number 2. And as previously said here, Martin, this is going to give them even more of a boost against a lot of these teams. We are 12 games in, and they have created such a cushion. You could jump off a 10-story building onto them cushions and still be fine. That's how big those cushions are. Yeah,
it's massive cushions. But what is really interesting, right, is that we're talking about, are they going to be able to hold on to this lead or even further it? But after this game, after the previous game, like they have been able to, first of all, sustain the lead, but also expand it a little bit. And because the teams that are trying to chase them, they're not having all these great games. They're having some good games. Entropiq just have so many good games that they're so far ahead because all the other teams are taking turns on winning the games or have, you know, like 8 bad games and 2 good games or 6 okay games and 4 mediocre games. So they're not getting all these like really good games that Entropiq are. They have 4 or 5 really good games where they're getting way above the average than all the other teams, and then they're winning games as well. So good to see from Entropiq also getting their second chicken dinner as the 3rd team here. Obviously good stuff. And I'm a little bit worried that if they continue this, that we might have to declare the winner already on day number 5 instead of day number 6.
we're getting close to that here, Froz. Obviously, you know, I think a lot of us looked at Nailup as the guy for the past 2 days who's really stood up, but then yesterday we had Ivers have a big step up, and now Lucarux alongside I mean, everybody on this team right now on Entropiq is looking really pristine.
And this is why I think Entropiq is one of the top teams in the region right now, because it doesn't matter who it is. All of them are going to be able to pop off when it's going to matter. And if you look at how dominant they've been, like before we came into today's games, they're averaging 10 kills per game on Erangel itself. Like that is just insane. And they're one of the top teams on Miramar as well. Like who's going to stop them now?
Yeah, it's going to take, well, I think for all intents and purposes, our back-to-back champions in NLT to try and charge up the ranks if a team is going to try and stop them. But of course, there's a lot of other invited teams up at the top there trying to vie, but the closing of that cushion is going to be difficult. All right, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have got ourselves another Erangel on the way, and then we've got more here at PCS6.
Hello, I am T-Bone and I play for Heroic.
I'm Bimi. My journey for the professional esports scene started probably back in 2017, where I joined the all-Danish roster where we competed against the top teams in Europe, and after that I got picked up by Heroic. These boot camps and events we're doing for the team matters a lot. Just the morale of the team seems like also to like get refreshed every time like we see each other, and it just gives a new perspective to the game that we're not just sitting at home playing, but we're actually a team and we're sticking together. And I would say that our performance is way better when we are seeing each other while we're playing or like just in the meeting before that.
I feel like we actually perform a little bit better as a team. It's more connected. You can look at each other's facial expressions and see the frustration, see joy, everything like that. You live through each other basically when you play.
Day in the life on the bootcamp here in the Heroic office would probably be that we usually wake up around 9 or 10 a.m. and after that people just have their breakfast and chill a bit after that.
I'd say my favourite part of the bootcamp has been the Master Chef.
We usually have the evening either booked out for content or for sightseeing or just doing some things together as a team. And then usually we have dinner, and then after that we have scrims.
We have travelled internationally as a team. Obviously we went to PGC last year. I'd say the only difference, I would say from event to boot camp would be a boot camp's probably a little bit more chill. You have more time to relax and talk over things and do more fun stuff, I would say.
At least for me, like the main difference between bootcamp and training at home is that at bootcamp I can really focus on the training aspect and actually improve with the team. Every time we play on a LAN or something, it greatly affects our gameplay in a good way, and we just do a lot better when we're actually sitting next to each other.
For me personally, I think winning PCS6 is obviously a great achievement for us as a team. It would really help towards getting PGC points, obviously towards PGC at the end of the year will be our main focus as a team, and it's just a pleasure to play on the global stage, so that's definitely our goal.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One more Erangel, then we move over to the desert to find out how all of these teams are going to shape up and get themselves some points on the board. And Avenger, Froz, as we cast our gaze to the overall standings right now, we've already talked about Entropiq. They're looking amazing, Avenger. Shall we talk about something else other than the fact that they're absolutely blasting this tournament, or do you want to continue about that?
Yeah, let's just point out that they are 48 points ahead of number 2 right now, which is NLT, and I want to talk a little bit about how close our 2nd to 8th place is. It's 19 points from 2nd to 8th, and even down to NAVI as well. It's so close. 21 points from 2nd to 9th. But it just comes down to Entropiq is swallowing so many and sponging up so many of the points available in the very top, which makes it so even, right? And there's a huge difference in prize pool from 2nd and down to 6th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and a huge difference in PGC points. So if this continues to happen and Entropiq with their confidence that they're able to build, then it's gonna be really, really interesting to see like how the teams kind of evolve and how important it is to deny points in the future, because those few extra points here and there could literally mean multiple placements.
Well, also, so far, Froz, we have watched PCS after PCS after PCS into GLU, etc., and nobody has really been able to challenge Northern Lights, this roster, to be able to take that top spot. Is this the greatest challenge that they have faced so far in this region?
So far, yes. I mean, if you look at how it's been turning out, like they had a very slow start in the first 2 days, but now they're coming to life. I think it's because they needed information. They needed some information to work with. When it comes to Batulians, he's a mastermind when it comes to breaking down the teams and how they like to play the games. In this lob itself, there's a lot of new teams that he didn't know. He didn't really have all that information to break down and to work with. Now he's had 2 days of information to grab on to try to work out, okay, what is happening? Why are these teams doing this and that? And he's now starting to realize, okay, bit by bit, he's putting those pieces together now, and you can see what's happening when he does that.
I think it's great as well, though, as you say, Avenger, the fact that we have big names like FAZE, ENCE, TL, BBL, all here trying to challenge for those top spots. Final thoughts before we go into our next Erangel, Martin?
Yeah, it's obviously Entropiq being able to hold on to this lead. If this happens, they will have more than they'll have 200 points more than they had last year just from this tournament alone, right? Because it's 450 points if they win this tournament here, and it was the cutoff point was 275 points to go to PGC. So if they're able to close out this tournament, they might have guaranteed themselves a PGC spot, which is obviously their ultimate goal.
Yeah, that will be huge for them. And as we continue on here, I think that really the big question mark is over my head right now in terms of, will NLT be able to solve this Entropiq problem here? We are only 2 days in out of the 6. Now halfway through the 3rd day, but that is challenging the status quo here in Europe and NLT's reign of dominance. Entropiq looking great.
Entropiq looking great indeed as we once again head over to Erangel for the final time here today. I'm totally joined by HOWL. And HOWL, I want to go off of what James finished off by saying there, because yes, Entropiq are looking world tier super class, like on a level completely of their own right now. But because that's the way the ladder is made. That's like the top ladder you get to.
Okay.
But can they do that for another 3 days? Because I've seen Entropiq play amazing, but I've also seen Entropiq not be able to find that groove, and there's still a lot of games left to be played.
So they would have to fumble tremendously, right? And the key thing here is that, I mean, you look at some of the teams trailing, and the question you got to ask is, are some of these teams that can outperform the next 3 days by 50 points? Yeah, and I think immediately the question is, the potential is there. I mean, straight away you've got to throw Liquid FaZe and Northern Lights into that hat. You probably throw ENCE in as well. It just matters how this day ends. I think at the halfway point, that's when you really need to come away, look at the leaderboard, and say, actually, what is the task ahead of us here?
Exactly. That's also kind of I suppose the saving grace I wanted to go back to, that even if they do crumble, has the amount of has the buffer they've been able to set up now, is that going to be enough? Because it will require not just a bad game. We're talking
for sure.
Like 1.5 bad day for anyone to catch up to them at this
mean,
point.
And the other thing is, Martin put it so eloquently. I mean, if they continue to swallow up so many points in some of these lobbies, then, that 50-point deficit that some of these teams have to chase, it becomes increasingly difficult, right? Because we're not just talking about one game that can swing it. It's potentially 2 or 3.
Would you say that for other teams that would become a hard pill to swallow?
That's a question Martin will have to answer.
Gotcha. Well, this one is, again, I mean, incredibly kind playing paths today, and surprisingly enough, I feel like we've had a period now where if the playing paths are really kind, they're usually followed by brutal first circles, but this is like back-to-back kindness from PUBG, just going, you know what, we'll give you a playing path where everyone can go where they want, and you know what, we'll also give you a circle where it's pretty straightforward. I mean, not too much to worry about. Everyone gets the space they need. But again, similar to game 1 here, where we were further west on game 1, but still, we have a lot of teams on that west side that has to traverse in either north or south or through. Not going to say anyone will, but or through Pachinki. How are they going to do things? Because last time we saw this, there was a lot of cluster before the teams even got east.
There was, yeah. I mean, the problem being this is a little more precarious in terms of where this Circle 1 edge lies. So some of those first kind of, scouting spots, the information points that some of these teams are going to prioritize, it's shifted slightly.
Exactly. Well, now let's take another look at one of the teams participating here. REGNUM, CARYA, Esports. I think when you see this roster, the first player that jumps to mind is Apocalypse right here, of course, a former player for Blaze. And a player who I feel like has established himself really well in this scene. And as I say that, REGNUM in trouble.
Wow.
They tried to, again, caught in the middle of a loop path, FAZE stretching out. This is unfortunate because we're trying to kind of get the hype going on behalf of REGNUM, but that's REGNUM doing a split they've done in the past, but this time around FAZE was there.
I mean, almost poetic in timing there to
it really was.
Especially for AC to follow up with the vehicle as well.
So unfortunate.
It's tough.
Now, had they gotten that kill, that would have just put even more emphasis on how amazing that
segment. That segment could have gone one or two ways, Toby.
There really were only those two options. That's true. Unfortunately, though, it didn't go the way that REGNUM would have probably wanted it to. And I feel like that's also kind of showing in their overall results so far throughout the tournament. They just haven't been able to get the ball rolling. Sometimes you can go, but it's been tough circles. But for 13 games, that is not going to be the case throughout. It's them having to, I think, after today's game, when we're going to be halfway through here, it's going to be them having to go back and look at what are the other teams doing and what can we do to improve. And I think a starting thing is play more together. Now they get caught here trying to split out. I know it's still early game and looting, but play more together. Because I mean, if you don't have,
the problem being it comes back to that age-old, right? What's the percentage probability increase by just keeping 4 alive, right? And this here, especially for this circle, with them having such good access, you got to say this one, you got to play it a little more diligently. You can't be taking risks like that when you're this far down as well.
Also, oh, look at that. MK for Clip. Don't mind if I do.
Clip definitely doesn't leave it.
No, exactly.
What was it in game 1, was it?
Squeaky left it. I mean, to be honest, we did see Rustenmar 2 minutes later with an MK in hand, so it's not like it was just abandoned. Also, again, I mean, learning from experience, Clip scouting uphill here, crucial, because they're not even going up the hill to check this time, because they go, wait, last time we did this, there was an entire NAVI team sitting there waiting for us. Let's play it smart this time around. Let's play off of what has happened in the previous games and not go for that early push, because as we were saying during that game as well, NAVI wouldn't usually be up there. They would be sitting down where they are right now, and understandably they sit there because they pretty much just won a game from that position, but they didn't end up winning, but it was close too. So, but really nice that Liquid takes the extra time to scout it this time around.
Well, this is the thing, right? NAVI have almost kind of planted the seeds and a little bit of conditioning there to force Liquid to at least adapt their early game plan, particularly on these, call them central circles. I mean, this is a similar circle in terms of how vanilla it is, how accessible it is. So actually, it's good to see Liquid make the adaptation, but also NAVI, I mean, now they're going to feel a little bit less pressure towards their position now. I mean, they're almost going to be able to read that Liquid are going to play into this. So it's almost kind of like that unconfirmed information that is paramount, right? In terms of the choreographed rotations, and obviously these teams have played together so many times before. Just forcing another team to switch things up a little bit does provide some comfort. You can divert your attention elsewhere.
Let alone the fact that they pushed 3 people up and made the run over that hillside with guns in hand tells me that they were expecting to find somebody up there. Either a player sitting around the corner, either a player like up close, or a team about to leave. They were expecting teams to be there. Now that they aren't, obviously they can start spreading out and taking more control.
Here's Futbolist, as I said, we're curious to know what the end goal is at least, but looks like they might still wrap down to, I mean, we talked about actually coming all the way down to the southeast side of Circle 2, I believe, in game 1. So they're just looking to completely mitigate that early game risk altogether.
Exactly, and this time around they're doing the exact same. I think yesterday we were casting. Joro said when we had an Eastern Circle as well, I wouldn't be surprised to see Futbolist rotate all the way to Lipovka, and I was like, well, that's a bit of a stretch, and that's exactly what they ended up doing. So wouldn't be surprised to see if they go all the way to Lipovka to try and wrap out far east. I mean, come in from the quiet side of the circle. That way, you know, you'll have the space to maneuver. And I mean, honestly, if you know what your weaknesses are, you can play to your strengths, right? If you know we're not as good up close as some of these other teams are. So if we can find a spot from where we can sit quiet for a little while longer, well, I mean, then that's how we're going to be playing it. And it's been working for them so far.
I mean, hopefully, actually, I mean, this time around, they haven't got ENCE to kind of navigate their way through. I should say, actually, Tiksu is still over here. You can see him just in the distance there, but I don't think he's going to be asserting any sort of dominance here with how split he is. I mean, they should also expect to say it was ENCE last time that pressured from heaven, right? It was at least two members of ENCE to stay a little bit later to make sure that they're at least noted, right? Fourth Futbolist a little deeper.
If you keep backfilling on Tiksu, you gotta expect you to be running into a team at some point. I mean, he's not just driving until he doesn't feel like doing it anymore.
It's another kind of early game conditioning factor, right? If eventually ENCE could spring a trap. If this is so kind of telegraphed in terms of the pathing here for Futbolist, I mean, this time around there's a little more pressure, at least a little more emphasis put on forcing Futbolist out, and obviously the circle difference is something else to consider.
Yeah. I mean, this is very much a rinse-repeat kind of situation for football. It's nice that they get to stop behind the car there, behind the building there and swap out. We saw that the US had a tire pop, no reason to risk anything. You can just go two in the other vehicle. And that's why you bring more cars, because in case someone gets a tire popped, well, there you go. Pick up a teammate and you're all good.
This is I mean, they still have a similar sort of space as well, Futbolist. They have prison and shelter. Entropiq positioned a little bit further to the south. I mean, Cube and Evas actually over to the west side of the lumberyard, but there is space to be found here, so keep my eye on exactly where they're headed. SKADE actually running the gauntlet right now, actually down towards new compound. Settle for tempo dip. It's decent here at least.
Early position to take. I was just, oh my lord, the timing. Timing. I was just gonna say, I'm a little disappointed we haven't seen more Entropiq kills so far this game, and here they are, out active playing. Unfortunately, not quite going the way that QBE would have wanted it to, and their teammates are nowhere near for the rescue. Nailcom, he ain't gonna waste his precious bullets on this. You might as well just get into the car, because they have a rotation to make themselves circles, shifting southeast, or southwest, sorry, make that NAVI, reaping the rewards of not having gone up to potato this time around.
They absolutely are. They're gonna be gifted once again to a certain extent, and at this point don't expect too many teams to make a mad dash towards their position. But as I say that, actually REGNUM almost on the warpath there as 3 to at least contest the edge of Fury Road. The Melman and Leah will peel back a little bit. They're happy to concede some space at least.
Sakura Zensen here trying to hold off, I think, Thunder. I mean, there must have been a spider sense somewhere informing them that they should just be blindly crashing into that compound, and smart that they opt not to, even though there were only 2 people in the compound. Heman is nearby and Thunder up to take the shorelines down below. Melman now spots 1, spots 2, spots 3. Oh my lord, Melman fights him mid-air T-bone. That's a table flipper right there. Nothing you can do as T-bone in that situation. Caught mid-air on a bike. Rest in peace, my friend.
Heroic are gonna hit James though. It's actually smashed to find the knock here. Oh, James was just split a little bit here away. It's actually Corexi that's gonna find the kill point for it. Beamy tagged up. He's got to stick this first aid on the outside, but Liquid sent 1 forward. It was only James. The rest of Liquid are over towards the, I guess, the west side of Snake here.
Yeah, James tried to go down, see if he could find some cover or a compound for the team to go to early on. Unfortunately,
I mean, it's like the insurance policy, right? Send one in deep and make sure that he has something to hold on to. But Heroic, when they feel that pressure, they then turn, I guess, hit the panic button, right? They turn into desperation mode and try and just dive something.
Exactly, because I don't think Heroic was planning on going that deep themselves to begin with, but because they got surprised by Melman the way that they did, they felt forced to continue. It's also just such a hard place to come in from, like when you're wrapping in from the north in that circle. You're coming down south, and like when you make that move down on, oh no, I'm seeing a nade and go stuff.
Yep, that one's
3.
Oh, and Ace has got 1 too.
2. 1.
But a little far off actually. They prioritized the smoke instead of the close side of the dip.
The car is gonna explode. Odin finds the first one. Gustav forced to make a retreat here. The teammates aren't there. Keep that in mind. The issue is now on the other side of this. Howl is shooting at Futbolist, so they can't really get it. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I saw a lot of different ways that could have ended. I did not see FAZE being the ones to lose players off of that.
I mean, they have to kind of stack the nades there, assuming that obviously Futbolists are going to be prone in that dip. They have to make sure that they're stacking that damage initially. But yeah, just prioritizing the smoke overwards. I mean, actually, heads up play if Futbolists want to kind of create a little diversion there with the smoke, but FaZe get punished for it.
Yesterday we had Martin talking about Uno reverse cards. I guess that's one of those. You think you're coming up with a good plan, all of a sudden that gets smacked out on the table, and Futbolist had a response to 2 nades that, I mean, again, had they been thrown just a little off to the right, that would have been instant 3 kills and a team eliminated, but by not making the nades perfectly, then they get punished.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately they're still going to have, especially with that circle posting as well, FaZe still an opportunity to at least have a say here, making it through the mid-game safely. Worry if FEX is going to stay a little later here, because you can see ENCE now looking to pressure from the south side. But the main cluster of teams going to be outside of the west, and that's a lot of players that have to find their way in here, Toby.
Yep, FEX getting pulled up on. Khan not in the position to get out fast enough. He's going to be forced to jump on out from here. Those manage to find Rustenmar. We'll try and see if he can lob a nade on out. Should be able to do that as well. That's going to, I would assume, at least get the wipe down on Rustenmar. No, as a matter of fact, it does. And Molly comes through. FEX avoids it and actually finds Squeaky with the second nade.
There's no way. He's going to underhand another
How
one.
How is he still alive here?
Wait, spot him. What is
Liquid
going on?
in the meantime, butchered in seconds. Rustenmar does end up falling to the last one. Now knowing a Gustav maybe comes around, and somehow, FEX buys himself enough time to stay alive through all of that. Now hopping straight on over SKADE. Team Rage up against one another. Nowic trying to stay put. Will be able to get the heals on up, but SKADE down to 2 already. They're in trouble.
I'm going to try and follow up on this here. Actually, Jempty kind of forced his way into the prio.
So many fights popping off at the same time. Of course, that circle shift forcing all the teams on the west that were starting to bundle up to make those eastern rotations. And we knew all hells was kind of break loose.
He's gonna drop.
Oh, I like this play. And there's no way, because of the smoke audio, there's no way that he hears this.
They've got no molly though. They just have to. He's gonna flash in here.
Perfect. He's gonna be blind fucking well, but they're both blind. Oh no! Gets the first one. Jempty, where's the commit? Where's the rest? Where's the second player coming through? You can't waste that much time. Oh, I love the fact that they get the kill, but there are so many ways they could have done this where one doesn't get taken down.
Just mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
There's gonna be one to survive there, but I mean, just coming back to previously, that play from FaZe, I mean, from FEX in particular, his positioning, the card wasn't a get out of jail free card. And to make the right decision, they crash up, it's a solo here, but FEX buys enough time for the rest of FaZe to come through. That is a massive play. And he does so much damage. He slows down that crash so much.
That's the downside of those buildings, is when you approach them from the side where you literally only have one door to get through, it becomes pretty difficult if the first player gets taken down instantly, and that's exactly what happened. But amazing, as you say, Harburg. I mean, absolutely amazing effort by FEX to stay alive for long enough for the cavalry to arrive.
Let's see if, I mean, I was talking about them potentially having safe passage through the mid-game now even more so, because the only threat really they have to the south is BBL. They're split 2-2. We'll have to see where this next circle's going to pull. Yeah, it's, yeah, I mean, Diggory will have an edge, but I guess once this closes, they can be the ones to kind of fan out across the south side, but we'll have to see how FaZe try and play this.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and go back up north, to be honest. I mean, if we're seeing them on the minimap now starting to take shots towards Entropiq. I mean, in REGNUM, again, it's happened off screen, and it's one of those where you can make all the nice 15 decisions that might not get you a lot. It's the 16th that you make wrong that gets you killed. REGNUM's rotations in this game so far has been so good. They wrap up from the north, they go out to the east, they take there. As soon as they see Entropiq up to go for the Wizard Tower, they come down and take farm. Now the circle shifted away, they can go straight back up north. The plays that REGNUM have made here, I mean, regardless of what happens from here and out, I like the way they've approached this this game so far.
Sure, yeah, I mean, navigating their way through it, especially after losing one, conceding one so early.
Yeah, exactly.
now actually the ones to, I mean, that wizard tower up on the side of the dirt road is actually a power spot in this particular circle. We're not Northern Lights. I can see there. Well,
every time, REGNUM, every time we try.
They got the observer curse. They got the observer curse, man. Every time we flip onto them.
We try so hard. We really want to do this, but are we getting a replay of it as well? Oh, gas. At this point,
I mean, that almost looked intentional, Toby.
It really did. What did Mur do to deserve this apocalypse? Now I have to know. What did he do to deserve that? In the meantime, let's hop down to Heroic, trying to fend off here. Only 3 players alive on the team. Beamy peeks on out, found the first one. Page finds one as well. Beamy spots Ketbon, BPL. In a matter of seconds, nice split with Correxy up above from the shack. Able to take down BBL.
We'll eventually get the res here, so REGNUM will remain as 3, but whether Northern Lights now feel as if they can pressure. I mean, NAVI actually looking to get as proactive as they were in game 1. They're out here to the north of the compound. Quizzy almost dancing with death here on the top of that rock.
Yeah, they've been playing the waiting game with Northern Lights for a while now. No one's really been wanting to engage in any of this. Of course, with REGNUM nearby as well. It's one of those, if we engage on this, REGNUM shoots us in the back, and I think that's the way both teams have been thinking throughout this so far. But we're also reaching a point now where if you're Northern Lights, you can't allow for a team like REGNUM to get a good foothold, because that's going to be even more kind of pressure for you to have to fight your way through as you sit on that edge.
Well, NAVI will look to double down on this proactive play to the north, or whether or not it's just a gatekeeper. I mean, probability-wise, Northern Lights are going to have to push into the next circle once it pops. There's very few, I guess, outcomes here where Northern Lights are still in this, and yeah, it's going to do just that.
Yeah. Tough shift for the teams up on the top. I mean, for NAVI, they could just fall back right now, but do you want to give up that hillside and allow for Northern Lights to sit up and hold you as you try to make your way on in? Or do you just sit on the ridge yourself and wait to see if Northern Lights come your way if they go back east? But if you go east here, Hypok, I mean, for Northern Lights, if they go like mid-east, where do you end up from?
Yeah, where do you end up, though? That's the other thing.
How do you get into it? Northern Lights feeling the pressure alleviating, allowing for them to make the wrap further forward. But again, I mean, for NAVI, you cannot allow for Northern Lights to get a foothold here, I feel like. Because you know right now you have a chance to take a fight, because, I mean, the lay of the land is the way that it is. No one can third-party this right now. No one is going to be coming from down below inside the circle and third-party you uphill. So if you want to take a fight against Northern Lights, now is your time.
Yeah, I think you're on the money there. NAVI almost actually peeling away from this. They are basically on gatekeeping patrol here. Yeah. You can see where Melman's positioned back towards with Quizzy. It is just an attempt to hold on to that edge. Actually, Aaliyah down on the west side. Ew, actually a big response as he tries to send a little damage. REGNUM still just hugging this edge, man. This is the same sort of thing for Northern Lights. Where do you end up if you're REGNUM now?
REGNUM realizing that, guys, if we all sit in the same car, we can't run each other over. I like that way of thinking.
This is just, yeah. I hate this spot so much. It's not comfortable.
Especially when you have the southwest in and a person like Laza with a perfect line of sight up towards you. That's not exactly making things any easier. Sakura Zensen in the meantime spotting the phase rotation. I would assume to see them stopping around here, but no, they're full committing forward, going straight into Entropiq.
Actually trading back and forth here. That's actually finally put down here. The Platoonians will find a confirm from afar. Fex still just ringing shots out here. He will find Nail up in the smoke though. Entropiq will go out in 9th place. Fex will get found from Lazar at distance. FAZE getting picked apart now. It'll just be Diggory left standing.
Yeah, you talked mutual destruction earlier, and I feel like that's exactly what we saw here as well. Unfortunately, not a whole lot for FAZE to do. Fex, I mean, he is crawling around. Diggory is on his way over towards him in a vehicle, so there might be a rest coming in. Correction in the meantime found by Taggers, and now, again, I mean, this fight had to happen eventually, and here we go. Full speed forward. Pedal to the metal for Northern Lights.
There's actually no damage comes through initially here, but NAVI's still happy to take this fight, and with Aaliyah so split on this. I mean, Northern Lights have the numbers advantage here. Batulins doubles down on that now and finds the knock onto Mailman.
Yeah, they're playing the prone kind of a waiting position, but Northern Lights has read this perfectly. They know where they're sitting. They simply just spread out, find one player at a time, never peeking away that multiple people can see you, and they're letting you the utility do the work for them. Since day one, every single interview, and believe me, we've had a ton of them, with Batulins, he's always said, success in PUBG comes down to how much utility you have, and they're showing it right here. They don't, like, they barely even have to peek the opponents. They let the nades do the work for them.
You do indeed, and earlier the one that was split from this, the last one standing now for Navi. All that proactivity towards the north, a little, let's say, limp-wristed, and naturally will be eliminated in 8th place. So, yeah, just it blows up in their faces, Toby.
It really did. I mean, coming off of a game where we see Navi literally make all the right decisions up until the very end game, in the very, literally not even very similar, the same area of the map. I'm still surprised that they didn't opt to take that fight to Northern Lights earlier. I mean, push those 10 meters outside of the circle and then just play contain on it. That nade in the building, yeah, there's no getting out of that. You're dead. But still, I mean, for Navi in that situation to not want, I know it's Northern Lights and you don't want to fight like the good teams if you can avoid it. But even for Navi, I mean, the team that has gone up against Northern Lights before and come out victorious on numerous occasions, it's surprising to me that they didn't opt to take the fight up on the hilltop rather than sitting down below.
Yeah, I mean, and actually we can bring this back to a leaderboard discussion now with FAZE actually still remaining as 2 somehow. Not entirely sure how. There are 2 teams now that can actually close the distance a little bit. Not a massive opportunity for points here, at least. Placement points is going to be the focal point of that discussion. Unless Northern Lights can find some kills, at least that can reduce the deficit a little bit. I think, what, Northern Lights and FAZE only separated by 1 point right now?
Yeah, it's incredibly close up there.
Yeah, there we go.
The top 95, 94, exactly, with
still
a bit of a buffer.
Big gap.
Yeah, big gap down to. I mean, ENCE, they're sitting 11 points down, and then of course you have the. I'm not gonna say unreachable, but currently unreachable Entropiq way up on the top of the FAZE and Northern Lights here. This is their chance to catch up, and oh my lord, that nade tossed the right on the money, finds 2. Essentially, him and solo player left alive can't do it. HOWL stands strong.
That's it. Able to double down on this control as well. The Mad now sending shots out. Look at that page and Beamy Full at exactly the same time. A little bit of help in hand from Apocalypse. Whether or not actually, I mean, Lazar is still it. Do we know where Lazar is in that prio?
He's upstairs bathroom with a dual barrel. Woohoo! Lou in the meantime, we love to hear and we love to see it in the kill feed. Finds the headshot. Diggory falls down. They should be. That's a wait. What? How? Did you see him through those leaves?
Sure, maybe.
Yeah, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good spot. And really unfortunate that Diggory stands exactly in that spot. And now, I mean, REGNUM again. They were our highlight team when we went over to the first time. They lost a player. Second time, they ran each other. No, I was just gonna say, don't go back to them. Don't look at them. If we look at them, they lose players. We can't do this. Thank you, observers. Hurry up, fly over to HOWL. And let's see how they plan on approaching this, because they're the ones coming in from the south. Do you go west to try and play the fields there, or do you say we gotta commit to crashing this building? What do you do here if you're HOWL?
I mean, with this time now, they should at least be able to formulate a plan to it. They know what they have to do. It's whether or not actually if Lazar can really be a curveball here.
Looking at FAZE as well, I mean, obviously Spiro, I assume he has a pretty good idea of where FAZE is. Something tells me anyway that he has a pretty good idea of where FAZE currently is. And I feel like even if FAZE wanted to shoot at HOWL, he's probably going to be...
No shot.
What?
No shot,
what? What?
Right then.
Okay. And HOWL, well, they made landfall. I think they'll be surprised to find out there's 2 teams in this building.
And now FAZE actually does manage to get away from that somehow. I'm not entirely sure how, but well, not for long. Batulins will clean it up.
Tried to as best as he could. Didn't get further than that. Still managing to get 5th place though. Let's see. HOWL in the meantime, well, they lost Eski, but as long as they can stay south here, I mean outside here, because there's nothing forcing them inside the building, might as well just play outside and wait for this. But I'm seeing 4 Northern Lights players live on the north side, and as soon as they start shooting down south, I mean, Northern Lights, just I don't have the exact number on this, but Northern Lights is probably, to me, the team in the world that is the best at converting 4 people alive into wins.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's ultimately for them.
fail.
No, they don't, and they have the space to do it here.
Exactly.
This situation down the compound should almost conclude itself without Northern Lights even having too much of a say on the matter.
Northern Lights, a phenomenal first 3 games here on Erangel today. 2nd place, 3rd place, and now guaranteed top 4. That's, in my book, I mean, looks like a win, but we'll see how greedy do they get, how aggressive do they get, where does this last circle go? Well, it's forcing everyone right into the hands of NLT. Issue now being, Hybuck, that they've really, literally, only have a 3 each for cover.
Yeah, but like I said, they have the benefit of time here. They're like, ultimately, HOWL have to make a move. They're the ones that are going to suffer the most, I guess, from this one going down to the start. And actually on the back of that, with Perfectix actually finding a position on the underside of the hill, and Lou being there now as well, makes it even more difficult for REGNUM to even come out after they've dealt with HOWL. By the way, Laz is still in there somewhere. He's still in there somewhere.
Chilling upstairs, I suppose. Nice shots from Tuster coming through. Unfortunately, can't hit the final one. He needs to find the nug, and somehow Batulins gets to live through that one. Vehicle, just a bullet or 2 away from exploding. More shots coming through now. Unfortunately, Batulins got to heal on up before taking the last hit there.
HOWL... I mean, for me, the window of opportunity has closed now. This becomes so awkward. Now that REGNUM can literally prioritize their hold to the south.
Yeah.
I don't foresee anyone, unless HOWL are able to navigate their way past the prio, but the sightlines should then open up for Northern Lights.
And the way that NLT has been allowed to push up this close. I mean, Lou sitting with an MK full auto in hand. It literally does not get more terrifying than this. We'll see now. Attacks coming through. I mean, right now for Spiro, obviously not going to go into that car because it's going to explode pretty much instantly. If he gets knocked here, I'm not sure if Batulin's going to have the time to commit to the rest. We got 20 seconds until this one closes in. Then they have 10 seconds of downtime before the final one starts closing forward. Lassa not going to make a move. I think Lassa's tanking Blue before he opts to run down those stairs.
Lassa's making sure he just takes somebody with him. There's no way that he makes a play out here.
And, well, I mean, HOWL's going to be the ones to have to make the first move here. So if he's fortunate, HOWL's going to see that their only option is to go into the building, and maybe Lassa can, hell, even, I mean, gets up 2 in this game.
Actually, we'll take a tick of Blue as well. That's actually problematic because he's under 50 HP now.
You have a nade still ruined. Now is the time to use it. Matt says, I'm getting out of here. Spiro says, nah, buddy, you ain't. Tuster wants to play outside as well. Do they have the utility? I mean, we saw Ruin with 11 smokes. Again, now is the time to use them. Your friends could have used them a little, like a second ago as well. Now he's starting to lob them forward. They want to avoid confrontation. They want to get around. But Lassa from upstairs finds Tuster.
Now, REGNUM, the ones that ultimately our eyes are drawn to. Actually, REGNUM going to steal that one away. Ruin, again, he's not going to be in fight mode here. He's just going to look to try and outlive somebody else in the compound.
The talk about being proactive and how you have
Perfectix
to try
has gone
and use these buildings probably. Perfectix does go down, but will that allow for Metabay to get out of the building? Apocalypse made it outside, and he's playing inside the smokes. Lassa could be the helping hand to take down Northern Lights here, but now Lou finds one. Lou finds the second. MK simply too strong. Metabay still alive on the side. Spiro spots him, though, only got a rock for cover. How much more damage can you do here, Metabay? You need to do all of it. Does find the first, and look at the HP from Lou and Batulins, but no, you're tanking Blue, buddy. What are you doing? Goes down, tried to reload with 10 bullets still. If you just knew that only 2 bullets would be needed to win that game. Of course, I mean, Hypoc, tough angle, but wow, would have wanted him to see him try and make that peak.
I mean, it was the best possible chance REGNUM could have given it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough to watch that. HOWL, I don't think they didn't even really commit to one plan. There was no forward planning there of how to get out of that situation. Don't get me wrong, there was nothing, you know, glaringly obvious as like the game-winning play, but like you noted with the utility there, that they could have planned that a little better. In my eyes, the circle ahead of time, they should have really been contesting that prio. Especially with the kill count they had, I think at that point, you know, you've already come away with a comfortable buffer. Go for it. Like, make a big play.
Well, on day one, Northern Lights didn't seem too strong on Erangel today. It's been nothing but glory for them. Let's hop over to the desk and see how they break that one down.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, we asked before that game, can the reigning champions of the region multiple times over challenge up against the top? And I think the answer very much definitively, yes. We still have plenty more games to come to find that out. But aside from that snippet of storyline, the greatest moment in that game might have been the moment where Northern Lights wins, my pick stays alive, and Avengers dies before the end of the game, losing him 5 points. What do you think about that, Avenger?
I might not have spurted out a little bit of a rage at that. It was so annoying because Medibate died like 3 seconds later, right? And Spyro got knocked and got flushed. And so even if he's knocked and stays alive through the knock and wins the game, he still gets the 5 points in the fantasy, right? But he got knocked and flushed 3 seconds before the game was done, and I lost out an additional 5 points for my fantasy team.
And I got 5 points because Perfectus survived 1 or 2 ticks away from bleeding out before the end.
Yeah. And I got 5 points because Lou survived and even got some kills towards the end as well. So the gap, just like EIQ and the rest of the lobby, widens between Kalaris and Avenger here at the desk. But continuing on, Avenger, talk to me about this game. It was a great one.
Yeah, it was a great one. Also, Fex obviously being able to have a good defense there, as we saw. Overall, when the circle shifted south, we saw a lot of teams kind of moving in, especially around the Snake compound. But NLT, Circle 5 popped. As you see here, they're on the northern side. They're actually outside the circle on the dirt road, and they managed to get in and win it, obviously. It's insane how these guys have managed to do so. And also, Batulin's doing work. He's been the top fragger so far for the team. He's really pulling up. Quite impressive for being the IGL, to be honest. Here, another one of my fantasy team picks being flushed out. Correxy, unfortunately, going down. And my team is in shambles, and it's just not looking good at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, obviously for us, you know, whilst we take a look at the highlights, we said at the beginning of the day, you know, there's about 2,500 teams and things like that. There was a moment during this tournament where Avenger was around dead last. So that's how we knew how many teams were available to us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a matter of time before he's down there again, right? As well, we still have 3 more days for him to drop down there. So it will happen. It will happen with time.
Oh my god, that shot from Lou is absolutely disgusting. He's trying to get it just through this sliver of small leaves there. Laza actually being able to squeeze out a lot of points for Team Rage in this situation is actually quite impressive. But this is like this small house here with all the smokes. It was just inevitable for any of the teams to like survive this. Like they were gonna go down. Yeah. This is the case where I started screaming Spyro and then the flush and then he dies to the blue. Unfortunate
Look
case
at Perfectix.
Perfect.
He just survives. But the thing with Lazaro being there, he should have gotten flushed out like ages ago. When Regnum actually crashed that, they should have cleared that house straight away. Instead, they actually had him alive there, and he was, well, they were working as a full 4-man squad, I guess.
Yeah, definitely so. So, I mean, you were kind of talking about that whilst we were watching the game, but overall, a great win here for Northern Lights. This is absolutely what they need, considering the gap that currently exists up at the top of the leaderboards. We'll take a look at the overall numbers coming in from this game. Not so great for some of the teams down towards the bottom. Team Liquid, ENCE, BBL. 0 points going their way, but as we descend down into that valley with all of those compounds here, Avenger, some teams were able to make a good run of it, and HOWL was definitely one of them. We saw them in that Snake compound for a while.
Yeah, I have actually been really impressed with HOWL and what they've been able to do here for PCS6. Really happy to see how well they're shaping up. Being in the top 8 is an achievement by itself, considering the amount they've done. And Ruin is one of the guys that's really been stepping up. Actually, one of the most valuable players in terms of price on the fantasy teams compared to how many kills he's gotten. So really impressive for him, of course, here. And Medibay also with first place in most damage. Nice to see with his clutch there in the end.
That's right, we've got Fex here, as well as the Ruiner of Avenger Froz.
Yeah, Ruin is actually currently on a tied 5th place with Lucarux when it comes to the overall kills, so that is great to see. But the thing is, what we've seen from LT the past 3 games, right? 2nd place, 8 kills, 3rd place, 11 kills, 1st place, 8 kills. It's amazing. It's kind of mind-blowing, but it's NLT. On the other hand, someone that is getting a little bit overshadowed from this is HOWL, though. First game, 6th place, 2 kills. Then 4th place, 5 kills. And now 4th place, 9 kills. It is looking great. They are coming back stronger and stronger here. But there's one big downfall for them. And that is that they are really good on Erangel, but when it comes to Miramar, they're one of the worst teams in this lobby, sadly.
Well, good for them, as we'll be moving on to Miramar next. However, whilst there was the battle raging on over in the east as well as the north, there was also a battle going on over in the west here on our third game of Erangel. Let's check in with Heroic.
Against BBL, if we met them in a match, it's usually situations like that they are sending as foreman towards us, so it can be easy kills for us.
Clairvoyant as always, Paige, as we watch BBL smash into this compound and not have a good time of it here for us.
This might be the worst execution of a crash that we've seen in PCS6 so far. They literally, they group up on the Alpha side, and it looks great, but then when it comes to the point, and they actually gonna crash into Heroic there, they go in one by one, they get shot out one by one, and it's basically a 20-second span that they go in like that. I just don't know what they're doing, honestly.
I will say though that they did really well there, James, because the setup from Heroic was like for a counter crash, right? They had one guy in the backside of the 1-story, one guy inside so that he could shoot in between, and then another guy at the little shack there that could have crossfire. So they set up perfectly for countering a potential breach. But yeah, as Frost said, going in one by one is just not the play in this case.
No, definitely not. Well, the grassy pastures have concluded for the day. We're going to go to a break. When we return, it's desert time as we move on to Miramar. We'll see you for more PCS6.
A new 7.62 assault rifle, the return to Senok's former glory, and new items hitting ranked games. All this and more as we dive into the update 17.1 patch report. First up, there's a new AR in town. The Ace 32 is a new fall auto assault rifle that utilizes 7.62 ammunition and boasts a high stability for its ammo type. While a bit lower on the per bullet damage side of things, the Ace is highly customizable, accepting muzzle, magazine, and even stock attachments, while accepting up to a 6x scope. The goal with the Ace 32 is a reliable 7.62 alternative to the M4, so pick one up on your next drop and let us know how it feels. Parts of the world may have just pushed clocks forward, but we're turning them back on Sanhok. That's right, after much feedback and a countless supply of rollback Sanhok hashtags, the original small map is a battleground once again. The jammer pack and decoy grenade have been removed as well. However, you'll still find tactical gear and other items that are set to spawn across all maps. Check out the patch notes for a full list. To welcome the original Sanhok back, we've dropped it back into this update's map rotation. However, ranked matches will stay on Erangel, Miramar, and Tago for now. And speaking of ranked, a new season begins this update as well. The P90, Ace 32, M79, and the mountain bike have all been added to the item pool, so grab some new gear and see how high you can climb. There's a bit more to the patch that we haven't gone over here, but as always, you can check out the patch notes for full details. Update 17.1 is here, so pick up an Ace and grab some melted butter, because the Lobster Building and Old Sanhok are back. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just 2 more games remaining for the day. It's gone by so fast, and we're already halfway there. Past halfway there, in fact, as we continue on. We'll be moving on to Miramar. Joining me are Froz and Avenger. Don't do it, either of you. We're going to look at the overall standings and see what is going on so far. The cushion is still there, but Northern Lights now breaks triple digits here, Avenger, and is on the hunt.
Yeah, from 48 to 35 points now, so they're shaving off 13 points right there. Really good to see. If my quick maths were correct, right? Yeah, 48 to 35. Yeah, so that's 13. That's good. Yeah, so if they continue doing that, then maybe at the end of the day, it's going to be a 2-horse race. And if it's a 2-horse race and the 2 teams in the top are sponging up continuously, then all the other teams chasing us going to be so close within each other, though. But right now, still, it's FaZe Clan and HOWL, and these teams are getting a little bit of lead for the rest. So we are kind of seeing a little bit of a mid-pack being shaped. PPL 77 and FaZe Clan 20, so a 20-point lead from 3rd to 7th now.
I think we found, Froz, excellence where I didn't think we were going to find it coming into the tournament. Obviously, you've got your big names up there, but HOWL has significantly surprised me. They've got themselves up to now 4th place, really sitting amongst giants up in these top ranks.
Yeah, of course. 2 of our qualifiers team being up there, it's great to see. But HOWL, they come in here and they've been actually kind of dominating, I would say, in terms of what they've been able to put up on the board so far. But I really like what they've been doing, though. On Erangel itself, how they're dropping towards fair repair, it's a really great spot. But then they're able to rotate them inside into a really great position. If you look at the previous game, how they're taking over Snake and doing a 2-2 split, it is a bit of a risky split that they're doing there. But they're able to fend off basically everyone and just keep on pushing themselves towards the end game. And that's what we want to see. Now, moving on to Miramar, though, they're going to be dropping towards Cruz up on the northern side.
Yeah.
They've been struggling a little bit with that. And I kind of want to see them maybe change that up a little bit.
It's one of the more interesting drops that we've seen, that Cruz de Valle all the way down to that crossroads split kind of west of El Azhar. But Martin, 1 minute before we get into Miramar, what are you thinking?
Yeah, definitely good points from Frost here. HOWL has been doing really well on Erangel here, but they have been struggling in Miramar, so I'm not expecting too much from them. I really hope they're able to shape up their games and step it up, because it's always nice to see one of these qualifying teams do well alongside another one of Entropiq right now that are dominating.
Yeah, we need them to trip up. I think it's fair to say for some of these other teams to have a bit of an opportunity. But Northern Lights, as said, very much so in pursuit at the moment, trying to continue and challenge for what they believe to be their rightful spot, as the usurper Entropiq is trying to take it away from them. It is our penultimate game of the day, as Hypoc and Toby will bring us all the action.
Indeed, we will. Hypoc, we take to the sandy dunes of Miramar for the first time here today. And if we kind of look back over the course of this this weekend on Miramar, we haven't had that same one team that's gone out and dominated everyone everywhere. It's been different team that has been kind of stepping up to the plate, where I feel like Wrangle, we've seen more of the same teams back to back to back get good games. And are there any one teams that you are looking at now coming into the state and how they've fared so far that you could already now think would come out victorious on Miramar today?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with the same as well. Wrangle feels a lot more top heavy, especially when you start looking at kind of average total points and placements and whatnot. But I mean, the cluster at the top of, I mean, ENCE at the top of that with 9.8 average total points. So that is potential here for maybe another team to come into this. The problem being, though, is Northern Lights. You look at their stats on Miramar, and it's still actually them that you've got to argue is going to have the best opportunity to actually, I mean, build on the momentum of the previous games, right? They're already coming into this feeling themselves with how today's gone.
Exactly. I was just gonna say, if there's a team that don't want to continue the kind of the momentum they've got going, that seemed like Northern Lights. Because again, I mean, I feel like I go back to it all the time, but literally, like, give them anything and they would take it all. They are just not a team to allow for you to make mistakes whatsoever. Now, well, I mean, this circle, it's pretty terrible, don't get me wrong, but I feel like it's even worse due to where teams opted to go, Hypoc. You have so many teams out towards that eastern side, and honestly, I think this is one of those games where Northern Lights, you look at it right now and you go, well, I mean, they have a chance to take anything they want. I would not be surprised to see Northern Lights pretty much just stay in and around Power Grid and allow for all the other teams to rotate past them.
For sure. I mean, it's so hard to actually commit to rotating across Power Grid Plateau itself. Whichever team occupies that ultimately has, you know, a great opportunity to force other teams into, I guess, some of these more dicey early game compounds, right? Yeah, I mean, you're talking particularly about the barn, obviously, towards the northwest, towards Pozo. Obviously, we've got the massive high ground over to the north of that. But yeah, this is one that actually it's not a circle that you necessarily want to come to late, but if you have a position like Power Grid here, you're actually in a real good spot to at least receive a lot of this kind of this rotation information,
Exactly.
and make sure that you can then be best equipped coming into whatever circle comes next. Also, I mean, outside of that, there are so few rotation paths to actually get towards Power Grid that you're almost forced to kind of come down to the south of it or head north through San Martin, which isn't a better option by any stretch.
Exactly. As we take a look over to HOWL here, let's see exactly what they've been able to do so far, which is, well, quite a lot. The desk broke them down on the previous analyst this segment, and I agree with everything they say. They have come out and surprised a lot of people. If you take a look at the MEA qualifiers, they finished in first place, and it wasn't one of those, oh, they had a couple of good games here and there, but that was what allowed them up there. No, on the final day of their qualifiers, they had themselves 3 wins in 6 games, and 2 of the games that didn't win were 4th place finishes. So believe me, while HOWL might not be a team that you kind of connect with being on the top echelon of EMEA PUBG, they clearly are in MEA, and believe me, in not too long, they probably or easily could be in all of the MEA as well.
Sure, and so looking here, I mean, making early moves here on the side of SKADE, but Thunder just slightly ahead of them. Whether or not you're going to cross past it, Jempty got to be careful, but I don't know if there's going to be... no attempt to lay any damage there. We're just coming back to HOWL, because I know Martin kind of briefly touched on this as well. It was... I don't want to say it's frustrating, but it's almost like with the point advantage they had, when you come away from a game like that, you're not necessarily conscious about the difference of potentially 1 or 2 placements, right? They're not in a game-winning spot, so they're not really banking on that 4-point jump from second to first. It was a little disappointing to see them come into that and kind of just settle for what they had. And don't get me wrong, there's no good way to push that prio, but like I said, as soon as they conceded a knock, they just literally hit the deck. And it completely knocked the wind out of them, which, without going back and looking at the utility, whether or not they had a real opportunity to make sure that they could comfortably, I guess, contest that prio. The problem being, with Laz's position, everybody was on the ground floor, so it felt like they did have a good opportunity.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, I used it to go away from it. I kind of feel like that's what I want to go back to, is the utility, because we saw HOWL, I mean, we saw Ruin, make that pushing forward with 11 smokes. And if their plan from the start was to make that smoke wall on the east side to wrap around, I mean, Ruin had everything needed to make that happen, but he never did it. So
it was a planning issue. I mean, you could see that there was no set plan for all 3 of them to execute. And that's why it kind of just, like I said, they settled and it didn't pay off for them.
Yeah, unfortunate. Sometimes you gotta take matters into your own hands, and by not doing anything, that in the end became their downfall. FAZE, in the meantime, well, they are being forced to do something, most likely earlier than they would have wanted to. Opted to stick around at El Pozo, and now Team Rage have come here to say hello. And in all fairness, I mean, as bad as it is to sit inside cities, a lot of these circles lately we have seen shift back down into Pozo, so maybe Team Rage is just go, you know what? We don't care. We'll sit here until we're forced to leave.
I mean, so many teams are actually making early dives here. Again, this is I did say this is one that you don't necessarily want to come late to. We're seeing already now at the 6-minute mark. I mean, all but maybe 4 or 5 teams on the outside of this. A majority of that off up towards the northeast.
I gotta ask you, Hypok, being obviously having a ton of playing experience at a competitive level as well, would you? Because there's, I mean, it kind of spreads the waters, or whatever you call that phrasing in English, a lot. But would you rather that the land ratio doesn't include mountains on Miramar?
Yes.
Yes, as a player. I mean, if you were to play in the next upcoming tournament, would you rather that it didn't?
I've always been. I mean, as soon as kind of swimming got nerfed, and particularly that's more apparent on our angle, some of these shifts just become so kind of telegraphed. And the problem with that being is, you get these kind of weird playouts in circles 1, 2, and 3, and then you almost know what's coming next. And don't get me wrong, the design itself of the map, it shouldn't ever finish somewhere that's not attainable, but maybe for Miramar, shifting that a little later in the game, or make sure that, you know, that shift is still going to eliminate the unplayable, just not at such a pivotal moment like Circle 3.
I agree with you. I just never asked you. We never talked about it before, and I'm kind of curious to hear from you, because there's also some people that say, no, we need that in order to, as you're saying, kind of eliminate some of those unplayables early on. But I agree with you that if it was, like if it is done, then maybe we can do it earlier. HOWL, well, we talked about them just before. 3 of them in vehicles. The Matt trying to see what he can find, and
that's a tag there, actually.
Us up ahead. Yeah, exactly. Solid spray, solid tags coming through. In the meantime, Sakura, Zensen, Northern Rap here in behind, or I should say in between. HOWL making their way through CARYA.
Whether or not HOWL are actually going to pull up, actually, no, I was going to say it's the other way around. They're actually going to stop short a little bit here. But HOWL, at least the Mad, is going to be in position to relay that information. SKADE got to be careful now. He has to veer off to the north here. You can see the moment that information is relayed.
Oh, GMT. 1 or 2 bullets. Missed there. Had one more connected. Could have been a knock in the meantime now. Sakura, Zensen, obviously just hearing these shots, realizing there's a player across. And now GMT quickly to get into the car, get uphill on the other side. Smart play on him to be so fast in the disengage there.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't expect GMT to hang around. And
yeah, no.
I mean, actually, on the flip side here, you got to hope that BNR's not got the same plan.
I don't feel like he's got a chance to leave at this point.
Yep.
Literally admits defeat by standing on top of the nade, and that's road to glory, losing one early.
I mean, actually, Double and Mika both combining there for almost very, very precise utility usage there, eliminating as many of the possibilities as possible, and he opts to just eat one of the nades anyway, so it doesn't end up mattering too much. And it's actually, now we're going to be another team that you throw in the mix for this kind of overlap in the north, I should say, with the teams that have opted here. Sakura, Zensen already set up now, looking to pressure REGNUM in rotation, but I'm looking back, Metabi and Apocalypse are in a good spot to put some damage onto ENCE if they hang around.
Yeah, sure are. ENCE, speaking of, making their way on in here. Let's see if that's going to work out for them or not. As she said, very well spread out.
As I said that, they just pulled away from the road, so...
Oh, they leave.
Yeah.
Timing. Hashtag timing. Let's see now, new circle pops. Is it going to be an easy one to play, or is it going to be tough? I feel like no matter where we go here, it's going to be tough to some extent, but Crater Fields is where we're going. Are we already now calling the La Copraria like hard north double shifts coming in now, or
potentially? Yeah, because there's a big cluster over to the west as well here that you got to. I mean, it depends where the next circle pops, but this one should be fairly obvious where we're going to end up once we see circle 2. I mean, because there's 2 big chunks here that have to be eliminated at some point.
Exactly. ENCE, well, they came in late, and I don't think they like what they saw. Met by fire. Fortunately, though, the circle did go north enough that they can, if they want to, commit to the city. But ENCE is one of those teams that, again, I mean, don't want to commit to cities early. And as a matter of fact, we've seen them many times before play this north side of La Copraria, so kind of staying up in these northern hills for as long as possible. I feel like James has been shot at the entire game.
Yeah, he has.
Every POV we go to is someone shooting at James.
I mean, he's doing his best Batulin's mountain goat right now.
That's what it is. Tried to see if he can stay up there, and well, I mean, might as well just bring some more people to the fun. James still alive and kicking up the hillside.
I love how actually Batulin's is over on the spot that we'd expect him to be, which is on the top of the other high ground. But this is sort of the game plan we were talking about, right? They're in a position to put Batulin's up there, and he has such good oversight of so many of these kind of high traffic areas, and that ultimately, you know, puts Perfectic, Spyro, and Lou in a position where they can rotate accordingly. Like they can find the space.
Exactly. To anyone looking at the map, the only thing Batulin's can't see is actually the remaining 3 Liquid players who are sitting in the valley down below. But fortunately, the Northern Lights players managed to cross on over without being taken down. And see now, BBL full speed forward. They've made their way to Crater as well, but Thunder, obviously, we saw earlier, leaving this warehouse, so all up for grabs for BBL. Issue now being...
Ooh, what?
That didn't hit. Okay.
That looked good.
Yeah, it looked very good. So, I mean, second time, Vex. Nope. Not gonna happen. Melman in the meantime finds one. Fex does manage to find the knock on Marco as well. Off screen be it. Melman though catching one. Oh god, and I feel like this should be a warning to Liquid now, at least that well, there's opponents all over the place. Oh, the jump up.
So Spyro's, he's down to like 40 HP. Tagged up here. Lou as well followed up, and both of them go down. Quizzy and Melman finding both the knocks, and as we already know, Batulin's on Sherpa duty elsewhere. He's not going to be able to really respond on this at all. So Northern Lights, I mean, that's the first game out the window here for...
Yeah, and I mean, up until this happened, Batulin's going, well, that's my team out. Up until this happened, Northern Lights pretty much did exactly what we would expect to, and exactly what we've seen from them in the past, being, as I said earlier, allow for the other teams to go through, and as you said, Hypog, use that time to catch the info on what everyone else is doing. Let's see, Fex. Peekaboo.
Oh,
boom. There you go. Gets the headshot second time around.
The slow-mo is so satisfying to watch with the bolty, man.
Love it. Especially when they then slow down the audio as well, so it goes like that's just amazing. Because that's exactly what an ARM sounds like when it's slow mode, by the way. But no, I mean, but in Northern Lights would usually be allowed to do this, but I think because the very small, albeit but still existing skirmish between Liquid and NAVI, like the time that they spent kind of holding back one another for a second there was what kind of took them out at the end of it. Circle now hard shifting east. That's not something you see too often.
No, and it's probably the least favorable of where you wanted to see this one go.
Yeah.
Now we've got a pretty clear indication of where we're ending up. This next one should pull, I mean, pretty hard to the north or the west. I guess actually...
To expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to cut out such a huge chunk of the eastern crater that Liquid find themselves at a minute, but it's where the edge lies. That's the important thing here.
So 2 games ago, I asked you how many players or how many teams are going to be north of the Yas River by Phase 2. Now I'm going to ask you how many teams are going to be in La Coparia by the end of Phase 3. You already
how many want to be, or how many teams will be?
Exactly. Well, let's see now. BBL, they got one. They got one warehouse locked down safely, but now they go into Thunder territory, and they're met by destruction. Maker peeks around the corner, finds Smash instantly. Unfortunately, they do lose Hibako, but they find damage elsewhere. 3 down for BBL. Just Ketpa left alive.
He's got himself tucked into the corner here, but Mika looks like he's got a pretty good beat, or the read at least, but he might actually find out her reason. Too quick with it. Finds the headshot there and will wipe him out. 16th place for BBL. And actually, look at this. ENCE actually get into it. They find 3 knocks, and actually the response here from Laza is good. Initially a headshot to follow up on, but there's 2 left standing now.
Got Molly, she got nades. Unfortunately, you don't have time to use it. Noogie sitting up above finds damage enough to take Laza down, forcing Neutralius back down and away. And I like the fact that ENCE come out victorious in this, because this is a hard place not only to fight, but a hard place to, I mean, really hard place to defend if you're the team to sit in there, because there's so many different teams that have a chance to shoot up to whoop you. But fortunately, ENCE come out victorious, and I don't think I saw no, as I said, no, I don't think I saw anyone really get knocked flushed there. So
no.
Somehow, despite all the chaos that ensued there, ENCE stay alive at full.
And this is key, because towards ENCE's position is where we expect the next edge to lie. And so, at least finding this here, fending one team away. He was so lucky there. Tobacco just full faith in the doorway. As elsewhere, actually, look at FAZE. They deal with Thunder.
Yeah. FAZE was sitting on a very wide 2-way split, kind of allowing for, as we said before, allowing for teams to push on through. But exactly, as Thunder tried to take the fight to FAZE, well, they were ready and responded to it quick and swiftly. Out they go. FAZE stays alive, but kills it.
Entropiq now elsewhere, looking to close the distance here towards Heroic. Nailab trying to thread the needle here.
Did Nailab just miss 2 bullets?
Yeah, can we run the replay on that one?
What's happening here? You just witnessed the first 2 bullets that Nailab has missed in this tournament so far.
Let's see if he can redeem himself now with this push.
This shift as well. That's not even going into the city. We're actually staying southeast of it. This is terrible in so many ways, mainly being the entry point for teams to get here if you're still out west. I mean, this is going to be very hard. But Tulins does fall in the end of it. Alia able to take him down. And now, I mean, this fight, I feel like this is how you fight to the end. There's no escape for Heroic. And, well, for Entropiq, there's only one way to move, and that's forward.
Entropiq actually find 2 knocks there. Beamy and T-Bone will fall. A little bit of damage coming onto Page as well. Just down to 56 HP. He's got to be careful not to concede another headshot here. He's just trying to find an angle on the edge of the smoke. I don't think they can slow this push down unless Corexi can do much on the other side.
Blue's going to be closing in 10 seconds time as well. They want to get the kills. They want to be able to reset. They know they have the knocks as well. They need
Look at FaZe though. FaZe is setting up ahead of this.
FaZe, they're just going to say, you know what? I mean, we'll let you guys kind of destroy one another, and then we'll sit down here and take whatever's left when the fight's over. Because Blue is going to be pushing them in a second as well. Page on his own, now isolated with the mollies as well. Saw where that molly came from, peeked on over, couldn't connect the shot he needed. So Iva's still not rested. I don't think there's going to be a commitment at this point to get him. No. T-Point gets the point. T-Bone, I should say, gets the point. But Locarox and Entropiq come out victorious.
FaZe, with all this information, HOWL actually pulling down to the south as well. Yeah. I was just saying, Entropiq, where do you end up here? This is such horrendous terrain as well to navigate your way through. Actually, Thralius will be dealt with here. Team Rage out in 12th place, but HOWL actually forced further to the east now. It should be FaZe to clean this up.
Full speed forward. They go down. They're trying to scout forward. They, I mean, again, there's only 2 teams in the city. And if you get immensely blessed
Entropiq actually have a path.
Yeah.
No way, man.
Yeah. They found their way in. They spin around the vehicle, and now they're safe on the other side. HOWL in the meantime, I mean, one good nade from Nixa here would be them down and out, but seeing as he's falling back, I would assume that he just used the rest of what he had.
Conscious really of how many vehicles HOWL are able to maintain here, because again, moving from foot, I mean, moving anywhere on foot in this circle is going to be a death sentence. Is the best way to put it, really, but...
Ooh, now it peeks from one side. Instinct in trouble, to say the very least here. It's effectively being shut up by 3 different teams. Now NAVI are peeking on over as well. NAVI in a wide 2-way split. Like the way they've gone about this, trying to make sure that no one's going to be able to wrap in behind them. That nade looks promising. A lot of damage done. Second one comes through, gets the knock as well. Tegas able to find one soul. He's still with Nathan and him, and you can see one like full on commit to the peaks on that side, but he's well aware that he also has to back up his teammates on the ridgeline. Nice awareness from him and there.
And FaZe actually forced further south here, and now find themselves crossing paths with Liquid. He found another kill and a flush actually onto Vard.
This circle going back north.
Yeah.
Just adds brutality to what already was a pretty damn terrible circle. Instinct, well, he's just going to concede inside this shack. Still got one more smoke to throw. He is going to throw it as well. Look at the damage players down here. If he gets, I mean, Tuster should be bleeding out. It is first knock, but does he get it in time?
No way.
Nope, not gonna happen. Matt should be able to get back on up, though. If they come out of here alive, I mean, they are outside the circle, and believe me, Sakura Sands ain't gonna give up on this.
Now it's the vehicle problem. Now they actually have to make a play to the north and make sure that they have safe passage into the circle, which, with Hyman here, a decent angle, but no able to follow up just yet. Example going to get knocked in transition. Melman down to just 5 HP. Has to hit the deck.
To hold off here. Reg has to make a play, I feel like, because, I mean, they cannot allow for NAVI to sit just on the other side. Fortunately, multiple teams are kind of charming in to help them here. Let's see, Apocalypse peeks on over, received by both bullets and the nade up close, has to fall back. Ali and Quizzy trying to stay alive here, but so much damage coming their way.
See what the next step in the plan is here, because I feel like REGNUM want to deal with it. Well, they should want to deal with this now. And yeah, you can see Apocalypse priming a nade here to send it forwards towards the smoke. It looks good initially. Is the good? No. Only a little bit further than what was needed. I mean, that would have knocked Aaliyah.
That's good. That's good. Aaliyah falls to the second. Nice throw once more. Peeks on over. Again, so many opponents on the other side. The thing is, REGNUM can't really commit to a push here because there's still teams on the other side. I mean, ENCE doing everything they can to kind of deny REGNUM the push forward towards NAVI.
Damage coming in, but it's not really ENCE's priority right now is elsewhere. You see actually dealing with HOWL on the kill feed. FaZe the next one on the chopping block, but REGNUM now looking to spring through. So much damage coming through. Quizzy actually manages to get the first aid off.
They're forced to back off now once again as well. Look at this. I mean, once again, ENCE not allowing anyone into this. The Vex should be dying to that molly. Yes, indeed, it does. Diggory alive, but at 1 HP. Completely flashed now as well. Want to commit to the heals. Rustin-Ma does go down because now Sakura Sansen is here too. Second one falls as well. That's Squeaky.
Actually, who's that split up to the south side? Yes, Nookie. SKADE are going to be pulling up on the backside of this as well. They've got to be conscious. This fight has to end now, Toby. Or at least they have to force them away.
Gotta find a way to finish it, whether it's backing off or just pushing through and say, screw it. We need to get these kills, we need to get them now. You cannot allow for SKADE to get access down the hillside. Diggory finds to help and out his former teammates, but it's not gonna matter, not for longer. Futbolist from down inside the city once again being active.
The Sakura ultimately the ones that are punished the most on that. They had the numbers advantage on both of those. Looked for the third party, and ultimately that is, I mean, their downfall here. Quizzy finally goes down. Metaby landed a headshot there, and REGNUM will survive as 4. And that's key, actually, because they have a lot of space on the east side of the circle.
We have 16 players alive in phase 6. This is not something you see too often.
Hey, I mean, this is my comfort zone, right? This is more NA style.
This is everyone not wanting to commit to the city, and that's what happened because of it. Let's see now, Lyron, nice spray down. Gem team was at low HP already, sure, but still very good committed spray. Slibby with the mini in hand as well, finds the second. SKADE trying to make their way downhill and proving to be quite fatal.
Whether or not it's tough for REGNUM to really close the distance here and follow up on that damage, but Tixu and Nookie still lingering down on the south side. I'm not sure of the utility situation there. What? Odin finds 2 with the... What?
Got the nade on through, takes down both of them. Futbolist making even more space for themselves. Again, I mean, it's been a tough day for them today. It's been, as a whole, it's not exactly been their best tournament so far, but this game here, with one more still to go today, if they can get something good going, which they've already done at this point, 5 teams alive, them being one of them. If they can come out victorious here, and they can get something good in the next as well, then that should see them flying straight up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE got themselves tucked in now. I mean, the next circle, you got to argue this is probably going to pull towards the city again or create just another really awkward edge down the terrain on the south side. REGNUM still have all this space to work with. Apocalypse and Metaby actually a little further afield. Whether or not they can find some angles ahead of this circle closing. Tixu trying to fend them away, though. Not land any damage just yet. Look at the utility, though, for Tixu. Once this circle closes, ENCE have a great opportunity to deal with SKADE.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. They got
Apocalypse gets knocked outside.
Yeah, this is the.
What is this angle?
Up to. Oh my lord.
What is that?
That is having too much time in La Copraria uncontested, so you can just try and find those angles. That is as narrow as they get, really. Metaby, how many more smokes do you have? Unfortunately, not enough because Gluttony just found you. Let's see now. The push comes through here as well. SKADE taking casualties as Noki finds one again. I mean, amazing game for ENCE here.
Indeed. If they can deal with Pixel here, big response there with a nade, but I feel like it's just a matter of time. If ENCE can toe the line here, it should be rewarded for it. As I say that, looks like they're actually peeling. They're going to peel back for the heal first.
When phase 5 hard shifted southeast and out of the city, I was not expecting to see this by phase 7. Not gonna lie. We are full on committing to the city. And I suppose teams should have just went to the city earlier. That's
5 head.
That's hindsight knowledge for you right there. Yeah, exactly.
Hindsight Harry.
It's just, I mean, the thing is, right? I mean, whenever you commit to playing the hillsides, if you aren't there already, we saw what happens. Pretty much everyone that tried to commit, like ENCE were there already, they held off. And everyone else that tried to get a foothold in there, it just didn't happen. ENCE now clearing out here again. I mean, considering how many fights they've been in, the fact that they stay alive with 2 here, very impressive. But now having to commit to the city at this point is just, it's going to be brutal. And the fact that Entropiq, the team that was in the blue, getting shot at by the entirety of FaZe Clan, made it in and can now reap the rewards for it. That's insane.
I mean, it's just absurd that they're still here gathering points.
Of all the teams, exactly. Of all the teams that can have that happen in their favor, Entropiq already sitting almost 50 points ahead of second place, with more kills almost than any other team has in kills and placement points combined. They get to sit here and harvest.
It's just so happens that Northern Lights and FAZE are the 2 to fall as well. After breaking the 3-digit mark, ENCE now with a mad send, actually able to navigate their way past some of that damage. Odin now will send out a flash, but I mean, it's a perfect flash. It's a shame there's no follow-up on that one. It popped right on top of them.
I mean, it does at least buy some time for his teammates to come down and help out. So I suppose, keep their eyes closed and maybe your teammates come down and help.
I don't actually see Lyron and Gluttony scrambling to help him out here. I mean, Lyron's slowly drifting this direction, but
Gluttony is falling back towards the east now. It's I think it's him being too worried that if they hard commit to the west, they're gonna get backstabbed. But then again, I mean, you're only 3, and Odin clearly just saw 2 people in that bar.
I like this now. Odin peeling away from it is the correct decision. If you can't deal with them in transition, then don't even entertain, you know, taking that ratty sort of fight on the outside of a building.
Don't commit to 2 plants at once. Commit to 1 and then execute on it. Exactly as you were saying, Hyper. There's no reason in trying to do both of them there. Now they get the circle, so I guess they get to pick, well, essentially exactly which compound they want to play from. Oh, Slippy, you've been seen, mate. So else your teammate falls down. Second one. Oh, there's a player prone in the grass. Gluttony. Boop. There you go. 8 kills for Futbolist as they continue moving their way forward. But this game is far from won just yet.
Isn't it? I mean, the question for me is whether or not ENCE can break the 3-digit mark as well.
You know what, Hybug? I think this game is going to go down, to me, as one of the most calm city endings I've ever seen.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Yeah, I mean, there was so... I mean, it was a dirty angle before, but what was that one?
Jesus Christ. I mean, Entropiq. Every time Naleb gets the attention, QB comes in and says, oh, wait a minute. I'm here too. I'm here too. Don't forget about me. And yeah, I mean, casual city ending. Let's see now. Odin holding an angle, sitting tight, takes a vault in. Not into the room that Odin is in, though. He's gonna stay here until he...
He's just playing sound, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, no, he's not.
Timing! No one flashes himself! That would have been perfect! That would have been absolutely perfect, but he ends up flashing himself. Now Gluttony gets the backside angle, spots them in the back alley, takes a falls down, Nuki down to just 1 HP. They have to make a play on this.
Yeah, they have to follow through. Whether or not he's even going to get the first aid off it, they're desperately chasing him. Again, just...
There you go.
Stuck there, no real options for Nuki to even reset and heal off there, but Odin nearly making an absolute meal of that one.
Oh my lord, Odin as well, QPE. We've seen what he's been able to do, but Odin making it look easy. Takes him out before he has a chance to even fire a bullet, and now pushes on over. Lucarooks does find the first. Headshot connected in return, though. Fortunately, I believe there is level 3 gear on Lucarooks, so not that much damage coming through, but that's the player up above. Being taken down. Liron, yeah, exactly. Liron and Odin, you got to play this together. You know you're in a 2v1. You have to play this one to trade.
Wait, can Gluttony see this? Can he see this, though? He's going to be able to relay this information.
Yep. They know. They have to know. There you go. Flashes up above. Oh,
that looks... Ooh, it's a little too far.
Not if he runs into it. Flashes up above, lobbing all of them up there. I mean, Lucarooks is playing for the dot. The dot is going to be right on the corner of the roof.
It is.
And he's still got nades, still got a molly.
I mean, the molly is the key thing. The molly is the key thing in this scenario.
Issue is, if he has to jump off, like that split second that he is midair, there's nothing he can do. So he has to, I would assume he has to jump down on the backside of the building, right?
Odin can't die here. He is in the spot. He's spotted though. Wait, Lucarooks just spotted him, right? Surely.
But he's prone back down.
Yeah, he has. No. Odin thinks he's been spotted, so he's going to try and reposition. Can he get the upside angle though?
Is he just gonna full on lob that? Wait.
What?
Oh, he heard the footsteps running away. Commits one of his 2 nades to it. Odin wants to get up on the roof, wants to get the angle now. You're up here, but not going for the shot. Goes into the blue. Tanks at once, but we know the amount of damage coming through when this happens. Utility used galore. Lyron trying to invent some sort of flashbang mortar. And now they know he's on the roof, but it allows for Lucarooks to jump down. They have to play this together. You cannot allow this to be 2 repetitive 1v1s.
No, but now actually... The wrap has been perfect. If Lucarooks can isolate a kill here, this is huge.
Okay, they see him again. Level 3 helmet really could be the deciding factor on whether Lucarooks wins this or not.
Yeah, he's just desperate to find an angle, but these windows just aren't favorable. He's down on it. Lyron's going to fall.
Circle is closing in. Lookerooks, he knows the damage came through, but no peek is coming over. Lookerooks has the angle. Let's see. He has the cover as well. Goes for the flush. That is extremely ballsy. Lookerooks spots him. Second time round, shots comes over the top. Uses this ridge or the wall very nicely. Wiggle peeking over the top. Tries to see if he can find him. Odin, you're the one in the issue now. You're the one that has to jump down. Lookerooks can sit here and wait for you. He take him up. Look at his jumps. He jumps and he goes down because of it. Futbolist 12 kill win. I thought that was going to be Lookerooks' game to win, but no.
Oh my god. I actually can't believe it. Just a moment's hesitation, the pressure. I honestly, I mean, he doesn't know what we do, right? He doesn't know just how much pressure there is on the backside there. The timing is absolutely atrocious for him. That was Lookerooks' game to win, Toby. Honestly, they don't need it. They don't need it, but that was his to win. He played that to perfection.
I'm going to say it shouldn't have been his game to win, but
No.
he was given opportunity after opportunity by Futbolist to make that happen. I'm glad to see Futbolist come up victorious. So they are one of the invited teams. They have been struggling, so for them to get a win in here now, hopefully they can shoot them a little bit further up the leaderboard. Let's hop back to the desk and see what they have to say after that surprisingly quiet city ending.
Welcome back. Why did he jump? Oh, no! That was down to the wire. Lookerooks. Jeez Louise. He was trying to make the plays, but Futbolists get themselves the win here. Martin and Patrick joining me here. Patrick, going to start with you here. This is an important win for Futbolists, really putting them on the map. After, I think there's been question marks around this team, but it's a great win for them.
They have been struggling a lot, but this looked really great if you look at how they played things out. They went into La Cabrera pretty early on, but it was how they were moving back and forth in town, trying to clear every single angle around them. And of course, towards the end, we saw how they were basically clearing out Sakura, Zensen, and so on. But one thing was that they let ENCE get into town, and that almost ruined the whole thing. But they were able to prevail that one as well. I think that was super important. And towards the end, it was down to a 1v1. It was a close one, but Futbolists did do a really great job in this one, indeed.
Yeah. Martin?
Yeah, overall, we have been teaching all these guys for the past years that don't go into a city ending unless you know it's a city ending. And this was not supposed to be a city ending, but it turned up being after that hard shift in phase 5. And I actually loved it. As Frost pointed out, the two buildings that Futbolist ended up taking was actually perfect for getting out of the city. They actually played it and executed extremely well, but then this circle continued yoinking into the city, even though it was not really had a bigger chance to do so. And then all the teams that did not expect it to go into the circle, they had to fight in the south, and it ended up being it looked like kind of a scrim game, or as Hypox said, and this is what I love when it's Hypox saying it, a NA game.
He did say that. Yes, he's fully aware and fully knows. But Entropiq, as the circle was kind of shifting their way, it's fortunate for them that it did so. I mean, not that they need the points, but we actually have seen circles quite frequently in the past, Froz, be shifting out of the city from here and then kind of locking those players in the city, trying to get out from alongside that wall, and not to be the case here. Lookerooks was giving them the runaround here as this continued on.
Yeah, that was some great play from Lookerooks. Like, he was reading them like a book as well. You could see how he used all his utilities against Odin earlier on in the game there when he was on the rooftop, and you saw Odin running around, and basically Lookerooks was reading him, trying to use his utilities to make sure that he would have the upper hand. In the end, he was jumping off the building, and I mean, how Lookerooks is moving there, it's just crazy to see how well he was working against this 2v1.
Yeah, definitely so. A World Championship region game. I see you, Shrimsy. But anyway, let's move on. We got ourselves Futbolist here, belting him out of damage, putting one in the back of the net here for Futbolist. Very important for them to be able to move up the standings as a whole. Let's check in with all the numbers coming in from this game as well here, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. Wait, was he speaking about China there? Because I'm pretty sure they won the World Championship. New happy, right?
Oh, yeah, it's weird that. But they're not winning Elsnaya at the moment. Let's be fair. Yeah. Anyway, continue.
No, 22 points here for Futbolist. Obviously great for them to kind of catch up here, but Entropiq still continues to put points on the board here. And they're putting on points, more points than NLT, obviously, which is currently the only team that's been showing that they're going to be able to kind of catch them a little bit, because right now, yeah, it's not looking good for anyone else than NLT. And again, two players from Entropiq doing extremely well. It's not Nailed It here. All these guys are just so well-rounded all around, and being able to, all of them, being able to put up kills, being able to put up damage, being able to clutch games, being able to put themselves into late game situations just when there are only two players. Again, we saw that in the previous game too.
Yeah, it feels for us like in any configuration here at the moment, Entropiq, right now, unless anybody really does challenge them at the top, this is their tournament to win.
Yeah, I've been talking a lot of great stuff about them like for a long time now, but at the same time, coming into PCS6, I did not see this coming. Not this kind of domination as Entropiq has been able to put up on the board. Like, I saw him as, yeah, sure, maybe a top 4 team for sure in the region, but right now it's just uncontested on the top.
Definitely so. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff coming in here from our games. We're ready for a break. When we return, we'll have one more Miramar on the way here for day number 3 for our first weekend. We'll see you in a few.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me.
These will do the trick.
The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
Hello everyone, I'm Double and I'm playing for Team Thunder.
Hello, I'm Empty and I play for SKADE.
Hello everyone, my name is Tekers and I play for Sakura Zensen. Today we're gonna play What Happens Next.
Our goal is to watch the first part of the highlight and guess how it ends.
Let's go.
Well, Entropiq and SKADE, they're fighting it out for glory, for a bit of cash, and maybe for first place in the lobby, but like you said.
I'm pretty sure what happens in this clip is that Lucarox runs away and hides in a bush. So I think, I didn't see this clip or like this match, but I think Lucarox will get headshotted by N24.
If I remember right, Lucarox didn't get headshotted by N24 because I don't think we had both. I think it was Ibi killing him later, but it has to be C, Lukaku runs away and hides in a bush.
I was pretty sure it was C because he was scared and he wanted to hide in a bush. It's a typical skate play, you know, Ibiza driving by.
Oh, okay, he got flashed by a car, okay.
Chilias finds one onto the 4 dogs. Remember, they were only 2 dogs left. And that's Entropiq now coming over the bridge.
I don't know, it kinda looks like it's Entropiq first of all, so I don't think they will try away, and I think they would fight, so it's probably that the car flips over and leads to the battle.
I think that the car will flip over and it will lead to the battle. I think what happens in this clip is that the car flips and it leads to a battle.
Like I said earlier, I don't think they're gonna drive away, so that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I thought like if the car would flip and they will keep going, it would be like insane, but yeah, it flips over. I was pretty sure that was right, because when a car comes flying in like that, there must be a battle.
And in the process of that was just completely shredded apart. Unfortunately, no other way to put it. But now, Kovo, the circle has centered up on the crossroads.
Yeah, I was actually watching this live on the stream, so I think Sakura spots Ibiza and sends him to the lobby. But it was like really great bush in there. He wasn't able to see him at all, Ibiza.
Yeah, it's the C. Soccer spots Ibiza first and sends him to the lobby.
I think it's number C. Soccer spots Ibiza first and sends him to the lobby. Yeah, I was right, but it was because I actually saw the match, so... Soccer knew that he was hiding there, so it was pretty easy for him to send him back to the lobby.
And that's all for today.
Thanks for watching. And see you on live streams.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the number E game as we continue on throughout the day. We've got our third, I couldn't help myself. We've got PCS6 for Europe, and we've got one more game remaining. Miramar will be the game. And Froz, looking at how things are going so far as we take a look towards the leaderboards, it has been spicy. Entropiq didn't need any more points, but god damn it, they got more.
Of course they're getting more. It's they're just running away right now, and it's no fun. If we remove Entropiq from this leaderboard, though, it's shaping up pretty well. That's what I want to say. But at the same time, you got to look at ENCE, a team that has been playing phenomenal when it comes to Miramar, and they keep on racking up points when it comes to Miramar. But they are lacking out a little bit on the aerial games. So this is their time, of course, to shine a little bit more. And we saw them in the previous game here, getting himself towards the end game. They were playing it really well towards the center there, despite them like being in the open. It's so much rougher, right? But they managed to get into the town as well later on. But it didn't get all the way. But maybe here in the upcoming game is the one. But talking with Tixu, he was talking a little bit. He was saying they are having a lot of rotation issues when it comes to aerial. But he finds it a lot of easier when they are on Miramar itself. And he finds it that's why he finds the games itself a little bit easier for the whole team when they're on Miramar. So hopefully we'll see them do a little bit better here in the upcoming game.
Yeah. And of course, we have now FAZE joining that triple digits clan up towards the top with 105 here Avenger. I mean, Fex, over these past couple of games, I feel like it's been really popping. It's a shame that they got caught in what was an absolute barrage in this game, because they were doing a lot.
Yeah, they did quite well, but as you said here, FAZE jumping in, getting close, but you know, Entropiq extending the lead again. We're back to 49 points. It was 48 prior to that, then down to 35, and it's looking like Entropiq's gonna close it out on a big lead. My eyes are elsewhere, though. I will say I am expecting NAVI and Heroic to really step up here, and potentially in the last game, because they cannot end up on the right-hand side of the leaderboard once we are done with half the games.
Oh, definitely not. It will be a little bit of a catastrophe, considering that these are teams that are challenging for the very, very top spots. But you guys at home could be challenging for a special code that we're going to be showing you here, which will give you a voting coupon inside the game. So get your Java on and claim this code now. And that'll be great. So yeah, just go and do that in the game. Brilliant stuff. Froz, have you got plenty of codes under your back pocket and, you know, currently dealing those out to yourselves and doing happy stuff?
Well, I gave all of them to you. You said you were gonna deal them out.
Oh, well, okay. No, actually,
right, yeah.
No, wait.
What did you do with them?
Wait. No, don't DM me.
DM Calaris on Twitter if you want to have some codes.
DM Frost at Frost TV on Twitter for all the codes. That's the best way to do it. Okay, Martin, before we get into Miramar, we're the worst. We're absolutely the worst people. What are you thinking? I would like to see, as you say, Heroic. I'm surprised they kind of lost the fight against Entropiq on the west side here. I was hoping that they would hold them out, scarper their plans a little bit. It wasn't to be, though. I want to see them do more.
Yeah, but it comes down to the circles rarely ending inside the town, right? They're all expecting the circle to end around south of that road or on the richest high ground, and it just doesn't happen. So they didn't set up their plan for that ending there, and it unfortunately didn't go their way. I'm just hoping for another great Miramar game here. We've had some really good circles. I'm hoping to see more of those.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now the final game here of the entire weekend. Remember to DM FrozTV on Twitter. And we will get into our last Miramar as we're going to have Toby and Hypoc once again bringing you all the action from the desert. Let's see if Entropiq can extend their lead, or let's see if it challenges them.
Thank you so much, James. Who to DM? I don't know. What I do know is that we got one more match left to play here, Hypoc, before we will be at the halfway point. And while I do believe, just like in all other sports, what one team can do in the first half, other teams can do in the second, the lead that Entropiq has managed to gain now, if any one other team can rack up like 150 points in the last couple of games, or last half games, I should say, I'd be amazed.
Yeah, same. I think now we're getting to the point where even the big concern is that on what should have been a arguably pretty bad game for Entropiq there, they still come out. I mean, they should have won. That's the crazy. It comes down to just a minor slip up in the end game there that costs them the chicken dinner. And the crazy thing being is Entropiq's average points per game has to drop so much. And actually, I mean, what is there even another team right now averaging close to 10? I mean, I think the next closest is Northern Lights at 7.6. So you're asking for two massive adjustments in terms of teams' performances. And to close out here at the halfway, I mean, if they can have another solid game here, Northern Lights FAZE, they go out with, scraping together their averages, maybe even a little lower, actually, considering the previous. That's really concerning. Because it's basically asking for Entropiq to throw next weekend. That's ultimately what needs to happen.
One of the most baffling things to me as we see this very straightforward first circle, so we'll let that kind of play out on its own, at least for the next couple of seconds, is that if you look at like over the course of all their games, they have 1 0-point game.
Yep.
1. Usually, like, what you do is you get some exceptional games, like, for example, the 19-kill third-place game. They had the 16-kill win. But then, I mean, that kind of makes up for the throwaway games. But I can count on less than one hand, essentially, how many throwaway games they have. That's like 2, 3, maybe, out of all the 14 they've played so far. That's consistency at a whole other level.
Yeah, I mean, what the only other team with 2 wins right now is Northern Lights, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think
no. HOWL has that.
Oh, sorry, HOWL do have 2. Yeah,
and
you're
BBL.
Right. Wait, BBL have got a second win as well? Oh yeah, from the first day. Yeah,
but
I completely forgot about that one. Yeah, but again, the point I was about to make is look at the disparity. And that's where you look towards the salvage games, the games that you don't necessarily have a shot at getting the game-winning spot, or even an opportunity to post up double-digit points, whether that be kills or placement. That's the concerning part, right? So Northern Lights need to basically pick up the slack on what are the bad games, right? They need to improve their salvage game, because you can't just roll the dice and say, well, we got to come out and win 3. I mean, that is something that historically this roster can do, but like I said, you're then relying on Entropiq just dropping donuts.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the only way you make Entropiq not succeed is by, well, essentially taking the fight to them. Let's now, in the meantime, we talk Entropiq. Let's talk them some more. But this is, I guess, when you have good nades and you have Tixu, combine that, and that can be the downfall for the top team. Entropiq fall in here during the G-Loot Season 5 Finals to Tixu on his own. 1 nade, takes out 3. Finds the last being Lukarooks with the AR. If that's what it takes, to take them out, then good luck ever seeing them sit 3 on top of each other again.
Yeah, which again, that's not necessarily an opportunity that presents itself all that often. particularly with the way they play. I mean, they've looked fantastic on all fronts, honestly. So, particularly so in team fighting, right? In terms of making those kind of calculated approaches to some team fights, at least.
Oh, continue. Sorry.
No, I was going to say. I mean, this is one. Again, if we come back to that same argument, right? Even if you're not bringing 4 to the late game, look what they were able to do with 2 through the mid game.
Yeah. It's the fights that they should never be winning
that
they win that amazes me the most. The ones where either they get engaged upon and technically are caught by surprise, like how fast they manage to then react to it, and it will pretty much instantly come up with a response and come out victorious. Those situations combined with the ones where where there should be no way of them to like engage another team, even though they're the aggressor, where the other team is just set up perfectly to have a response to it, and they still somehow make it work. It's those fights to me, because any one team can sit and wait for a team to crash them and then get 3 kills because the opponent didn't get out of the car. We've seen that from pretty much everyone. That can work. Like when another team makes a big mistake, you can punish them. But it's the situations where the other team is as ready as can be, and Entropiq still make it look easy.
Let's see if there's any point of contest. I mean, we're having the discussion in the previous game, and this is where Northern Lights' power grid position does really pay dividends in the early game. They can fend away so many teams to just the edges of the plateau, and there's a big open space to cross if they really, I mean, if anybody even wants to roll the dice and try pull it up on that compound. There's no good angle to approach that from.
Well, Navi and
right. That one didn't look as intentional as the last one.
It did not. It did not. Just don't play on the highway, kids. It gets you in trouble. That was just incredibly unfortunate. I don't think there's a whole lot more to be said about that. But no, what I wanted to say is that, I mean, Navi and Liquid meeting up here, not something we see too often either. Again, I mean, it kind of brings me back to Navi and Jeans, essentially, having that early, albeit short, engagement on or encounter, I should say, with one another on Potato Hill on Wrangle earlier today. This is another one of those where I think it's Navi who are now starting to make these sort of plays for the high ground positions earlier than what they've done in the past, causing early, at least, I mean, smaller encounters between the two teams that usually wouldn't be fighting up here early on.
Yeah, I mean, you look at both. I'm actually amazed that somebody's actually managed to get in between of Team Rage, Northern Lights, and Liquid. You see, actually, that's almost like a position you got to settle for very early on. BBL, I mean, I don't expect them to engage here, but their next move is dicey, to say the least.
Yeah, I think their next move, or at least the next, like, 15 pages of the playbook is let's just not be seen by anyone. And then when phase 7 comes here and everyone else is wounded, that's when we pop out of nowhere and go, ha-ha, and then we win the game. That's what I would imagine, but then seeing BBL shooting at everyone right now, that's probably not going to be the strategy. In the meantime, Gustav, well, caught in a Road to Glory compound, it seems.
I mean, he can lay low for the time being. You're looking at actually the position of his teammates, and it's actually going to be Gustav to fend a player away from that doorway on the second floor, just to make sure. Ooh, nearly caught on the cross back over, but I don't think he's noted the reposition of Salek. Instinct. Oh, what?
You know what just happened? He threw that nade. I mean, I am very convinced that he threw that nade, I think, for upstairs, but it flew through the downstairs window.
What?
If that was intentionally for downstairs, that was a perfect throw, but it looked to me like it tried to lob that nade upstairs, and it flew through the downstairs window and knocked him.
No shot.
I'm pretty convinced that's what happened. Because he didn't see Salek jump down. So he thought he was still up in that back room.
Like I said, he hadn't noted the reposition here, but Salek, yeah, actually, Diggory will win that one out. And Road to Glory will concede too.
I hope we can get a replay of that. I hope we can get a replay of that.
Please tell me there was just a free cam inside this concrete.
That is amazing. I'm very convinced he tried to get that nade upstairs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, I even noted I don't think he'd seen the reposition of Salek. He was still gunning for that top window. That is
amazing.
Actually outrageous.
That is amazing. Let's see, Rostenma. Spotted Salty. Nogi will do the rest of it. Finds the knock. Flush comes through as well as Sakura Zensen loses one. Nogi, maybe he wanted to get the beacon, I'm not sure, but I don't think he's going to be running forward.
No, I tend to agree there, but I mean, other than this initial overlap with FaZe and Road to Glory, there hasn't really been too much going on elsewhere. I think we lost one other in rotation, right? And everybody else, I mean, seems to be the circle spread pretty thin. This is one that ultimately we talked about the knock-on effect of Power Grid already being occupied or assumed to be occupied at least.
One of the like most dangerous things with the circle, because it can go in so many places, is that you have the plateau in the middle, making for pretty much a massive speed bump no matter where this next circle goes. So if it does hard shift to any one side, the teams that have to kind of transition across that, like the plateau, the Power Grid plateau, are gonna be so late to the next circle unless if they super hard commit early on. Let's see, where do we? Oh my lord, we hard to.
Wow.
Have fun rotating, Sakura Zensen. And REGNUM, I suppose.
I mean, anybody that's on the east side of this and the south.
Yeah. There's so little playable terrain due to the, well, I mean, the way the kind of the layout is of this next circle. The hillside's unplayable unless if you're on the very top of them, and even then you're going to be shut out from everywhere else. The teams that are coming in late are going to have such a hard time finding playable spots to play, and we're only in phase 2.
Well, Futbolist are looking to backfill the north side of this compound for FaZe. Actually, 8C here.
They're split still too.
Yeah, they are still split. I mean, they're thanking their lucky stars without that earlier engagement win, but look at this, Northern Lights pulling up.
Blood knocked. Second time he goes down. Clip does find a response. Mexi finds one as well. Trying to fend off, but needs to be fast about it if they want to get him up, and they are! Northern Lights butchered. Clip, Mexi working together. BNR getting in there for one as well. Fast enough to be able to pick Clip back up. Solid play coming through. Teams weren't anywhere near there to help, but they still make it work.
What a fantastic... I mean, they just dig their heels in on the side of the rock there, and Northern Lights maybe a little disjointed, caught off guard. Wasn't really a full attempt there to take the engagement, but Liquid Farm absolutely clear them up. Literally, just look at it. Yeah, they've got... Yeah, they comfortably got the rest through. If there was going to be any pressure coming from elsewhere there, but Liquid hold us 4 in a pretty good spot now as well.
Well, indeed, 8C. Laren gets the knock on him as well. Odin and they'll go. I like the transition across here from Gustav. Wanted to see if he can get an off-angle. Issue is, if you spread across like that, it can mean trouble. 8C, pretty much headshots. Nailcup with that nade. Odin, do you go for the rest here? Or do you try and play inside? I feel like at this point, there's no way he's going to be able to make the transition out. Gluttony now seen as well, starting to get shot by Hirusen, of all players, from way up above. So I think the goal is, I mean, at this point, there's not really a way for FaZe to push you, so maybe just sit tight where you are and hope they won't engage further.
I mean, it seems like, oh yeah, hope for the best is the game plan there, but look at this cluster towards plane crash. I mean, if you look at look at this now on the minimap.
The East teams that wanted to get into the circle. That's what we're seeing.
Yep, exactly,
they were the ones the furthest out. They had to go somewhere, and well, I mean, okay, so the math tells me that the other teams will go for the compounds, and then we can get the open spot, right? Nope, because the compounds were already taken. There were just that many teams pushing in from that side of the circle.
FaZe still desperately trying to, I mean, actually wipe Futbolist. This is honestly an attempt not just to hold this north side of the compound, but they're actively trying to deal with them. Apocalypse going to find one, but doesn't spot the... He does finally there, Jempty. Will eat a headshot there. Second knock comes through for Apocalypse. Should be 2 easy flashes as well.
Really being a massive factor in the, albeit not continuous, but at least slivers of success that REGNUM are able to find here today. It seems to have Apocalypse written all over it. So great plays coming through there. Team Rage able to get rests up on all their players as well. One nade could have taken out all of them, but they get to sit tight, get rest on up, and now back to 4 alive as well.
You know, the crazy thing is, all of this happening on the east, if you draw a line down the middle of this circle, how much there is on the east side, and look who finds themselves in so much space on the west.
In before West Hardship.
Yep.
Imagine. Let's see. New circle pops in the meantime. Double try to stay put in. Oh.
Are you joking? Are you joking?
Happens. We have 2 teams inside the circle. The remaining 13 have fun getting there. It's going to be down the valley or try and climb mountains.
Is that Caster Curse?
We can have a 4-team phase 4.
But also think about the pathing through this.
Exactly. It's treacherous. It's funnel, like bottleneck after bottleneck after bottleneck. I guess the only good thing is that there are so few teams over there that you don't have anyone sitting on the hilltops taking people out, but that's only going to be for the next 10-15 seconds. Then people will be posted in those spots. Oh my lord. Gluttony, Nail Cup, trying to hold off against the 4-man FAZE. Let's see if they succeed.
Yeah, I don't foresee this going very well. Actually, Nail Cup a little bit split from this as well. If you can find this first knock, it might be doable, but no, 8C will deal with him. The first hurdle failed, and now actually Nail Cup finds himself in a 1v4 situation. We'll find the first knock. Fex will fall, goes for the second now, but Gustav comes out on top of that one, lands the headshot. FAZE. As for, I say that, actually, the third party comes through from distance here. Hyruzen will find Gustav. Actually, Team Rage is, yeah, their troubles continue, Toby.
They do. I mean, they can't really go anywhere where they don't get insta-knocked all the time, and that's just this, like, these couple of circles we've seen. They've been on the wrong side of everything so far. Now they try to actually make a pretty wise play and wrapping around, but NAVI sitting there ready and waiting. One nade here, from example, could be the downfall of Team Rage. Let's see what happens.
That should be 2, potentially 3. Yep.
Right on the money.
And now actually going to flash out the funnel. What a great clearance from example.
Yeah. That's
again, making sure there's no recovery period whatsoever for them.
Also, again, I mean, even though that's, I mean, this is essentially what I wanted NAVI to do against Northern Lights, and obviously it wasn't going to be as simple as it was here, but they needed to do this because now the circle is moving in. They don't have the time to sit around here and fight. Go out, execute quickly, push back into the circle, because now they can go back in and they can focus inward, knowing that they don't have anyone playing behind them.
FAZE, I think actually, well, obviously conceding 2 knocks there, just trying to clear up Futbolist. They should be able to identify. I mean, it's
Where's FAZE going?
I mean, I was about to say, I think they want to end up in crater fields, honestly.
And it's not a bad play. I'm just with what's been happening. I feel like we're in phase 8. I mean, more like phase 6, but we're actually only in phase 3.
Yeah.
So them opting to go northwest around here, they know the circle is going to go northwest anyway. So it's actually a pretty 900 IQ rotation. Or at least it should. I'm not going to say will, because I've been wrong before. EB does get the double down here. SKADE eliminates REGNUM out for the day. Let's see, new circle. Where are we headed? It should go northwest.
Should do. It doesn't.
Okay. Okay. It's centers up. The road is where we're going. This is not something. I don't want to. Normally, I say this is not something we see too often. This is not a circle we ever see.
No. No.
Ever. I cannot recall the last time I've had an endgame in this valley road between El Pozo and the Crossroads compound.
Heroic, I mean, and Entropiq, really. We've been here so early. If Entropiq can make sure nobody comes in on the west side of this high ground, you see, obviously, well, the remnants of Road to Glory occupy right now, and really we're looking towards Sakura. But, I mean, even if they make it into this dip, there's still obviously another team to come in. That's NAVI down to the south. This should relieve a lot of the pressure. The fact that Lukarux and Nailup are still far over to the west, they should have really good information to set themselves up for success here.
Access denied. NAVI thought they had the smart play and wrapping west around, but realizing quickly that the gates are closed. The entrance to this side of the circle not gonna happen. Vard in the meantime finds 2. EB, Pixel both going down. Boom, teammates taken out. FAZE now wrapping over the top here as well as they find Rustinma.
Out in no man's land.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally.
I mean, ENCE were trying to wrap into this one. I think 2 wrapped left around and Rustinma wrapped right, but straight into the open arms of FAZE Clan.
Let's see now, actually, example should be able to follow up with a nade. It looks good. Decent amount of damage, but BLR actually survives on the back of that.
The more time he gets to stay alive, the harder it's going to be for example to try to help his team, who is currently, well, essentially sitting very close to blue behind a hay bale stack. So get this over with quickly and get your team up here.
This example just has to buy a bit of time here, but he's taking some damage. Down to 45 HP. Has to commit to holding the angle now.
Oh, spots him. The car, though, is the one tanking all the bullets. Down to 4 HP. It's going to explode too. Get away from the example. Get away.
That nearly backflipped onto his head. And now the reinforcements are here. BNR will fall. Aliyah, the one to clean it up. Yeah, you can tell they're not happy about that one.
Oh, no. Not happy at all. NAVI does get to stay alive with all 3 there, though. Nail up. continuing as he does, finding knocks, finding flushes, and James falls down. Literally.
Well, the interesting thing, actually, I was talking about Entropiq's kind of safety over on the west side here. They've decided to send 2 forwards. It's Evas and Cube to, I guess, maintain control of this western edge, but ENCE have actually come down into Pozo. With Rustamar being picked off by FAZE, it's forced them to actually come down, find safety in the city. The Squeaky, the one obviously inside Red Brick, but Tixu and Nuki just playing towards that dip. You see here just on the outside. Now, I mean, wherever this circle goes, you've got to argue that both ENCE and this half of Entropiq are going to have to, well, I'll eat my words, because actually they've still got an edge to play.
I was just going to say, please hard shift south so it'll literally end on the mountain, but that's obviously not going to happen. But yeah, I mean, there is an edge for play. They can sit where they are, at least for now, but isn't Entropiq going to go up and play the center of this?
I mean, this is now a absolute power position.
It must be, right? Because there's no way anyone can get to you.
Nope. I mean, Navi is the threat for me.
Yeah, but as long as you have roof, like as long as you have high ground on the north side, they can't peek down into Entropiq.
Wait, sorry, where's Nixie? Knows something we don't. Just maybe coming out here to try and find another angle or something. I mean, they are stuck in that dip, so.
I mean, the shack is technically inside the circle, so. Or the warehouse, I should say. So he's just chilling, you know.
I mean,
get the off angle.
I'll double down. I don't think that is in the next circle.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What makes you say that? Let's see. HOWL. I mean, HOWL has been very smart in their backfill so far, but they're going to be running straight into FAZE just like we saw before. And I feel like this is going to go the same way as the win for Rustamar. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Eski does manage to find Diggory, but Gustav finds 3. Diggory finds the last, slaughtered on their approach.
FAZE up to 11 kills now as well.
Yep.
That's a big chunk of change for them to be bringing into the end game, and still 27 alive, so opportunity to actually double down as Liquid actually send it up the hillside.
Welcome on the hill. Here we are. There's a reason they're the kings of the hill as of right now. Currently 160 and counting, continuing the slaughter. Vard, single player left alive, no way he can get up there, and well, right now, no reason for him to do that.
I think actually going to get spotted out as well. Kepper and Smash, they're going to force him back towards the east. Actually outside the zone now, in just a matter of time. I mean, it's going to be Entropiq or, I was going to say, NAVI that will, they will find an angle somewhere here.
I love the fact that Navi has opted to play 2 on the east side, even though it's outside the circle, because they do not want to have anyone filling up behind them.
Well, I mean, that's the only tangible opportunity they have for points here. Nobody's really going to present themselves on the west side.
Exactly. Let's see now. Heroic. FaZe clan. FaZe has been very strong so far in this game. Let's see if they will remain that way. Nate's coming through, but nothing really connecting. One more up forward. No. Falls short.
Yeah, correct. He's actually going to get knocked out here in the wide open. He gets confirmed as well. So Heroic actually going to go down to just 2 members left now. Beamy and Page. FaZe still 4 strong. They should be the victors of the north.
Yeah, this is Beamy going down to kind of regroup with Page, but how is FaZe going to respond? The issue is they can't really fully commit to the push on forward here either, because BBL would have the angle. Or would they? I'm seeing the ridge line there. Maybe that's going to be trying. No, I still feel like they could see them over, so they can't really just like blindly sprint forward into Heroic here. Also, you have Entropiq on the other side you have to keep in mind too. They should be able to get the... like, if they opt to look in this direction, they should be able to have a pretty clear line of sight if FaZe does decide to make the run forward.
Should do it. Sorry, when did Sakura lose another? It's just Nixie and Tekkas now. Did somebody else try and make a move? I think I missed that in the kill feed, but
that's
now Nixie...
I think,
I missed it when Nixie had sent it over there, but they do manage to regroup. Still inside the circle, at least. They have that dip to hold on to. Navi now have to come over towards the west side of this hillside. But again, I mean, Sakura ultimately defending Entropiq here. Navi are forced to literally hug the edge.
It's been a good game for FaZe so far as well, but they have a very tough journey ahead of them. And not only do they have to take down Heroic, but then they have to get down the hillside too. Ivers finds the knock before he hops down to heal. Only 4 kills so far. Vard managing to... well, it was the car that did it for him, but goes down. 8th place for him. Does get a knock onto Smash in return, but FaZe finally realizing we have to make the aggressive play in order to get down from here, and they take out Heroic.
But now Entropiq, you see them just sending shots towards it. FaZe have to move in the open here, which, again, looking at where they're probably going to try and end up, they should be looking to wrap towards BBL. I mean, if they've read this correctly, they know that the only opportunity they have is to make use of this time that Entropiq are putting damage down on BBL.
The thing is, I'm surprised that BBL hasn't been able to become more of an impact. I mean, at least find more success in the position they've been in.
Look at this though.
Again, I mean,
they're in utility range.
Entropiq players has been holding them off, but Ivers peeks down towards BBL. Diggory punishes him for doing so. Maybe this is the chance for BBL to make the play forward, because they would have to know that there's going to be a FaZe clan team coming down towards them.
Yep, FaZe are on the send. Here they come. They're in vehicles now. Gustav to lead the charge. Actually spins out though. The timing's going to be crucial for FaZe here.
Yep, they're waiting for an opening. That might be it right there. FaZe finds one. FaZe finds two. Vex doing all the damage there. Smash, in the meantime, able to find the flush. I mean, they're working together to take down the Titans up on the hilltop, and understandably so. But issue is, once again, I mean, BBL has to be ready for this push from FaZe from behind.
Absolutely do. Vex and Gustav actually looking to well, I was going to say they started to posture up a little bit towards the east, but they actually come back for a vehicle now. See where they opt to end up. Cube. Some land enough tags there. Some more damage coming through, but FaZe is going to be able to regroup here. Vex has found another one.
Peeks on over. Smash does get damage done in return, though. AIDS goes down. Ivers, I mean, there's one good nade here. Then the loss of Smash forced to play close together because of the angles that FaZe are holding down the hillside below. But now they make the run on down. But here comes FaZe, full-on sprinter on the sideline. Smash bugs, one bites, one Gustav goes down. Vex down to low HP as well.
Vex actually somehow manages to trade that, but Thendalos actually comes back, finds that damage. BBL gonna go out in 6th place, and then Entropiq then come over the top. FaZe will fall immediately afterwards. Naileup to find the final kill. And Entropiq somehow, some way. I mean, it's actually just crazy to sit back and watch. I mean, there's such fantastic crowd control. They survive long enough so that BBL don't have a comfortable push. And that ultimately means that it's FaZe and BBL to fall in that scenario.
The way that they dictate, like the way that they force other teams to play according to what they want them to do instead of
crowd
being
control.
forced to do exactly. It's phenomenal to watch. ENCE not out of it just yet. Ivers, watch out! Don't accidentally take out your teammate. Tixer does go down though. No key, nade in hand. It's been a quiet mid game here, but like up to end game, I should say, for ENCE. But now they come out once again. Fully blind, wants to lob one forward. Naileup has the high ground. That should be pretty straightforward for him. Indeed, it is. 7 kills make that 8, 9 if they get the flush in there as well. And now Naileup just instantly swaps on over and shoots towards Squeaky too.
Yeah, ENCE tried to get a little proactive here, but it will be their demise. Just Squeaky left now. There's actually Sakura and NAVI going to get into it here. Nixie going to find the opening here, but NAVI flipped that back. 8 kills on the board. They're able to survive out from the south side here. And actually, the only one's comfortably inside the circle. I mean, Squeaky's got a rock to play, 39 HP. It's not looking good for him right now. NAVI can get up here and find sight lines. They might be able to capitalize on Entropiq having to transition.
There's no way. No one can get out of there. No one can get away from the butchering. And the Butchers, Entropiq, literally taking out every kind of competition they're going up against. And the thing is, to me, Highbuck, it's not just on one front. It's not, oh, they're so good at this one style. They do it in all fashions, whether it's with utility, whether it's up close, whether it's at a distance. They can do it all.
They really can. Now we'll see how NAVI looks to approach this because, well, it doesn't really help that Nailup's finding an opener like that. Absolute freebie. And actually, the res, there's a tricky cross to get back towards Mailman here.
The wildest thing to me is how absurdly difficult we know that this is, and how insanely easy they're making it. Because they always seem to know exactly where to go and what to do and what to look for. Like, they're always one step ahead of the competition, regardless of the situation. 11 kills here. Again, Ivers currently playing the overlook, allowing for his 2 teammates to push forward. This is just done so perfectly. You see teams that can maybe succeed in a couple of the different things that they're doing, but they really are just all around the superior team to everyone else right now.
Absolutely. I mean, on a fundamental level, it's drilled, it's rehearsed. And looking so comfortable coming into this as well. Now, Aliyah, an example, I mean, as this circle closes, they're going to have backs against the wall. We know where the star is going to post, and look at Entropiq's sight lines.
Just waiting. I would say this, though. if there's a team that can go up against them even when outnumbered, NAVI is probably one of the teams that has the best odds going in their favor. It ain't big odds, especially not with the amount of fire that Entropiq are coming up with here, but if there's one team that can swing this around.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance. It's bigger than for many other teams. It ain't big, but bigger.
Entropiq, yeah. I mean, I don't expect them to give away a knock in this scenario, especially ahead of circle close. Got another 40 seconds to wait out. It's going to be excruciating if you're a NAVI fan to watch, but...
I'm seeing that Rich, like on the left side there. They could get all the way up to that vehicle without Entropiq getting vision on them. The issue is, I mean, as you can see here, they do have the vehicle to run up to, but then what?
The problem being, I think they put themselves in utility range. That's why they're a little apprehensive to make use of that space. The problem being, NAVI are literally waiting for Entropiq to overpeak, and I just don't think it's going to happen.
Nail-Up currently playing flank denial, just thrown on down. Look at the amount of utility lethals that is that QBE still has. 2 nades, 3 mollies. Believe me, once they read that they're coming in closer, all of that is going to be thrown forward. And if we know him right, a lot of it is probably going to be hitting too.
And now, unfortunately, with Example not finding too much damage over the top on the right side of this hill, well, this ridge, I should say. Now, Entropiq, yeah, I mean, Example has to move first. And once they commit to playing the hill on Aaliyah, that's a big confirmation, though. Nail-Up, he's got the time and the space. Actually, no. Aaliyah nearly capitalizes on that.
Molly as well, but now they know he's close, and that's exactly what you were talking about, Hypok. Within nade range, and the first one comes over. 68 damage done, forcing him to heal up. Now he's going to be blind for a good while as well. The Molly is right on point. So perfect in everything they do. Limited utility, only smokes the play around 1v3 against the first place team here. Example, can you do it? Damage coming through, but not enough to find the first knock. Seconds around, it's the double! Back to back! Just one more player left alive. Example, 4 to 6 XP goes for the first aid. Wants to get the heal up. Iva's still at full HP, but there might just be a chance here.
He's going to try and flash out the smoke here. Evas has got to hold this angle. Actually, Example catches a little bit of it.
Oh, blue. One tick here could be the deciding factor whether you win this or not. Playing it smart, and he wins it! 1v3, Example prevails.
You have got to be kidding me. I mean, you said there was a chance Example made that look easy. What the hell was that?
The first spray down to almost get the knock, and then when the second player peeks the exact same spot, he knows he's back there, he's healing, I'm committing forward through the smoke, gets the double, to then have the audacity to go for the heal in that situation, know exactly where the blue is behind him so he doesn't take any damage from it, and then peek and get that headshot. Wow. And it all started with him getting the headshot over the ridgeline, which didn't even look possible on Nail-Up as well, right? That is insane.
I mean, it's great. That was Entropiq's end game to lose. Ultimately, it's the second one now where they just fall short.
In a row.
Yeah, they just fall short again. But Example, man, I mean, what an insane clutch that was.
Back-to-back second places for Entropiq to finish off this weekend on top. But in this game, it was NAVI coming out on that very top. Let's hop on back to the desk and see what I have to say for that one.
Holy Example. I cannot believe. What was that? 1v3. The perfect shot. If anybody was going to make it happen, it was going to be Example. Avenger, Froz joining me here to round things out for the day. Avenger, what do you say about that? That was beautiful.
It's destiny. No, that's your phrase, right? I can't. No, but of course, it's Example to line this one up here. It's perfect. The 6th spray, though, this guy's a monster. Like, there's no denying. 8 kills for him and be able to clutch a 1 versus 3 versus the leading team right now with 3 absolute monsters taken down there. Super well executed, there's no denying. But overall, another fantastic Miramar ending here, guys. Varied circles. I'm really loving what I'm seeing here. And I said, I was hoping to see either NAVI or Heroic, or both of them to step up. And NAVI steps up to the case and closes it out here and puts himself into the top.
I'll tell you how good NAVI actually did today, though. Like, if you look at day 1, day 2, they had 49 points in total coming into today. Today itself, they got 49 points, so they basically just doubled their points in just one day here. And that is great, right? That's what you expect from a team like NAVI. They got himself second place in Global Loot League or G Loot Season 5, and now coming in here, you would expect a little bit more, but we saw him down towards the bottom, but looks like this might be the time for him to shine a little bit and get back towards the top.
Avenger?
Yeah, obviously, it's crazy to think that, 49 points on a good day here for NAVI, but on an average, guys, we've seen 58 points every single day from Entropiq. It's insane how consistent they've been able to be here. Like, it's out of this world, and they are sponging up so many of the points, which means the rest of the leaderboard is extremely close.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Entropiq though. Like, their worst game today was 11th place with 5 kills. That was their worst game. And today they were able to get themselves 61 points. That's a record so far. They got 59 points in the first day, 54 in the second one, and here in the third day, 61. And they're just running away from everybody else on the leaderboard.
Now we take a look at the moments here where they seize this low ground position away from Sakura Zensen, and then as they take this position, they know kind of where Entropiq is throughout this, so they're kind of gearing up, ready for this eventual fight, but then it kind of stalemates a little bit Avenger and they have to play it late.
Yeah, so how the whole thing was lined up was Nayla first of all secured that there's no flank coming in, right? The molly was perfect, took down Alia, and now Example is in this 1 versus 3. And there, after already been putting damage onto QB, Nayla steps up in this same line that was eventually, and Example is able to have a small peek, spot him, and then actually take him down as well. And then super well played, and I could see him screaming there. So good to see NAVI back here and them claiming one of the top spots of the day.
And 2,025 damage done. About 1,200 of that was Example, by the way. It's just Example things, I think is fair to say. And a very well-deserved victory, a very well-deserved reaction at the end, and what a 3v1 to round things out. It really does feel like, as we take a look at the points coming in here, Froz, that at the moment, across these 3 days, Entropiq, almost at the end of every single game, is kind of this last boss, and it's taking massive efforts to kind of blow them out to stop that first place coming their way.
I mean, 100%, and that was such a hero play, for example, coming in towards the end to be able to clutch that one out. But 8 kills, like, and at the same time, you see, like, Nayla towards the top with 7, and Gustav here with 5. You got to remember as well, Gustav is the IGL for FAZE right now, but he's doing some phenomenal work for the team as well. He's currently sitting on a second place in the overall kill leaderboard.
Here's the thing as well, the 1.2 is amazing here from Example. But we know he's the guy that can put up these numbers. I think fair to say, Avenger, though, whilst you take a look at these 3 days, for Nayla, I think this is a career-defining performance across these 3 days. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there's no denying that this is definitely his biggest tournament to date. And, pros in the scene, especially in Europe, they know he's a beast. They know he's been able to be able to step up and do amazing things, right? Obviously, Example, the MVP here for this one, with the amount of kills and the amount of damage that he's put up, it's 28 points just in this one game on the fantasy team here. That is why he's the best player in the last match on the Twire. But for sure, as you said here, Nayla, he has been rumored in to being around some of these big teams here and be close to some of these tier 1 organizations the last couple of years here. But it's fantastic to see him here on Entropiq, to be on the rest of the team with the guys from Balkan. So it's absolutely perfect to see him go into this tournament and be such a monster, because there's no denying this is his biggest tournament so far.
Well, we already saw how NAVI rounded out that game. Let's see what they were doing mid-game and hear from them.
Ну, если мы бы встретились бы с командой Team Rage во время матча, то, скорее всего, это было бы, когда мы кидаем хаешку в одну яму, и они все взрываются. Наверное, так.
And that was Melman, and here comes Example, and predicted to a T here, as it looked like Team Rage was trying to make the rotate south of this circle, and Example saying, "Nuh-uh, baby!" Froz, that was just more Example things, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, a great example, right? Just throwing the nades, getting the work done there, and just cleaning the rest up afterwards. It's kind of what you expect when you see cars just being there as well, and there's nothing else. There's nowhere for the team there to go anywhere.
All right, well, after our 3 days, we have a team very firmly in #1, and that is Entropiq. Let's head to an interview that, once again, I think we had Nail Up on day 1, and we've got Nail Up again because he's too damn good at the video game. Hello, Nail Up. Congratulations for these 3 days. How are you feeling at the moment?
I'm feeling good, obviously, but still, how we lost the 2 games that we should have won, it's not the best feeling, but still, I'm really happy how we played these 3 days overall.
Fair. So I guess my first proper question, or actual only proper question really, is across these 3 days, what do you feel has just absolutely clicked for your team? What do you feel has been that big defining thing that has put you so far ahead of this amazing lobby that you're fighting against?
I feel like we just played how we usually play all the time. We play aggressive and with no fear of anyone. We just take quite smart what we need to take, approach, take third parties, everything we play with the good. We don't I don't know. It's obviously just the momentum, I would say right now, and everything is going pretty good. I mean, most of the stuff, but I cannot tell especially what is going on.
Okay, fair play. Martin?
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I have two kind of separate or conjoined questions here, because you didn't perform that well in G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. It was like you with 1 or 2 good games you could have caught up, and LT dominated that kind of. And it's not been that long since then, and it just feels like you guys are night and day to what we saw from the performance there. Has there been any major changes, or is it just your confidence and everything that's just been working out, like Circle's been working out and your pull-ups have been working and you're just wiping teams?
I mean, first of all, in GLL we had a lot of mistakes in the beginning of the game, so every single game or every second game, one of us makes a individual mistake that costed the whole mid game, late game, that we could have a lot of points and fight for the top spot. And we are just not doing it in this tournament. We are playing really focused, and we are not having that small mistakes that cost us. And also there is confidence boost, momentum.
Right.
Circles are pretty good. I mean, I'm saying that circles are also better for us than in Reload. So I guess part that we are playing better, it's also circles are helping us.
And the the second separate part of this question is you guys are in such a good lead now. How are you guys gonna ensure that you keep that lead for next weekend here? Because it feels like a little bit here on the last day that some of our top teams, NLT has had a pretty good day, NAVI, FAZE are kind of stepping up, and you guys are still in a good lead, but you need to continue to ensure that you have this lead here to make sure you win this whole thing. How are you planning to do so?
I mean, we're not gonna change anything huge. We're just gonna keep playing how we play these 3 days and try our best from every single game to gain as many points as we can. I mean, you saw that few games we only with 2 men we could have almost win the game. So it's not like everything is done when it's only 2 of us up. We're just gonna play like we are right now and try our best to keep the lead.
Fair.
Fantastic.
All right, well, now that Martin stole your question for us, what do you want to ask?
Well, I wanted to go on with, you said you don't fear anyone in this lobby, so I want to know, who do you think is the best players and best teams that might be the biggest threat for you guys coming into the next weekend now?
Oh, NLT, 100%. Those guys can make 100 points every day.
Yeah.
No, just all 4 of them are insanely good, and we saw multiple times what they can do, even if they have 80 points behind second or whatever. It's just insane how they can keep their mindset on top, and they're just really good, and we cannot be relaxed right now that we have this. I mean, it's not that big lead, but. Yeah,
it's a pretty big lead, Naleb. Let's not downplay. It's a pretty big lead. It's a pretty big lead.
I don't think so.
It's basically like 2 wins with 15 kills lead right now. So
if you would put yourself in NLT's position, would you say it's not a big lead if you needed to catch up to them?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. We would just be playing like.
I like that you're downplaying it because then you're keeping the momentum and you like want to do good and like you're just gonna. That's probably the way that you're gonna keep the lead, actually, right?
Yeah.
It's probably better that we play tomorrow and like as well. So it's not like that we need like to stop now.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your questions. Naleb, any final words before we let you go?
Shout out to our fans from Balkan supporting us and everyone from Entropiq, from Czech fans and everyone out there supporting us. And that's it. Nothing special.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Naleb. It has been an absolute pleasure watching you over these 3 days play. It's been a crazy games. So well done and good luck next weekend.
Thank you. See you next week.
See you. Not that big a lead.
I love he's downplaying
like,
It's perfect. But
it's
I honestly,
not that big.
It's like one of the biggest leads after 15 games in PUBG history.
Right.
It's not that big. It's all right.
It's fantastic. Like if that is the, I feel like that is actually the way. You like if you have that kind of mental attitude and you're like, oh, they can still catch up. Then you continue to do well. Like you continue to put yourself up into these situations, and also like talked a little bit about it. Like even if they're 2 alive, they're still putting up and squeezing out so many points out of every single game. Right, clutching, sometimes getting, sometimes winning the game, sometimes getting second place. Like it's been super good for them, even if they're 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's nice to see because it's not just like it doesn't matter who it is from a team as well. Normally in some other teams you would need to have like 1 or 2 specific players that need to be up to be able to clutch it, or they'll even just try to snake and grab some placement points, but not with Entropiq. They're just like, no matter if it's 1 or 2 players up, it doesn't matter who it is, they just can go full force and try to get as many kills and points as possible.
Yeah, his actions in game were as loud as his microphone, I think is fair to say, as we continue on. But let's take a look.
It does not normally sound like that. I will say that though.
It was definitely the wrong microphone. It was like a webcam, not his actual mic. It was something like that. But anyway, let's take a look at the overall standings here. It has been a great day of PUBG, as well as 3 days. They have a 50-point lead, Avenger.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's gonna be hard to catch them. Like no matter what. Like even if they have a really bad day, that bad day, like that 51 points is negating that bad day. They have to have a really bad day, and then be mediocre on the other 2 days, not to ensure that they're winning this. But it's no matter what. No, FAZE have stepped up. If FAZE didn't have such a bad day, number 1, they would have been pretty close to and within striking distance to them. But Entropiq just had 3 amazing days back to back to back.
I think obviously we saw the step up from day 1 into day 2 and 3 from NLT, but especially FAZE here, as you're saying here, Froz, looking at and seeing where they're at right now, 123 points. We saw them pop off throughout today as well. Never mind yesterday's 19-kill game. So there's definitely challenges on the horizon for Entropiq.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at things, it felt like that 19-kill win was the start of things. It's how everything started off from them. So from here on, we still have half of the games to go. So anything could still happen. And looking at a team like FaZe Clan, I mean, it is a team that we know have a lot of history. But I also feel like now that Gustav is back on the IGL lane as well, and he is able to be a top fragger in the overall, currently sitting on 2nd place in the overall kill leaderboard. That, like, if he can rack up those numbers and he still have 3 super good fraggers on his team that can rack up numbers as well, like, it could be some massive numbers we're seeing from them next week.
And as if you haven't seen enough of Naleb's face, well, guess what? You get to see it 3 times more because he is plastered across this tournament right now. Kill leader, damage leader, headshot leader, and then Fex gets his opportunity to have a cheeky little sneak in there, Avenger.
The longest kill though, 584 meters. That's like disgusting long.
Batulin's doing plenty of throwables. Good for him. Actually, to be fair, he had a really nice step up today as well for NLT as a whole, Froz.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it's great to see, of course, NLT coming back a bit as well. We've seen him, as you were talking about, struggling a little bit. But, I mean, day 1, they got himself 21 points, and that's a very far outliner. But NALUP, I mean, he's just a beast, right? There's not many that can compare themselves to him right now. Look on the kill difference right now. He's on 43 kills. Gustav on second place is on 30 kills. He almost got 50% more than Gustav's number there.
Yeah, at this point, it's the NALUP Championship Series 6, and we see more of NALUP, in fact. In fact, is this exactly the same slide? I'm not sure.
Really impressive to see all 4 Entropiq players here in the top 8, both on damage and kills, though. That it's such a well-rounded, roster. Like it's great to see. But this here, the 584 meter longest shot, that is insane. It's nearly 100 meters longer than number 2.
I mean, with a mini as well on top of everything. Like, okay, if it was like a bolt, you know, you're gonna take those long shots. But with a mini, like, you're not really gonna be spamming that much on that distance.
Yeah, there's some drop on those bullets for sure. So congratulations, of course, to FX for showing that he is a marksman. But never mind, back to NALUP. Let's get him back on here. 7,400 damage coming on in, 43 kills. I think there are teams, correct me if I'm wrong, that don't even have that many kills across the 15 games. Never mind 43 from one player. So that's pretty impressive.
5 teams that doesn't have 43 kills yet.
Unbelievable.
He's done 165 fantasy points, guys. 165. Ooh. That is more than 2 of my best guys combined.
I'm doing great, but literally every team above me has NALUP. Can you guys trade him or something?
For PCS7, if we do fantasy again, he's gonna be like 60k.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Make that 70.
Yeah. Jeez Louise. All right. Well, let's take a look at the PGC points breakdown as well here, ladies and gents. Says, you know that points have already come in from GLU as it does stand. Northern Lights, of course, winning that event. NAVI obviously coming in second. In fact, the order of how teams placed is exactly like this because that's where everybody's got the points from so far, right, Avenger? But obviously at this point, the points from here are going to be added to that in the road to PGC 2022.
Yeah, obviously, and it's 450 points for first place. It's a lot of points, and it's more. I think it's both second and third place has more than the 200. So already being in top 3 here is so important. And back to our talking us about the leaderboard that is extremely close. Like there is just 1 game difference from 4th down to 9th, 8th place if you have 1 good game. So it is extremely important for all these teams to rank as high as possible in the 2 PCS events, obviously, here for 2022.
Oh, definitely.
2022.
Yes, that's the one. Well done. Froz, obviously, it's been your first day. I mean, you were watching the previous days as well, but what a great day it has been. Some great games. We've saw Entropiq doing what they do. We saw some standout moments from NAVI, FAZE, as well as NLT, and even HOWL as well, trying to push up. So, final thoughts before we round things off?
I think it's been a great day and a great weekend for a lot of teams and seeing how things are shaping up. But at the same time, I don't think anyone could expect that Entropiq would be this far ahead of all the other teams. And it's just been an amazing show, of course, from themselves. But yeah, I got to bring up HOWL as well. I still think they've impressed me a lot in terms of how they've been playing. They still have a lot to, work on. But at the same time, like them showing up for the first time in a big tournament like this with all of these big teams here that has so much more experience than them. I think it's just great to see how they've been able to with the success so far.
Martin, final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just curious what now the guys have 5 days off to go into the next games the next week, and there's a lot of stuff to break down. You can take a lot away from it, but I feel like if you look at the games and you've in general from Entropiq here, they've obviously played extremely well, but they're just winning so many of their engagements as well, and that is what is going to be extremely hard, right? Because they're doing some crazy pull-ups. They pull up on SKADE, right? It's a really hard one. They pulled it off. They're winning fights that is hard to win and sometimes impossible to win, or is really rare to win. So I don't think the other teams are going to be looking at Entropiq and saying, all right, these guys just got super, super lucky. They're just winning so many of their engagements. And that is what is going to be really hard to kind of try to counter that. Because right now we have, 15 other teams that are just trying to beat Entropiq to make sure that, first of all, they don't get first place, or for somebody else to try it against a first place, right? So it's going to be hard for the other teams to catch up because Entropiq is just doing extremely well at the moment.
they have a great balance of edge play and then sending to center. We saw them pushing in against teams like Heroic, just absolutely battering them down and then transitioning to the middle of these circles. Anyway, never mind. We could talk about this forever. But Entropiq looking good at #1. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. And thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. That does it here for our first weekend of PCS6 Europe. Next weekend, actually Friday, in fact, and the weekend, we are back. Same time, same place. 3 more days, 15 more games. Will Entropiq hold on to their lead, or will the challengers in FAZE, NLT, NAVI be able to rise to the occasion? We'll see you then.